and
We are
watch this.
so in 6
Ready?
o'clock sharp.
Pasted, entered, posted. Announcement today at 6 o'clock p.m.
PM
sharp.
EDT.
It's a new season. It's a new stream.
It's a new dawn. It's a new day.
And we are live on time.
Must be a new league. I don't think this has ever happened before.
I know. Now, this is what happens when I don't participate in the draft.
Oh.
Because that's why I'm always late, because I'm always building my team.
It's not Toady, it's Johnny.
Yeah.
I see. Interesting. Well, we'll give people a couple minutes to get on in here. Actually, they'll give me a minute to get on in here too.
Gee whiz.
And
who's that? We got a guest on stream?
Oops, it's me. Alice already misses you. Who do we got here? We got
this
Afonso,
is so loud. This is so loud. I apologize.
Alice.
It's loud. Okay, there we go.
Let's see. Madayoshi, Royce, Matt. We got the whole gang.
God.
So
Wow,
it
we
is
got
just
a
going to
lot
be
of people.
Toady and I today. Yeah, it's just the Toady and myself. Resh is here too. Sweet, welcome. If you haven't, we would appreciate the subscribers. I know there are at least a couple new players coming out to stream today, so yeah, that would be awesome. But I mean, I guess we can kind of just get into our thoughts today. So, have you seen many of the teams? I know you said you hadn't actually submitted the PR, but have you gone over, especially the All-Star division that I'm excited to talk about today? Have you seen much of the teams?
I haven't. I'm kind of trying to, go into it a little bit blind because I want to get that gut reaction that I know you guys really respect from me, because you always trust my gut opinion when looking at these teams, because I'm never wrong. I don't miss anything.
That's true.
Particularly like type spreads, like I don't miss that ever.
Yeah, Terra captains.
Yeah, and like
Never
the
miss
ability
that.
to levitate.
Yeah.
So
A chance to
But
talk
yeah.
about Wigglytuff.
exactly.
You've never missed one of those.
I did see Wigglytuff drafted in at least one league. I don't know which one it was.
So you cheated. You didn't go in blind.
No, like I saw it in the chat. Like somebody mentioned Wigglytuff, and then I was like, oh, okay. I haven't like looked at the
True.
rosters.
Mentioning Wigglytuff in chat somewhere is just
It pings me.
pinging at Toady.
Yeah.
You get a push notification.
Rating on number of monkeys, that will play into the gut reaction for sure. So.
Yeah, so we don't have too many strict criteria today about exactly what we're going to be rating on. A lot of it is gut feeling. A lot of it is just based on our experience. So take mine more seriously than Toadie's, because he doesn't know.
I mean, that's not wrong.
Oh man, so we will be going over the All-Star division first, and then the Hustle division will be shortly after. Do you want to pull up even just an overview of all of the teams real quick, and when we can just start checking some of those out?
So we gotta introduce here the new overlay.
Oh yeah, true.
That doesn't fit the whole thing on the screen.
Da-da-da.
But so I can go to the rosters here, but fun fact, you cannot scroll to the side, so some of them are cut off.
Oh, can't you zoom out?
I can zoom in, but it'll look weird. I can do this, and I think it
Can't zoom
still might
Oh,
struggle to see them all on the side.
Well,
so
put up with it. Alternatively, you do have access to the docs yourself if you want to follow along there.
yeah, we're gonna be looking
if
at like
you
the
haven't seen the teams
individual
yet.
teams when we go through it, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so there are a lot of really good teams. Funny enough, my team is just first, so I feel like it's a pretty good spot to kind of start out at. I was a little apprehensive about talking about my team first. I'm like, oh, who wants to tune into the Nahyma Battle Academy and just listen to Nahyma talk about Nahyma's team? That's so dumb. But I really think it would be a little bit of a good introduction to just how we're doing things, and I can give a little extra info because I did make some trades actually post draft, and maybe I'll talk about that, how I think it changed the team, and then we'll try and be a little quicker for the rest.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I guess without further ado, we'll just start with that. So hold on, I gotta remind myself what my team is. Right, so So yeah, right, yeah. I was first pick. Had no clue what to pick, and I knew that people were going to be breathing down my back if I didn't pick instantly after opening up all the division like picks channels.
Don't be a
so
joker.
I just slammed a Torrentee. I mean, you can't really go wrong with Torrentee. I was kind of doomer about it through the whole draft phase of like, oh, poor me, stuck with Torrentee. There's so many other brokens. I don't know. It was kind of funny, but yeah, first pick Torrentee, and I ended up going for a wheel of Ursa Luna Jirachi. With the plan of running Terra Ursa. I just think I think it's one of the best Terra captains on the board, or at least captains that I want to use. Like, I'm not interested in Salamence right now. I feel like I just used Excadrill in other leagues, and I'm kind of sick of Sand. So there's some that are kind of top tier that are maybe better than Ursa, but it was one that stood out to me most there. So obviously I had to be a little worried of, oh, my ground type doesn't have rocks. I had to pick a rocker. Ideally one that has Trick Room to try and enable Ursa. And from there I just went into kind of pick some fat, pick some offense, pick Weezing before everybody else picks it. That's a mon that I really feel like everybody just throws it into their draft plans because it checks so many damn boxes. And then they just never pick it until it's too late and everybody complains about it being sniped.
Yeah.
So I won't go over all the nitty gritty. I did want to really try Raging Bolt, so I threw that on. And I didn't actually have Rillaboom or Cloth. I believe before trades it was actually Umbreon and Terra Revavroom. Now obviously I really downgraded my my second Terra captain to Cloth because I ended up picking up Rillaboom. Just to get Toady points, actually. Yeah. I knew that
I
you
love
would be here
the Rilla
for
Raging
stream.
Bolt combo. That's that was really fun.
Yeah, a lot of what I had to think about is what are the mons I actually want to use on the team, and the ones that I wanted to use the most were Ursa, Raging Bolt, and Ogerpon. It didn't matter which Ogerpon. I was considering trading in for Waterpon because Waterpon is actually not taken. It's on the board.
Wow. So
I was gonna drop Blastoise and Firepon for Waterpon. But then I looked at all the fire mons that are left on the board and none of them interested me and I didn't like the speed tiers. So I just kept Firepon and Blastoise. And it felt like everything just kind of went well in grassy terrain. To the point where even like Blastoise appreciates the terrain pulse, like the grass type terrain pulse too.
Is that a Mega Launcher?
Yeah, it's Mega Launcher boosted too. Yeah, so it's like 150 base power, like grassy terrain boosted. It's actually pretty crazy.
Wow.
But yeah, so that's kind of why I made the trades. The things that I wanted to use the most just ended up fitting. And I feel like people are gonna forget that Ogerpon gets Grassy Glide.
Caps on the dock.
A Cloth.
So what I was gonna say with the Ogerpon though is
yeah.
I like if you're gonna put an Ogerpon with Rillaboom specifically, especially not Terra Captain Rillaboom, I think Fire's the best one for that because like in terms of the overlap or the things that you would get walled by, those flying steel types in particular are a problem for Rillaboom, and the fire Ogerpon isn't weak to that same thing just because of the fire Ivy Cudgel, especially like Rocky Helmet, which Rilla also hates. Like just being able to like pierce those things. I think that's the best one that you can kind of combine with Rillaboom. Whereas like the Waterpon is good, but you might not have the breaking power on some of those things if like Bolt's not available to do it. I think it worked out that this was probably the best one to overlap with Rillaboom because otherwise they do overlap a little bit on some other things.
Yeah, that I totally agree. I end up accidentally drafting Firepon more than I wanted to. Like this is the third time I've ever drafted Firepon. I've never used a different Ogerpon.
Jeez.
It just kind of ends up open all the time. Because it's like Terra Band and it's kind of not shiny.
Yeah.
But anyways, talking about the actual team itself, what do you think about like type synergies, roll compression, hazard, whatever you think, and then I'll go on what I think.
I think, well, like I said, I really like Rillaboom and Raging Bolt together because I think that it's kind of like Rilla and Magnezone, except with like the fact that Bolt just tanks. Like it doesn't make him survive; it makes him like ignore a lot of like ground options.
Yeah.
So that's really nice. And I think again, Raging Bolt covers a lot of like Rillaboom's mons that he kind of hates running into, like the flying types in particular, in a way that he can just kind of come in on them, and with like the passive terrain recovery, doesn't really lose a lot by like getting pivoted on by some of those. Like it's really good for momentum there. Jirachi probably similar case where like it's just appreciates the extra edge against like mods not running Earthquake. Torn T, so I like my only experience with NatDex really has been in these drafts. So like I didn't play like back in the day with Torn T, like doing what makes him absolutely broken. I've seen him pop off here. It's hard for me to consider him in the type chart just because he's usually defensive, right? But like he can also be very offensive. I'm used to running my flying type as a usually defensive dual type mon. Like that's just kind of how it ends up for me. I love running like Zapdos and Talonflame, like those kinds of mons.
Yeah, the standard. Yeah.
So to me, like it's hard for me to look at that, but I know that being a flying type that can come in on, you know, your fighting types. Not that the team's particularly weak to fighting types. You get your setup options, you get your pivot, you get your regen, and the regen I think goes well with grassy terrain, and that normally a defensive flying type doesn't benefit from the grassy terrain, which can be like kind of a downside. But Torn doesn't really care because he just regenerates. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's kind of, I think actually Jorstin pointed out at one point that the team, rather than looking like super cohesive altogether, it's more like there's like a couple synergies throughout, and that was actually kind of the point with the Rillaboom pickup, is it rather than just being like something that pulls the team together, it's something that creates kind of like dangerous batteries and almost like pivot cores. And I think the removal is decent enough between Torn, Blastoise, and Weezing that that Fire Pond pivoting in and out isn't going to be the end of the world. Torn might not always be forced to be boots all the time, etc. Not to mention like the couple rocks resists as well. So personally, I like the team. Am I super high on it? No, but it has a lot of mons that I'm really excited to use. And if anything, that took more precedence for me than like making the best team possible. I probably would have gone for a better Tech and Terracow. I just fucking love Cloth. I'm not gonna lie, man. It's so cool. I love that mon so much. So let it be known, I will be running Terracloth during one game this season.
So you didn't have any leftover points, So it would have been any like 2-pointer to go with the.
Yeah.
Or wait, no. You could have. Oh wait, yeah. You can't do 12 and.
No, I can't. So that was actually the thing. I was talking it over like some of my trades before I made them with some friends, and they basically said, "Oh wow, the last mon you could get with your last 2 points could just be Cloth." And I was still considering whether I should even make the trade for Rilla or get like an actually good captain. And as soon as he said Cloth, I said, "You know what? I just have to do it." So here we are.
I think it can definitely like rob a game. It's that kind of mon where right now I'm doing a low tier draft with my friends, and there are some abilities that it's like you think you understand it, or like you think you know how to play into it, and you just don't. And it's like add Terra onto that too, and you know, like especially with a stat boosting mon, when that gimmick is like, oh, by the way, here's an omni boost basically. Like it's like that can be really scary into the right team. But
listen, I'll be the first one to say it sucks balls, but it's gonna be really fun. I love it.
I think it's something that you have to respect more than most other 2-point Terra captains. I would say.
Yeah.
Or at least think about it. If you don't think about it, you could just outright lose to it, which would be kind of funny.
So I guess to move things along, I personally think my team lies between like a 7 and an 8. I think on the higher end between the two, like if it could be 7 and 2/3, I think it's kind of around there. And I'm pretty sure on the PRs I did rate my team an 8 just because it was kind of closer to how I felt. I think it's a decent team. I do think there's a lot of power behind it. I think there's like cool trick room options. I feel like hazard games are pretty okay. Type cores are fine. Am I super happy with it? Kind of to be seen. I think it'll depend on how well I can use these mons that I'm interested in. Do you have like a final rating for the team before we get on?
I will say 9 because I
9?
I just
+1 for the monkey buff.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things I like about this. Like and yeah, I would actually I'm maybe overrating it, but this this is the kind of team that like I would run personally. So
yeah, I think it's cool.
I would.
Okay.
I would rate that.
So before we move on, that is going to be probably the longest we take for any team, just because I wanted to kind of talk just about my team a little. To answer some of the questions, I see there are a lot of questions in chat right now. First of all, yes, the timer in the top right is a toady timer. So just we will be trying to keep each at least below 10 minutes.
There wasn't a clear start time to this one because it was kind of the intro.
Yeah, the community PRs will be public. We're just going to go over our thoughts first.
Do we want to give the average after we talk about a team?
Yeah, okay, sure. And then we can talk about how it compares. So
yeah,
my team, actually, the community rated it a 7.71 out of 10. After everything was combined, and that's actually pretty much exactly where I thought it would end, kind of the higher end between 7 and 8. And do you want to say what place it was, or do we want to reveal that?
No, I would wait to do places just because
Yeah, so I think
people can figure it out if they want, but
yeah, you can do the detective meme of the guy like smoking 10 cigarettes, pointing at all the lines between the pieces of evidence.
Yeah.
I think my rating was pretty accurate, and I kind of agree with the rating. And I think you said you'd rate it a little higher, right? 9?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's partially personal preference, but also I don't know. I think I've seen you play. I think that this is a team that you could pilot really well too. And I also I do want to give points for like a 2-pointer Terra Captain that's like actually kind of threatening in the right.
Yeah, scenario. It's like bringable.
So,
maybe.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Okay. Right. On to the next. Sorry, I do forget if I said if the public PRs would be revealed. They will be revealed. I'll even be posting all the charts and everything later.
Yep.
Okay, yes, I have been bored of Torn T since before Lee started drafting. I hate this mon, but it's like fine. Let's see, what else are people saying here?
This is a new implementation of the timer. It's live split, so it might be weird because it's gonna go from like split to split, and it's gonna show like the overall time. But we'll just go.
All right. Oh yeah, we'll hit start, and we'll we'll start keeping tabs on our time here.
All right, we're live. Go.
Okay, you can start here actually.
Okay.
Just to put you on the spot a little.
Yeah. So right off the bat, I see the Coco with quite a few future paradox mons. More than I saw initially. Actually, that's a lot of them.
Yeah, they don't stop.
Yeah, that is 3 flying types, by the way, on the electric terrain. It's. I mean, I think just on paper you gotta give it credit where it's like this is the NatDex dream of the thing that just isn't possible in Paldea decks of having a good E-terrain setter that isn't Ubers. So yeah, just run with it. Go the treads and the moth. I think the ones that benefit the most here are gonna be the moth and the crown. Jugulus like has its issues. I think most of us know, like, you know, no nasty plot is a pretty big difference between it and like Hydreigon, for example. So getting the E-terrain boost is fine, but like also you could just run booster energy, I guess. Like, I don't think that's like a huge like game changer for it. In the same way that moth, like being able to run boots and also get the boost, and also like doesn't necessarily always need the boost because you can get your fiery dance at the right time too. I think moth is gonna go kind of crazy with it. Crown is funny because, you know, at least in VGC, it's a Psy spam mon, and we're giving it the other terrain, so it's this
right. Yeah, and E-terrain it wants psychic terrain, right?
Yeah, so not that
in VGC,
E-terrain's going to be bad for it, but it's just kind of funny that this is a scenario where it can work.
Yeah. Lee is mentioning also in chat, the Swoobat is kind of like just another Cork Drive mon. if you assume that its defense is just always doubled. Like, because it'll just it has it's simple, right? So it's going to be running Grassy Seed to instead of +1 defense,
Electric Seed, yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
So it's like,
I mean, are we expecting it to come to a lot of games though?
I don't think it's going to come to a lot, but I also wouldn't put it past them to bring it to like half of his games.
Yeah, I guess Slowpoke came.
And just say, hey, here are all of these Quark Drive mons, so prep for them, and then lose to Swoobat.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for the record, I'm not saying Electric Terrain is bad with Crown. I just think it's funny that it's like you have, you know, the one Future Paradox mon that's like known for Psychic Terrain is also here. Yeah. And also always like good to see the actual like Paldea mons that are Terra Captains, because their coverage usually isn't that good. And I think Crown is probably similar, where it's like I think he has like his fire, I mean he has his fighting coverage.
Yeah,
but outside of that, it's like probably just if I recall correctly, he's mostly just Psychic, and then his Steel signature move, and then like Secret Sword.
Volt Switch.
Oh, he does get Volt Switch, okay. But either way, putting Terra on him on like that, like when you compare it to like some of the older gen mons that just get like random coverage for no reason, you know, it's that's.
I also think it's Sacred Sword, not Secret Sword.
Oh, Secret Sword? That's
Secret Sword would be good. It's the fighting Psyshock, but it has Sacred Sword. That
so it has a physical one. No, never mind. Yeah. So I guess it's just Focus Blast. But either way, like I think that's one of the most interesting things about NatDex in general is like kind of balancing the old with the new, where it's like the new is like the power creep, but not always necessarily the best like move pools. And when I say new, I'm talking more about like Galar and later. But this is a very new Pokemon team. Like we have Blastoise.
The oldest mon is
Blastoise
other
is
than
obviously
Blastoise, the oldest mon is
Gen 5.
Swoobat
and Dredagon.
And Dredagon.
Yeah, and they're the two lowest tiers, and then you have Hisui, all Paldea, and Galar, and then what's it called,
Alolan.
So, granted, you know we have a couple like legendaries here.
Yeah, so in the
if you
same
count Paradox especially, but I mean,
though in the same way that that my Mega Blastoise uses Grassy Terrain, this Terra Blastoise can also use Electric Terrain with Terrain Pulse as well, and help it break through the same waters that Grassy Terrain helps it break through.
Yeah, and this one is allowed to use.
Yeah, I do think Terra Blastoise is pretty scary. I also think though that it is kind of bait to just be Mirror Herbed very often.
Yeah,
I feel like people are going to be bringing Mirror Herb pretty but well, I also think like RoyceMan's going to know that people are bringing Mirror Herbs, and then he just doesn't bring Blastoise. I'm going to make a bet that Blastoise comes to fewer games than most would expect, like maybe 4 or 5 games I think it'll come to.
Yeah.
Because I think Terra Crown is just really strong, and it's harder to cheese with Mirror Herb.
Yeah. Well, what I was gonna also mention here, is it? Yes, we have 2 steel types, 3 flying types. I mean, granted, good luck finding not many steel types when you're doing Future Paradox ones. 3 flying types, 2 fighting types, 2 steel types. There's a lot of type overlap here. Not that they're like bad types to be overlapping, but that's one thing I notice. And then also like any other benefits that you'd be getting from Electric Terrain, which I guess is really just like the immunity to sleep, that wouldn't be affecting any of the flying types.
Right. Yeah.
So really it's like only helping your opponent there.
Except for the special attack and the speed boost that half your mons are getting.
Well, yeah. No, I'm just saying like if we're looking at the number of mons that aren't on the ground. Like,
yeah. So looking though at other than just the Electric Terrain shenanigans, I can't say I'm confident that this team is defensively sound enough for me to rate very highly. Like, so looking at the bulk core of, even if we're just going to say regular Blastoise comes, there's like Dredagon, Iron Treads. That's kind of, I mean, Crown can be fat too. But it's a very the only mon with
could be.
recovery. The only mon with recovery is Coco,
Yeah.
and I guess if you want to count Moth as well, it's definitely going to be pressured a lot by other offensive teams. Now, another team that maybe can
Zapdos not get Roost?
No Roost. Which I think Zapdos Galar is actually a weird pick for me. Here. Especially, I mean, he drafted the Decidueye and the Swoobat after, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But it felt kind of weird. Like, this is the spot that you can move away from the offense, and he actually just went full tilt into full offense with the Zapdos pick. And after that pick, you kind of know this team is no breaks. It's gonna try and slam you from like as soon as the like out of the gates. Now I do think it can do that very effectively. Although against other teams that can maybe reset terrain to remove those boosts, maybe phase out with roars against the shell smashes or the fiery dances, or etc. Right? I feel like certain teams are going to be unbreakable by the team, and you're going to have to shy away from maybe electric terrain spamming, and I don't know how well it can do that.
Yeah, and this is, I guess, an opinion question for you. This is because I don't know the answer. Do you think that Coco is a fake fairy, or like at least not like a? If you're talking about like having a fairy on your team defensively, like I know it can do those things.
I think it's more of a fairy than it's more of a fairy than Enamorus and Mega Diancie, I think.
Okay.
Like it can hit things offensively, but just the fact that it has a recovery and U-turn means that it can be that defensive pivot more than those other mons can.
Yeah.
I still, maybe ideally there would be a second low tier fairy somewhere just in case. But I don't think it's that big a deal. I think Coco primary fairy is completely fine.
Yeah. I guess one of the downsides, now that I'm thinking about it, of your fairy being Coco too, is that just the number of dragon ground types. Like if you really need a ground, like if you need like your dragon resist for something that's going to be problematic, like having that threat of also being, like Groudon, Flygon, just so many of them.
Yeah. Sorry, Riceman, you're right. Decidueye does get Roost. I'm not convinced on that mon. I think somebody else was talking about it in chat today. You're gonna have to prove me on it. We only have about 30 more seconds though before we got a dip from this team. Yeah. So
I want to just take a second just to defend this mon, because I've used it.
We don't have time to defend this mon. What do you rate the team?
Decidueye is a 10 out of 10. No, I would say, I don't know, like it seems a little cheesy, but also like Raceman's good. I would say 7. Yeah,
I also said 7 in my PRs, and the community actually rated very highly, slightly above mine. They rated it 7.74, whereas mine was 7.71. So they were very neck and neck. Raceman pulled out a little bit at the end. But yeah, I think a team that lacks this many, or lacks enough like main core, not even just defensive, but mons that can have a little resilience. To me, it was a red flag, and I couldn't rate it much higher than that. But I would have probably given it like a 7.5 if it was an option.
Okay. Go with it. All right.
Onward.
There we go. That was 10-27. That was the split. All right. No, we're not updating.
10-27 sharp.
All right.
That was MonkeBoi. Let's go.
Yeah, that was a
MonkeBoi. Okay. Right. So MonkeBoi's team has been. Some people have been really, really high on it, praising it. Like I know I saw floating around in some of the tier lists that people have been making for All Stars that MonkeBoi's has been really high on most of them, like S tier in most.
Terraquack goes hard.
I do think it's very good, and you see the Mew, you see the gouging fire, you see the speed control from Meowscarada, you see the bulky pivot in Rotom, and you see one of the best Terra Captains in Quack, and you kind of think this thing just has the pieces to be the best team in the division.
Does gouging fire have anything banned? I forget.
No, it's completely unrestricted. I don't necessarily disagree. I just gotta double check what I rated it. Yeah, I did rate it higher than mine. So I guess I'll just come out with it. I actually rated it a 9. I only have a few 9s, and I do think it is one of the better teams of the division, but I don't think it's like the be-all end-all top-tier team that people were saying. When you go past what's it called, Nidoking, I'm just not a believer in Tinkaton personally, and Terra Aerodactyl is another mon that I'm gonna have to be proven on. Like the last time I saw any Aerodactyl actually do anything was
Mega Aerodactyl.
I actually don't remember,
That was
but I've never seen it as a Terra captain, so that's interesting to me. The team is very, very physically based though. The best special attacker is what, Rotom? Okay, there is Nidoking.
Yeah.
Past that, there's not really much special
Mew if it
offense.
wants to run that, but like, do you really want to?
There's like one rocker that actually wants to run rocks. Two if you count Tink. I don't think Tink is gonna come.
I think
more
Tink
than
is
Rotom,
kind of a trap here, like because it's you're seeing your first fairy and steel type below the 10-point mark, which is a little bit concerning.
Yeah, and
to me.
below icon or like very specifically, it's below 6 other better mons.
Yeah.
Right. So if it was like, I don't know, like because it is bringable. It is like
it's
actually
good. It's a
okay.
good mon. I don't think it's bad. I just think in this particular case, it's.
I feel like it has Empoleon syndrome, where it's just so many like important things all at once, where it's your defensive pivot. It's like maybe not Tink, but for example, Empoleon is your defensive pivot, your defogger, your rocker, your water type, your steel type, your ice resist, your fairy resist. It's just so many things, and I think Tink is kind of like that, with no recovery and no momentum. No, it is good. I don't think it's good here. Actually, Riceman says this here in chat as well. You kind of want a second steel with it, which I agree.
Yeah.
Mew is kind of like a steel type half the time, though. I will be honest. Like, it can just be the defensive thing that would be a steel type usually.
Yeah, but I just worry that when you're spending 20 points on Mew, anytime that you kind of have to like, you're not completely pigeonholing it here, but like anytime that you kind of have to like make it like, oh, this literally just has to make up for all the defensive gaps in this team, kind of hinders it a little bit. And like especially if you have like a lead suicide Mew that you'd rather be running in a particular matchup, then it can be like, you know, kind of sucks that that's also your best defensive option in a lot of cases.
Yeah,
so
you're right.
Can't just throw it away.
Core, the defensive core is maybe Mew, maybe Rotom, Tinkaton.
Yeah. Well, what's really weird is that the mons with the best recovery are not, well, I guess Mew, yes, is a defensive mon in this context.
Yeah, and maybe Gouging Fire. Too.
But like Gouging Fire, well, I was gonna say like the mons with actual reliable recovery are like mons that are gonna be that want to be like setting up and like maybe doing something else, and in Mew's case might not even have room in their moveset if they want to be doing something else in that matchup.
Yeah, for sure.
That it's kind of weird that like the mons that you do have as a defensive core here, like excluding Mew again, would be like Rotom, Tinkaton. Them not having recovery outside of Pain Split is kind of sus. I guess. Okay, yeah, we might be underrating Quack here too, because Quack does have Roost. You could run a bulky Quack set.
Yeah, I was about to get to that. So I actually think like the fact that you're only like we're kind of rating this in a vacuum, right? Not really thinking about specific matchup wise. I feel like matchup wise, you're only prepping for one team. So if you bring 2 of Mew, Gouging Fire, Quack, and Rotom and Tink, 2 of those like 5 mons to be like defensive, to be the backbone of the team, and the rest like you run Plot or even Scarf Rotom, and then like DD Gouging Fire, and then you just have bulky Quack, bulky Mew, and Tinkaton. I actually think that's completely fine, and you will always have the tools to do what you need to do in every matchup. It's just when we're looking at it through the lens of like, oh, you don't have blanket checks to things. I don't think you necessarily have to have blanket checks. So I think through that lens, it's easier to rate it higher, and that's what I actually rated it before. I went over the All-Star division a second time before I submitted my PRs, and I had MonkeBoi at an 8, and I actually bumped it up after thinking about it that way, thinking, well, they're never going to have to all be defensive. And they're never going to have to all be offensive to win games. Like, Terra Quack can win games on its own. Gouging Fire wins games on its own.
Here's a question, though. Do you think this team's susceptible to Mirror Herb?
I wouldn't say that. I do think it would be an interesting tech into Gouging Fire and Quack. But otherwise, there's not really that much potent setup that I mean, Terra
I think
Blastoise, for
we
example,
used them.
having your opponent getting a Shell Smash that's just faster than
that's
Blastoise is
a
way
single
different.
mon. Yeah, a single mon on a team like that will make you vulnerable to what's it called, to Mirror Herb. I'm just looking at this in general. It's like it could be the kind of item that you bring that isn't for one specific mon, but could just proc at the right moment, right? Like maybe it's in front of the Mew, maybe it's in front of the Gouging Fire, maybe it's in front of the Quack, getting his speed
I think
boost on
any
his
good
Aqua
team,
set,
though,
right?
I think any good team will have setup mons, and Mirror Herb will always be good against setup mons in the right conditions. I don't think this team is particularly vulnerable to it. Could it get MonkeBoi at some point? Yeah. Maybe. If anything, probably. I know that a lot of players and All-Stars really like it. Like, I know Goater is really big on that. I could see DJ Bunhara running it. There's a lot of players who like strats like that. Is it likely? Maybe not.
You know what I think would look really good on this team, but I don't know like who is available to actually do it. Would be a good Wish passer.
I think Wish is overrated. I actually think on this team you don't really have time to Wish, and if you do have time to Wish, you'd rather be doing better things.
But it frees up the move slot on, like, again, if Gouging Fire is one of your only mons with recovery, or if Quack like needs to be running spin. I guess you have Defog Rotom in NatDex. It gives Nidoking more longevity too. It gives Tinkaton more longevity, even if it's not like a fairy type Wish passer. Like you can keep that as your fairy. I don't know. I mean, it might make this team scarier, where it's like just chipping some of these mons down doesn't mean that it's like they're on a timer. You know what I mean? Like, and I get what you mean, where it's like this is kind of like you want to be turning on the
it's very momentum
more.
heavy.
But if I was facing a team like this, and I had a team that was good at chipping down, and I had a team that was good at, like, you know, just positioning with that, like pivoting, it would make me feel better playing into it, like getting a little bit of chip. Whereas compare that to a team with like a Clefable on it, right, where it's like, or even like a Blissey, like, who could just, oh, that guy's back up to full because I let the Blissey in at a bad time, and now just wish somebody to full.
Yeah.
And it's like, it could be the Rotom, it could be the Tinkaton that you just spent the entire game like whittling down because it can't come in that many times, but it can come in just enough times to be annoying.
So I could see that it would definitely help Tink, but I feel like Tink is really not trying to be the centerpiece here.
Yeah.
It's just, I think, a little bit overloaded as an afterthought. You know, it has a lot to do when it comes. Would it be nice to have it a little bit healthier? Yeah, I feel like more often than not, it'll just be Citrus Berry, Oka, Shuka, and like just let it live long enough to do the things it needs to do, and then let Nidoking just tear things apart. Let Meow just pivot all over. Like, you know, I feel like taking that turn to Wish just lets your opponent reset the momentum, and I think this team really likes to rack up momentum and chip and through hazards, through spikes and rocks and everything. So, would it be good to do specifically that? Possibly. I don't think it's necessary, and I think the points, like reallocating the points towards a Blissey or an Aloe crosser, I don't think is worth it at all.
I think it would take too much.
Yeah. So we are coming up on time here. I think, like I said, I rated this a 9. What do you want to give it before we move on?
It's hard to say. It has so many like hard hitters that it's kind of hard to like not rate it highly. I'm going to lean towards it being maybe a little overrated. I think I'm gonna give this one another 7. I think I can be proven wrong for sure.
Yep, that's
but
fair.
I think it might be a little clunky to pilot. It might, find itself having some hard matchups. It really depends on what matchups it runs into.
The last thing before we go, the community rating is 7.67. So slightly below mine, which was slightly below RoyceMan's. And then we'll move on to Afonso here. Hey, we PB'd.
That's a PV, yeah.
Let's go.
Okay. Timer has started.
Okay, I'll start with this one. So Afonso and I were talking a pretty good amount during draft phase, just like because like we were pretty close to the wheel. There were some things, couple picks that we kind of both wanted that we were going to talk through that we ended up getting sniped anyways. But I have a hard time rating certain mons on this team. Like, specifically Skarmory, I feel like for me is... I always either see it do so much every game or just completely die. And
we've done 3 teams, Zeb.
Yeah, this is at least the 3rd. Come on, and we introduced it's
10
fine.
minutes to start, and then 10 minutes per team.
Yeah, we should pick up the pace though. Like I like Skarm. I personally just can never draft it, and I would rather just get a different flying and a different steel over Skarm. It does really good hazards. And I think getting a good hazard setter with Great Tusk is really strong, especially with a Magic Bouncer with Diancie as well. There's obviously Great Tusk is just like one of the best mons you can draft and just gives you everything right out of the get-go. And Terrapon is pretty scary. I've seen it do really good things, but the spot that I've seen it do the best was in Paldea decks. I do think it's still good in that decks, and if anything, there's more things that can take advantage of the space that Pawn creates and the momentum that it creates, and like the chip that it does to steel types and poison types and things. I don't think Tusk needs that help though. If anything, I feel like Tusk just wants Pawn to click knockoff on the steel type, so it's not so it doesn't have its Choppleberry. You don't have to take that 50-50 guess. At a glance though, hazards are setting are very strong. There's 1, 2, 3, or
again, good 5, with Tusk.
6,
good with having the best.
7 hazard setters. I think Muck Alola gets T-Spikes. I know Base does. I don't remember if Alolan does. There's like so many hazard setters. There's but there's only 2, it looks like 2 removers. Yeah, Kilowattrel doesn't get defog. No. Skarm doesn't want to defog, so you will be relying a lot on Tusk to spin and
I think that's okay though.
It's fine. Tusk is one of the rare things that actually likes spinning, because getting that speed boost on the thing that switches in often just puts that next thing into kill pressure too.
I would assume that was kind of by design here, like not worrying too much about like secondary hazard removal, just knowing that you have Tusk. I'm assuming this isn't in draft order, but I'm assuming the higher tiers are probably pretty much in draft order.
Yeah, this is based on points.
Yeah.
Point gradient.
We can assume,
but I do think it was
first pick. Yeah,
it's first pickable always.
Yeah,
and you're right. It definitely is by design to just say, "Hey, I'm going to set more hazards than you. What are you going to do about it?"
Yeah,
and force your opponent to spin. Now there is no spin blocker.
That is interesting.
There is Defiant Pawn and competitive Kilowattrel, which is interesting. But Pawn is going to often be Terra.
Yeah, and I mean, Skarm, like, not that this blocks spin, but Rocky Helmet Skarm can be good, like, spin deterrent.
Yeah,
especially
100%.
when you have so many hazards to be throwing, and on a lot of consistent setters, and when one of them is Skarmory, that Skarmory can come in on the spinner and in a lot of cases, like, not really be threatened by them and just start putting spikes back up. Like, I think, yeah, you probably would want a spin blocker on this team, but also, like, not the end of the world to just have Skarm deterring the people that would come in and spin anyway.
Yep, very true. A problem that I have is I don't personally rate Manaphy well as a main, like, bulky water. I do think it's
that what it is
strong.
Here? I guess it is.
Well, there's 2 waters, right? There's Inteleon and Manaphy, and I do think Inteleon is a very good, like, low, like mid-low tier, fast. It's like not even a real water. It's kind of Greninja-like.
Type, yeah.
Yeah. And I think pairing it with another bulky water is completely fine. If anything, if Manaphy wasn't there and Inteleon is the only water, that's the one I would be kind of flaming him.
Yeah.
But Manaphy to me just isn't the kind of defensive water type that is at least standard for draft. Is it good?
It just seems like
fill those roles? Absolutely.
It seems like it might overlap a little bit with the Inteleon. At least, like, if you're trying to run it offensively at all.
Maybe. I feel like Inteleon just running specs and forcing the opponent's water type to take like 40% chip to then die to Manaphy's energy ball is completely fine.
Yeah.
Do I think it needs it? Not really. But it does open the way for Manaphy.
I'm just saying, like,
more defensive.
If you're comparing it to, it's 12 points, so I feel like this is like a flexible point range.
It's completely fine. Yeah, and I think it's a fine pick.
Yeah, but like if you wanted to shift it to something that like had a second typing instead of like 2 mono water types, and then one of them that's like your bulky water type because you have an offensive water type.
Yeah,
but it's
like
also
water,
like
ground,
a mon that is
is
supposed to do like everything. If you're, that's I guess that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is that
that's also my problem
you
with
don't want it
Skarm.
to only be the bulky water type.
That's also my problem with Skarm, is it just has such a bad matchup, specially that, I mean, Steel's best qualities are it's like ice resistance, fairy resistance, poison resistance, and most of those are hitting specially.
Yeah.
So if anything, it's like not even a Steel type, it's just a Fizz-Def mon. Right?
Which is
it can
good.
be run Spidef.
I think it's still good to have that. It's like I mean I think it kind of stood out more like when Korv was introduced, that it's like, turns out you can have a steel flying type that's that also has some special bulk inherently, you know. I mean, obviously steel flying types exist, but I'm saying like with these birds in specific, it's made him look a lot more frail when compared to Corbinite. But also like it does a pretty good job still of deterring like special fairy types.
Yeah, I think it's great. And actually, I'm pretty sure I discounted Skarm this season too, so it's the lowest it's ever been, point-wise.
11? Yeah.
My main gripe, though, with drafting some of these mons that I think potentially are even under-tiered, Manaphy and Skarm, I think are, and maybe even Yuxi, are the mons that are maybe under-tiered in NBA, intentionally so. But rounding out the team at the end with Berserker, Pyroar, and Inteleon, I feel like could have been used so much more accurately. I think it's like almost an inaccuracy to see these mons, because like you didn't really need the 120 speed tier with Kilowattrel and Ogerpon, and even Diancie, if you want to say that too.
This is a really
120 is like
maybe
a little bit redundant, and that's a lot of points dedicated to your 120 speed mon.
Yeah,
you know, it's like what, 9 points? Yeah. Plus an extra 5 points. That could even just be, you could squish those 3 bottom mons into a top tier, and I think the team would be really, really strong there.
At 9 minimum still,
yeah.
It's 11 slots.
So I rated this team. I thought personally that it was a little bit weaker than Riceman's.
Yeah.
And I rated my Riceman a 7, so I gave this a 6.
Zeb's saying with Skarmory, that the problem for him isn't Skarmory being the steel type, but that the other fairy resists are bad. And I agree with that too, because your poison type doesn't resist.
Now Muck is strong.
These mons don't count.
Muck is very strong, but you're right. It's more so there for psychic types, which again Skarmory does typically struggle with. Yeah. And the steel type has to resist these default types, especially for Great Tusk. Like everybody's packing special coverage, flying, psychic, ice, grass. I mean, it's fine for grass.
Yeah, having the quad resist makes sense.
But all of these mons are going to be beating Fizz-Def Skarm.
Yeah.
And if you want to run Spidef, that's your prerogative. It's not as good.
Yeah.
But then because Skarm doesn't resist all those types, it'll be struggling. You want a poison type like Slowking Galar, or something that's a little bit more resilient to fairy and things like that.
What's your like special attacker like spam and ice beam? Just like, is it Manaphy? Is that what you bring in?
Yeah, well, that's kind of my point.
Yeah,
is there's no special bulk. Like I think with Tusk you just want a special Pokemon, and Manaphy isn't that. Muck is unreliable, and everything else is kind of offensive. It just has to be Yuxi.
Yeah, I wonder if the Terra.
And it's not even Terra.
I like Terra Kilowattrel, but also
I think it's unnecessary.
I think has been good.
I think you keep one of Kilo and Inteleon. You make Yuxi a Terra captain, and you find potentially a different poison type. Anyways, that's it for me. What did you say you were gonna rate this? I had a 6.
I might just agree with you and say 6, because I've given a lot of 7s so far, and I think this one's like a step down. I don't think it's like that bad. Like again, like I like what we're going for here with like the hazard stacking with the Tusk. I think that's what you want to do when you get Tusk first pick. But yeah, questionable special matchup.
Yeah,
especially with fairies that are gonna be a problem.
Yeah, so you said 7?
Yeah, 6.
Yeah, 6. So the community did rate Afonso's team 6.67. So it is closer to 7. But yeah, I'm actually surprised. I thought you were going to stick with 7, but I don't think we were too far off with what the community thought.
Yeah, I think you pointed out a lot of things that made me kind of.
That's fair.
Notice.
All right, on to number 5. Wait, I do think we should try and pick it up. I feel like 10 minutes is kind of long.
Yeah, you want to just do 8? I think 8's what we did last time.
Yeah, something like
6 minutes. All right, we're pushing for a new PB.
Okay,
minutes.
Up next we have Gensuzu.
All right, we got the Mega Gallade, the Chi-Yu. I can start with this one.
Okay, hell yeah.
Chinchino is a cool mon, but I can't respect it because it just tried to copy Ambipom.
Yeah.
And yeah, dude, Chi-Yu's so strong. Like it's just the first thing I'm looking at here is what are we doing to get Chi-Yu in, and who is it clicking buttons on? I'm seeing we got Thundy pivot, Scizor pivot, Swampert pivot. I'm assuming Chinchino has U-turn. A lot of pivots to bring it in, which I like a lot. Terra Thundy Tease obviously always kind of been proven to be really good. No problems there. I think Terra Chinchino's kind of strong. You get triple axle. You can have your Technician Terra Ice triple axle if you want it. You also have Skill Link, Bullet Seed, and Rock Blast. So like Terra to boost those, or to like maybe like Terra Electric.
Chinchino does Chinchino things.
Yeah.
Do I think it's reliable? Probably not, and I don't think it's worth really counting it as your fastest mon over Gallade. Like it is nice.
I guess that is true. Yeah.
Like it is nice to have the speed tier as an option. If the opponent, for example, has a lot of 110s, maybe a Chinchino becomes more viable. But I feel like the offensive threats are just really, really clustered between
the 100 and 150.
100 and 110,
really. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, like between, even if you want to count Shaman, that's fine. Thundy T, Chi-Yu, and Gallade. That's the teams. That's all of the offense.
Yeah.
Now, Scizor has Bullet Punch. It kind of doesn't matter about its speed. Right. And then Sylveon is just... It's fat, but it is actually offensive. I'll give it that. Yeah. Same as... Pert can be offensive, but... the Pert plus Donphan is a little bit interesting to me. I'm not too sure. I feel like if you're having...
Where else is the hazard control besides Scizor? Is Scizor the only... No, I mean like besides Donphan. Oh, Tidy Up. Chinchino, yeah. I was gonna say because like if I see a Donphan, usually I'm thinking like, oh, this person didn't have hazard control and they drafted him for that.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I kind of agree with you there. The Donphan seems kind of like the odd man out, and honestly, like even for like a low tier hazard control, like you have the Chinchino, you could probably trade the Donphan out for something else. I'm trying to picture. I'm trying to picture a team that it comes on.
I would maybe say drop Pert then, in that case.
I like the Pert, because I like the flip turn.
I mean, if you like Pert, then Donphan should go, yeah.
Yeah. And it is a water type, even if it's kind of a fake
it's like a
water, like defensive.
Like not resisting ice does kind of hurt, but in kind of the same way that that Skarm not resisting ice kind of hurts.
Yeah.
Is it the end of the world? No.
No.
You just need to make up for it. So what are your ice resists?
I like that it has rocks.
Scizor and Chi-Yu. Yeah. Scizor is fine. But I don't know. Chi-Yu as a fire type with Scizor, because it wants to also be a fire. You want your fire type to resist fire usually with Scizor. I feel like Scizor just isn't supported the best here. I also feel like Thundy plus Chi-Yu is just a little overkill. I don't think you need Terra Thundy and Chi-Yu to blow stuff up.
Yeah, I could see that.
What
I do like though,
or boots.
What I do like though is that you are bringing like fire type moves for the Scizor. Like somebody's going to bring that. That could be a time that if you're not overly relying on Chi-Yu as your only like special cannon here, because you have the Thundy T. Maybe you get a little aggressive with the Chi-Yu, bring it in on a fire type crawl. Yeah, and just
it does have a spit F stat.
Yeah. 120. Like it's like it can come in on especially if we're talking like a fairy type or something that like comes in with that just like has like random Gen 1 fire coverage.
Like just a random non-stab flame.
Yeah, like Chi-Yu comes in on that and like can force that mon out, or
so does
put you in a bad.
a lot of the times.
Yeah, but I agree that it's like it might be kind of overkill here, but in another way, I kind of like that Chi-Yu can be a little reckless here and not be overly relied on. Especially because his coverage isn't good at all. Like it gets like psychic and that's it.
Yeah.
So having a versatile special attacker that's kind of like, and really maybe in another way it frees up Thundy to run boots more. So it doesn't always have to be like specs, or it doesn't have to be something like that. Because Chi-Yu is also there, right? So like Chi-Yu is like you're not worried about like this is my only chance to like hit special attacks is specs Thundy.
Right. I think if anything, I think Thundy is going to be the breaker for Chi-Yu to be the frontline special attacker to whittle down the like assault vest mons, the spit F mons. Right. So rather than like, I don't know, I see a Terra Thundy and I think like agility win con. I see, like you're trying to play the game through Thundy. Maybe I was looking at it through the wrong lens and it's actually the other way around. And he's looking to play through Chi-Yu with a Terra Thundy that you still have to respect.
Like claim a mental Chi-Yu to support.
So I do think, I do think it's like fine. Do I think it's bad? No. Do I wish it was maybe a Thundy incarnate to have better speed? Honestly, that doesn't even fix things because you have Gallade at 110. I don't know. The speed to me is just meh. Is it the biggest deal? They're both 100? Not really. But the team is just generally slow.
If we're not counting Chinchino here, I also don't really like when a Mega is the fastest mon on the team. Like I think that Chi-Yu is very scarfable, more so than Thundy in my opinion. Yeah. But actually, that's another benefit of having both. Is that it's like Chi-Yu doesn't have to run specs as much.
Yeah, might have been too harsh on it. What do you think of the hazards? This was kind of a detriment to me.
Rocks. Does it have spikes anywhere?
The Swampert and Donphan are the only setters, and then the removers.
I don't hate that these are the only two
unreliable
rocks.
Removers. I think.
I don't hate that these are the only two rocks because I think you can bring one to the other to every game.
Yeah, but then when you bring one or the other, it's always rocking. And is that the end of the world? Not really, but like sometimes you want to run.
It's not Mega Pert.
No, sometimes you want to run like AV Pert. Sometimes just wants to click flip turn. Yeah. Is it the end of the world? Absolutely not. It was just kind of a detriment to me that you don't get rocks on your roster until your 6th mon.
Yeah, I don't think it's as bad as it could be for some teams that like just have really bad hazards. But I agree with that, especially when you don't really have any like alternatives for hazards. Because I don't see spikes anywhere, unless I'm wrong.
No. So to move it along a little bit, I did rate this
739.
Actually slightly higher than Afonso. I gave him a 7. And sorry, what did you say?
I was just saying we're coming up to 8 minutes. I'm gonna say 8.
Yeah.
I think it's a little better than. I think it's a little better than what you're giving it. But
that's fair.
I do. I agree with some of the holes on it, but I think it's pretty solid. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I might be too harsh on it. Although if that's the case, then I think maybe most of the community is also too harsh on it because they gave it a 6.67. Or sorry, that was Afonso's. They gave. Sorry, one sec. They gave Afonso. Oh my god, I keep saying Afonso because he's right next to Gensuzu. They gave him a 6.88. So they did rate it higher than Afonso's, but only by like 0.2.
Royce said, "When are you bringing Donphan when you have a prayer?" Yeah, we did. We talked about that a little bit at the beginning. I think Donphan could be cooked into a different mon.
But then if you mash Donphan into a different mon, where's your removal coming from? Scizor, Thundy, Chinchino.
Scizor, Chinchino.
No, usually it has to be Scizor.
Probably gonna be Scizor, but I think that what I said before is like if we're already looking at a 8 to 9 point range mon that is gonna be your removal, I think Chinchino can do that. But I don't know. I think Donphan, like, I kind of agree, but also like I don't think that Donphan is that, like, if we got rid of the Swampert, it's not like bringing Donphan to every game to be a spinner and the rocker is like as good as we think.
Yeah.
So
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah.
We have a lot of teams to go through.
Still a PB. Still
On to Jorstin.
Jorstin.
So I do have thoughts about the team.
Oh wow, this team looks kind of evil.
So it looks evil in the sense that like there's a lot of strong mons here, and I think the Terra Captain duo is very strong as well. It's Terra Urshi single with Reuniclus. Now, obviously Urshi is Wicked.
Oh wait,
single.
single.
It's single, yeah.
Yeah.
It's so single is Terra legal, but Wicked Blow banned, and Rapid is the other way around. It has Surging Strikes, but it's Terra banned.
Right.
Which I think makes an interesting dynamic for like they each have their own niche over each other.
Yeah.
Regardless, there are a lot of like strong mons on this team. Honestly, even down to Heliolisk is bringable, and everything above that from Mega Beedrill all the way up are very good and threatening mons. I do think it's lacking a little bit specially. It has Archaludon, Reuniclus. Well, Celesteela can be special too. It won't be lacking that much. When special attackers are good, there are special attackers to bring, so I think that's fine. Yeah. Maybe I would have liked to see maybe like a Terra Celesteela. It was just legalized, and I was excited to see Terra Celesteela. But we didn't get it in All Stars, unfortunately.
Yeah, but also then you'd be taking away the niche that single has over
yeah, well, I feel like he just wouldn't have drafted single at that point.
Yeah.
Rainless Archaludon is fine. It is like I feel like just like Mega Swampert, it's completely fine outside of rain. It's missing its main, like the main reason why it's tiered so highly.
Yeah, did we Terra ban?
You can still get 13 points of it's Terra banned. You can still get 13 points of value out of it outside of rain. I don't think that's a problem.
Yeah. How many points did it go down from being Terra banned?
Or did it? I think it was only 15.
Okay.
So we dropped it. It was either 14 or 15. It dropped down 1 or 2.
Because I was just curious if it's like a case where it's like, okay, you drafted this mon for however much it's worth. Like, how much are you getting the full points value if it's not in rain, if it's not Terra, but if it's Terra banned and pointed for that, like I think just not being in rain is
yeah, that was kind of the reason. Bad. That was a justification for banning it. I think at the end, like we were already going to, but the fact that it would have to be like 4 or 5 points higher was kind of the last straw. So, looking at the speed, it does cap out with Mega Beedrill, which is bringable, and it's going to make the 150s actually have to run Speed Boost Nature. Things that are trying to outscarf, like Cinderace or even a +2 Celesteela, also have to outspeed Mega Beedrill. I don't mind the speed. There's a bit of a gap from Cinderace to Urshi, but that's honestly fine. I think 110s still have to run a speed nature against Urshi. It could be close, but I'm pretty sure they do.
You also have Heliolisk in there in between.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I was thinking it was like 107, but it is higher, yeah.
This team kind of has the same issue we were talking about with the Skarmory team, where you have Gliscor, who needs something to absorb the special attackers, and there's not. So really
you draft a Steel type, and then you look at the Steel types, and neither of them resist Ice.
Yeah, and one of them is like his, you know, he can either be AV and have no recovery, or, I mean, not that he has recovery anyway, but like the only way that he's gonna tank Spidef, like neutral coverage, is with AV. So.
Right. Yeah.
And then Celesteela is like, I don't know. I guess I don't think you normally would build Spidef, right? It seems like there's just some overlap.
You're gonna Terra Steel Urshi, you know, with 2 other Steel types. Maybe, maybe if there's a game you don't bring Archaludon or something.
Yeah, or maybe, I mean, would Terra Poison be good? I don't know.
Yeah,
if we're talking about just like hitting the fairies,
Poison would be good. Yep.
I think it's a little weird that we it seems like there's kind of some overlap here of just these like really annoying mons for physical attackers. I guess Celesteela is like not really in that category, but like these two in particular just seem like they kind of have the same strengths and weaknesses in different ways. Like obviously one of them, like they do different things offensively, but they have the same kind of like, oh haha, I'm gonna come in on your physical attack and do something that you don't want me to do, like, right? Like it's so
yeah.
and neither like we have 2 of those mons, and then on top of that you don't have the special sponge that you need for each of them individually, right? And now neither of them have it, and you have both of them on the team. Especially if we're talking about like fairy types that are going to want to be here for the Urshi, like who's taking a Moonblast? Steela? Okay.
Well, yeah, Steela. Steela can take Moonblast fine.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. That's your highest tier mon. Like,
Reuniclus. Spit-F Gliscor can take Moonblast. Maybe not like a Specs Moonblast, but
that's true. I guess with Roost, he's better about that. Because he
Dex build.
Yeah, but so he can shrug it off later when he comes back in. I don't know. That's just what I noticed.
Like Urshi's Terra, anyways. I don't think that's the problem for me.
Maybe not Moonblast specifically, but
the hazard removers are Gliscor and Cinderace on a Mega Beedrill team. Now, is Mega Beedrill coming all the time? No, but does it make it hard to bring Mega Beedrill? I think so.
Yeah.
So, sorry, one sec.
Okay. I guess you could be leading it.
So Cinderace is only really conditional removal too. So if you like rock with if you just trade rocks, your rocks are staying up. Yeah. You know, you can, but you don't really want to defog Gliscor, especially since it's one of your only rockers. I mean, our Chaladon and Gliscor are the only setters.
Cinder and Gliscor is kind of a weird combo just to begin with if you want to be stacking hazards with Gliscor.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like, what was the other 4x Ice Week that didn't have a resisting, like a steel that resisted ice? I forget what it was. Was it Afonso's?
It was the team with the Skarmory, but I don't think there was a 4x Ice Weakness. I think it was just
it's for the Great Tusk.
Yeah,
just didn't so it's maybe not as pronounced, but I do think it's kind of the same. Sorry, I don't think Afonso's was as pronounced. Seeing a Gliscor and then like an offensive fire and an offensive water and steals that don't resist ice, it just feels like Gliscor is the odd one out and maybe should have been I don't know, maybe that and Azu should have combined into like a Swampert and an Amorous, or even a Clefable, or just something, just swap the types around a little. Yeah,
I can agree with that.
No, I don't think Swampert and Amorous helps the fact, but I don't know. That's neither here nor there. I think the speed is good. The Terra Captains are good. I don't like the momentum that the defensive pieces has. I feel like Steela, Azu, and Archaladon, and even Reuniclus, like they're fat, but they want to just come in and hope that they get a kill before they drop themselves. Yeah. And if they don't get a kill, then the only way you're going to get momentum back is going into Gliscor to U-turn. And that just means that whatever is in front of the thing that's being forced out has to not also be Gliscor, which is tough when nothing resists ice. So I can't say I'm a huge fan. I personally rated it let me see what I rated. I rated it a 6. I do think I was kind of harsh on a bunch of teams, though. I actually do have a lot of 6s and 7s.
Yeah.
So hearing 6 doesn't mean it's necessarily a bad team. And I do understand that Jorstin was getting a little bit experimental with some of the picks that he made. I think he kind of just wanted to use some of these mons, and I think that's totally fine. I get it. I'm using a bunch of mons that I just kind of wanted to use too.
Like Torn.
No, I didn't want to use that, and I don't think it makes it good.
Yeah, I mean, I could say 6 too. I could also maybe say 5. I don't know. This is one that I'm gonna have to see in action. Like,
yeah, that's fair.
If I were piloting this team, I would be really frustrated every time a mon that may or may not click Ice Beam was in front of me. And you just have to guess.
The community kind of agrees with us, and they said 6.5. So we are like exactly 6.50. So we are bringing the average down, technically.
Oh, man.
I don't think we're too far off to say 6.
Yeah. All right.
Anyway.
That was a gold split.
Nice. We're gonna keep doing that slowly but surely. Every Nahyma bashes all the teams. True. Hello, Dray. Yo, what's up? I just think all teams are bad. Very true. If it's not my team, it sucks.
All right, on to Fennec. With the Terra Roserade is the first thing I see here.
Yeah, I guess that's something that I can just talk about right out of the gates. I don't think Roserade has any of the stats that are good to make it a Terra Captain.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
It's not particularly fat. It's not particularly fast, and it doesn't particularly hit hard. You know.
And I think
maybe
that Roserade is a
Fire
mon that
nice.
you kind of just like keeping as its type.
Yeah. Wait, does it even have Terra Blast? I know so little about Terra Roserade that I don't even know.
If it wasn't in Gen,
it doesn't have Terra Blast.
Then it doesn't have it.
Yeah, there's no Terra Blast.
Yeah.
So I kind of just don't like the choice of captain there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Terra Terrakion is crazy.
You're probably just gonna Terra Terrakion every time.
Yeah, but surely there was something better than Roserade. I mean, I'm one to talk. I have Terra Cloth. Is Terra Roserade better than
Well,
Terra
you know what though? Yeah.
It's probably better than Terra Wordier, so it's
is
kind
it?
of
I don't know. Terra Wordier could go kind of hard. It has like that defense boosting signature ability.
Nope, it sucks.
But like
vetoed.
It's something that like you could at least click it on, right? Like whereas Roserade, like I don't know. You want to keep your poison type. You want to keep like if you're bringing Roserade to a game, I think of it kind of like it's not exactly the same, but I think of it kind of like Vileplume, and then it's like sometimes it's just a fuck you to like offensive grass types that don't have coverage for it.
Yeah. I feel like maybe you could even just like Terra Ground or something to just make it so the Chomp doesn't have to be the sole ground type. But I feel like Terrakion can just do the same thing, you know, and just block volt switches.
Oh, this is the team that got bundled.
Yeah, so I was very interested
here
to see where Bundle landed. This is the first time that Bundle has been legal in the NBA. So my eyes are particularly watching the All-Star Bundle to see how it performs and if it performs at all.
I think it will, but I think it will be very unfun for Fennec to use.
Yeah,
it'll perform. It'll get games that it wins because it's bundle, and it'll also have games where it is the most miserable possible situation you can be, where you have to hit a Hydro Pump to win.
True, very true.
That's what we had it legal in our first NatDex Draft. It was kind of stupid.
Yeah, I mean, like I know what it does, right? Everybody knows what it does.
Yeah.
But specifically in this environment, like I feel like I'm not ignorant to the fact that some of these tiers, like tiering decisions and ban lists and stuff, are kind of wacky.
Yeah. Is it booster legal or is it ban?
It is booster legal.
Okay.
So in this setting in particular, I feel like it's maybe just like the best fast mon.
Yeah.
You know, like Dragapult is.
Oh, it's definitely gonna be good. I don't want to act like it's not gonna be good. Yeah.
Regardless, I'm interested to see how Fennec uses it.
Yeah.
I do have a slight problem though with the lack of speed support that the rest of the team gives it. The next fastest mon is Screamtail, and it's the only mon above 110. And I've seen Screamtails be that only mon, like that only 110 plus mon on a team, and the amount of times that it just has to run
between that
full
bundle.
speed. Yeah, well, it's the only one above 110, other than bundle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
I don't know.
I didn't think that was confusing.
I don't think it's.
I don't like it.
I just kind of disagree. Like it's. I don't think it's confusing.
I don't like it. I think it has to run full speed.
But that's normal. I mean, Screamtail runs full speed a lot.
Yeah, it does when it has to. And now it has to.
Like even on like ladder and stuff, like it's just so bulky that like most of the time it just wants to run full speed, so it can encore like fast setup sweepers.
Yeah,
I don't think it's a bad thing at all.
That's nice.
Like,
I don't know.
Put it this way. Put it this way. When you're what we're talking about right now is the speed. You know, like you would have to prep for like whether or not you're ignoring the bundle speed, right? Like if bundle's too far that you're not going to touch it, okay, we're gonna nature an EV around the next fastest. I think you still have to respect the full speed Screamtail in pretty much every matchup. Like I don't think you can just assume that like, oh well, he has to run bulky Screamtail, so like we can ignore that. Like as opposed to another like kind of like fake fast bulky mon that like, okay, you know they're not investing in speed because they can't. Screamtail threatens that it's going to be running full speed every time, so I don't think you can ignore it in the same way that like another mon in that kind of range would be.
So the main point that I have is that Terrakion is 108. 110s are always going to be near max speed, which means that Screamtail has to be max speed if you want to do any of these things. Right? And it's kind of like Mew. Like, can Mew run bulky? Yeah. Can it run fast? Yeah. On ladder, does it run fast because it's just bulky enough naturally to beat things? Yeah. But like you're saying, well, it just does that because it's naturally bulky enough. So is Mew, but you don't want it to do that. You don't want it to be
no,
forced.
but I think you do want it to do that. Like that's where I'm disagreeing. Is that I think that's perfectly fine. Like I don't think it suffers in the same way as like Mew, for example. 115 and 115 are like, you know, that's 15 higher in both of those stats than Mew, or like I'm on like that. Like I genuinely, like when I ran it in NatDex too, like I was just running max speed and it wasn't really changing a lot of my calcs. Like especially if you have a Corviknight, and it's not the only thing that has to absorb everything. Like I just disagree. I don't think that's a problem that it has to run max speed.
I don't know. I think it's ridiculous.
Anyway.
I think it's really ridiculous to say I want to draft this and force it to be max speed every time.
But it's not.
Then people
it's not
aren't
really forced though.
If
it's just that,
if the opponent has a single 110 attacker, what do? You get subbed on.
But you
and then what? You just encore into the mental herb. There's like so much tech around Screamtail. Screamtail isn't killing anything. You can't kill anything with 110 speed or faster if it's not Iron Bundle. That is specifically rock weak. That is specifically prone to missing its normal stabs. I feel like it's just really inconsistent.
I don't know. I think the argument would make more sense if we were talking about the actual fastest mon on the team. Like, because that I've seen that before too, where it's like, okay, if Screamtail's your fastest mon, period, yeah, then we could talk.
That's a problem.
But I just think that like we're talking about like the in between scenario where it's like, is it threatening? Is it threatening those mons like in team builder? Is it threatening in certain matchups? Like, and I think like that you're not really losing as much as you think you are by running max speed. And it's still like, even if it is max speed, like, are we concerned about these mons that are going to sub in front of it when it's like you still have a faster mon that can come in, right? Like I don't know. That's where I disagree.
I mean, having a faster mon that can come in and having a faster mon that can come in and do something are different things.
Well, Bundle comes in.
I don't know. I think, yeah, but Bundle doesn't come in. What does Bundle switch in on? An ice move? No, a water move? Like a liquidation from something not strong? Yeah.
You can pivot it in with the Corviknight U-turn or Screamtail Baton Pass.
Yeah. I mean, that's not coming in. You said Screamtail can come in on things, which is true. Anyways, I don't want to keep.
So just to change it, because we spent a while on that. Just to change the subject a little bit. Fighting weak, your mon is the fastest fighting, or your fastest mon is weak to fighting, your strongest mon is weak to fighting, and your fairy type and your flying type are both neutral to fighting.
Yeah, so, I mean that's kind of the same.
It's also weak to fighting.
Yeah, I don't think fighting is that big a deal. When you have Screamtail, you do have Roserade as well. And like Mawile will be intimidating at least once a game. I do.
I mean, a lot of fighting types have Defiant.
I do like though that that Mawile isn't the only steal, and that it's also not the only fairy. I think that's something that we see too often is you see Mawile and then it's run as like a Tinkaton, where it's like the rocker, breaker, trick room, defensive answer, sucker punch. I don't know. It's forced to do way too many things, and it gets overloaded. And I think that's part of why it's kind of on Fraud Watch, which I think I'm starting to agree with more often than not, though, is that it's kind of a fraud. It's very strong, but in more cases than not, I would usually rather have a Melmetal. Metro Stonks to the moon.
Don't say that. Don't say that. I can agree with that.
I like the hazards. I mean, there's Roserade has a bunch of hazards. Screamtail,
you got
Terrakion if you want to. I think Rock's Terrakion is completely fine.
Yeah.
Mawile, Garchomp. There's one.
You got your spikes.
There are only 2 removers with Corv and Rotom, but they're also mons that are completely fine to run it. And you can pick and choose which one runs it each game. Because more often than not, they will just be coming to every game. Like, they actually support each other really nicely.
Yeah.
Their Rotom's a nice ice resist and a good fairy resist for Chomp. I feel like Rotom Heat is probably just the best Rotom when paired with Garchomp. Even immune to like burns from things trying to Will-O-Wisp it and everything. It's
nice.
Yeah, it's really good synergy. Bridier is just kind of a whatever pick at the end. There's, let's see, 1, 2, 3. There's 4 mons with momentum, which is nice. What'd you say?
I said Terra Weirdier.
Oh, no.
All right, we're,
I don't
we're,
know.
at the,
I like the team.
we're at the old time now, so we should
Yeah,
go.
I don't think the team like specifically stands out to me. I do think maybe it gets a bit of an Iron Bundle buff.
Yeah.
Is it better than the last couple teams we've gone through? I think it's at least better than Jorstin's. It's maybe better than Afonso's. Maybe about on par with Afonso's. I think I gave Afonso kind of a loose 6. I gave Fennec a 7. I think Terra Terrakian is gonna claim numbers.
Yeah.
It could even just be like one of the top Terra caps, and I'm really excited to see Bundle as well. So I have a 7 out of 10 here.
Yeah. I'm thinking 7 or 8. I think the 8. I'm being pulled up a little bit to the 8 just by kind of like the top here, and I agree with like the Terra Terrakian. I think that like objectively speaking, the bundle is broken. I just don't know how fun it's going to be to use. But I might say 8. Maybe it's the bundle buff, and also because I like Scream Tail.
So we are somewhere in the middle. It's a little closer to 7, but it was rated 7.33 by the community. So closer to 7, obviously, but yeah, it was. I think it's a pretty average scored team. That we'll take a look and break down the full community PRs later, but it's pretty slap in the middle.
Yeah. All right, time for Overmatt.
Oh man. Yep.
I mean,
on to
Roaring
Overmatt.
Moon.
Where do we start?
Roaring Moon, Glow King.
So
here's your fake.
So let's
fairy,
open
though.
the season 4 hustle doc, and we'll rate his team.
Yeah.
Actually, let's open the season 2 PGA doc, and we'll rate his team.
Is the Mega Aggron?
Yeah, he got sniped on Blood Moon though, so
where was that going to be?
It's a totally different team. It was going to be over, I think, Enamorous or something.
Okay, yeah.
I think. So I was talking with Matt afterwards about his team, and I thought it was really funny. I think Matt is overreactive to certain mons, and I do think it's a good pick, but I didn't personally like the Enamorous. I think
Yeah, you said it's a fake fairy.
Yeah, that's fine. You can run Sylvally Fairy. They're both kind of fake fairies. Like 0.5 plus 0.5 is basically a real fairy. I do like the Healing Wish on Enamorous, but I don't think it really provides too much more than Keldeo does. Like, I feel like if you were planning on drafting Enamorous, you shouldn't have drafted the Keldeo. I'm pretty sure Keldeo was first, actually. Let me double check here. Yeah, so it was 4th pick Rhyperior, 5th pick Keldeo, 6th pick Enamorous.
Was it just like a fairy?
So there were people were talking in chat about how, oh my god, how is Enamorous still open? This mon is so busted. And it was like coming around halfway through the 6th pick. And Matt just saw it and said, oh, I'm going to pick Enamorous. And it's funny because his mentee also picked Enamorous around the same time too. So I don't know how much truth there is to that, but I thought it was pretty coincidental and kind of funny. I don't know. I chuckle at things like that Matt does.
I mean, when I'm looking at it here, like, yeah, we have the Sylvally, but like also maybe he's seeing like, oh, I need a fairy type and a flying type, or like a ground immunity, and that
yeah, I do think the pick is fine.
But, yeah.
Yeah, but I think it probably should have been the pick before Keldeo, because Keldeo was picked like definitely with the intention of being a Terra Captain with Rhyperior, like because the picks were Moon. It was Moon, Slowking, Aggron, Rhyperior, Keldeo. Right. So Rhyperior, Keldeo picked back to back. It's like this. These are supposed to be the captains together, and then an Enamorous slapped in later. That's basically the same speed tier as Keldeo. I feel like an Enamorous should have just been the pick with a different Terra Captain, if that was the plan all along. Which is why I think it's just coincidental, or maybe not just coincidental, rather. Regardless of that circumstance, though, I feel like it's hard to rate Matt's teams badly. At least like below
I think the community
average.
would agree with you.
Yeah, the community does agree with me. I'll just go out and say I rated it. So Matt thinks that this, his words, not mine, might be the best constructed team he's ever made, or something along the best team he's ever constructed. I think were his words exactly. Do I agree with that? No, I think he's had other better teams. But it's hard. They're so
very
similar.
Yeah.
It's hard to make that distinction. So I rated the team an 8, and I feel like maybe I was a little bit low. It could have possibly been 9. I think Arctozolt at the bottom is actually really strong with Slowking Galar.
Yeah.
I think Serena is a nice spinner to pair with Silvally to help it so it doesn't have to defog. Unless you're like Toady and you draft Silvally so that it has to run defog every time.
I've never drafted Silvally.
Sorry, that was a joke.
Wait,
okay.
I don't get the joke. I've never drafted
That's
Silvally.
Okay. That's all right. I think there is. Let's see. There's one, two.
I thought you were like
three
referencing
hazard
something. I was
players.
like, I don't know.
Yeah, I was referencing your Screamtail rant.
Screamtail doesn't get defog.
Oh my god, man! Get this guy off the stage.
Yeah. I would be a little concerned about the Serena being the only spinner. I mean, not the only spinner. You know what I mean? Like as the backup, because like
it's Serena Silvally.
Does it really fit? Like how? Like
I think it's fine. I think as a ground resist, it's actually nice. I think it's a better ground switch than an Amorous.
Yeah, but I'm just kind of
specifically
wondering,
an
like,
that you're switching into.
Like, you know, he wants to bring the Terra Rhyperior. The Arctozolt goes well with the Glowking. Like, we're already looking at some like pretty viable, like bottom part of the roster, mons, and I'm wondering, like do you think that makes him more flexible, or do you think there's too many mons here that like need to come that he might not be able to use the flexibility they might have in mind for these mons down here?
So I do think that he could use an upgrade to have a better remover. I don't know exactly which ones are available right now, and that maybe could have been part of the deal between Enamorous and Keldeo, is maybe something could have been a better remover.
Yeah.
But honestly, his teams kind of don't care. Like everything is really resilient and has the like stats to brute force their way through hazards. Right?
That's
so
true.
like Aggron's always going to have the stats. Slowking's always going to have the stats, especially with regen, Rhyperior, etc. Like the extra 12.5 to even 25% that a spike will deal to Aggron or Rhyperior throughout the game, I don't think is usually the be-all end-all.
Yeah.
Would it be nice to have a little bit more removal? I do think so, and that for me is part of what held his rating down a little bit. But I mean, it's just the sheer power that it's a different kind of power than Riceman's power, because his is very, I don't want to say it's like dependent on the terrain, but these are just raw stats, and you cannot argue with stats.
Yeah.
Right? Roaring Moon just has stats. Keldeo has stats. Enamorous, Aggron, Rhyperior, they all have stats. Silvally is just busted. Arctozolt is just free speed control in snow when Slowking's pivoting around.
And then Serena, I don't know.
No, it doesn't have healing.
So is Glowking the only one with recovery here?
Serena has Synth, and actually Roaring Moon has Roost. But you're never running it.
Yeah. But Silvally doesn't do anything?
No.
Okay. That might be a little bit. Like in terms of like the brute forcing just through hazards, like not having...
Yeah, and that's why I think he was complaining
but
I think that's why he was complaining so much about Blood Moon being taken off, because he would have rathered that over Rhyperior.
Oh, over Rhyperior. Okay, so that completely changes like the Terra Captain layout too.
Yeah,
I thought that the reason for the Keldeo was to pair it with the Rhyperior because they fit.
He was gonna take Blood Moon on the Rhyperior pick, but that's why he prioritized Rhyperior so early, is because he wanted to secure a ground type that he wanted to use after Blood Moon was taken.
Yeah, well, we know that he's done the Terra Rhyperior before.
Yeah.
All right. I think, I mean, just knowing that I've seen him use like a couple of these mods and like use them well, like it's definitely some bias. Maybe if I were looking at it for like a different team, I might rate it lower. I'd give it a solid 8. I think.
Yeah,
I'm a little concerned about the hazard game, even though like I agree he can brute force through it. But just on paper, I don't really love it.
That's fair. Yeah. I think the community overwhelmingly agrees with us and gave him a 7.92. So it is actually almost exactly 8. And it's also the highest rating that we've seen so far.
Yeah. With the spoilers in the chat. No, I think
we've seen so far.
Yeah. I think it's fine to say that is the we got a gold split. God.
Let's go.
All right. Next up.
Okay, we're on to Alice. That is the halfway point now. We are on number 9.
You got the other Terra Thunder.
Yeah, so we actually see double Mega, but it's in an interesting. We see Mega Lop and Mega Chomp. So I think it would have been funny as hell if it was also Mega Slowbro and Mega Medicham.
Yeah.
That would have just been pretty funny. But
the Terra is a fake Mega.
So we've seen double Mega a good amount of times, and if anything, I actually really enjoy it, and how creative people can get. But it's usually with mons that like don't need it, and there's not a very big like point discrepancy between its base and its Mega form. So maybe even Blastoise, Swampert. I guess there's no reason to not click Mega on Swampert, but if you have like Mega Swampert, Mega Chomp, you don't have to click Swampert Mega, right? You can run a Chomp. But Lopunny is probably the highest disparity between its Mega form and the base form. I'm pretty sure base Lop is like 1, maybe 2 points. And Mega
that would be kind of crazy to. But I guess the idea there is that a game that you plan on bringing Mega Garchomp to, like, you're just not bringing the Lop. So it's not like you have to bring a Lop, right? Like like if it's not gonna Mega. But.
So you don't have to bring Lop, that's true. But you also didn't have to spend 18 points on something that you don't.
Yeah.
Right. So what I think this really is, I think Alice just drafted 17-point itemless Chomp. Yeah. I don't think it's a big deal.
Which is fair.
Lop is coming to more games than not. And so is Chomp. And having both, you know, if you actually just need the defensive stats or even the special attack on Mega Chomp, you can just click the button and have a dead Lop in the back if in like an emergency situation. But 9 times out of 10, Mega Lop is going to click the button.
Yeah. I mean, Chomp is probably the best Mega that you can bring that won't click Mega, right? Like,
yeah, we've seen it with Slowbro. Because Slowbro likes to keep Regenerator and things like that. Which is why I, again, think it would have been funny to see Mega.
Yeah. But then you're just not bringing items into the game.
So, okay, besides that, if we just look at this Mega Chomp as itemless Chomp that's on a little bit of a discount, what do you think?
How much more is regular Chomp? Is he 18 or 19?
Definitely not 18. It's 19.
19. Okay. Yeah, I guess it is kind of just like itemless Chomp with a discount, and that could maybe in some scenarios click it. Oh, you're right. I did keep the timer off. Right, this will be a gold split. I mean, looking at this, I like this team overall. I mean, just look over here, and this is a really good, I mean, excluding this, I guess, this is a really good type spread. You have all dual type mons, and you have maybe every type except dark here, and rock, and ice. Okay, this is missing a couple, but you got, but I do, like, I mean, that I like this overall. The Volcarona is always going to be threatening, and I think you can't over prep for the Volk when you have a lot of other mons that can work around that, like Slowbro. If you're trying to like do something in its face, the Ferrothorn. Do we have a good? I guess Chomp's good against fire types.
Yeah, I think Chomp, Slowbro, Ferro is completely fine.
I don't know why.
Yeah, there is a Slowbro.
Yeah.
Yep. I do think Slowbro is under a lot of pressure to resist fire and ice for both of those 4 times weeks.
Yeah, and
Cyclozark resist fire. Lop doesn't resist anything. Thundy doesn't really resist much either. Fez can resist Spadef. I think a lot of the time it'll be AV.
Well, Lop can be a knock resist at least.
Yeah, it can be a knock resist.
But I know what you mean, though, when you're saying like it doesn't really resist anything.
The hazard removal is pretty bad. Hold on, this is me double checking that Fez doesn't get defog.
It does not.
Yeah, it doesn't. I didn't think so. I just didn't want to.
It's the kind of mon that like should get defog, and if this were an older gen, but
yeah,
it's gen.
The removal is pretty scarce. Thunderous and Volcarona do not want to run defog, to say the least.
Yeah, but at least Volk's
and
always running
Cyclozar,
boots, right?
like usually.
Yeah.
Cyclozar though is honestly not even that good of a bring. I feel like you would
No.
almost always rather have Chomp. And even if you bring Chomp and Cyclozar, people are already prepped for your Cyclozar because they're already prepping for Chomp and Lop.
Yeah.
They're already bringing their fighting moves, they're already bringing their ice moves and fairy moves. I don't really see the vision for Cyclozar. I do think the speed tier is nice, and I think having a spinner is nice. I think the drafting of the spinner was left too late and you were stuck with Cyclozar, and I don't think it really meshes.
And there's probably not better options on the table.
And there's honestly a lot of time for them to set hazards too, like Slowbro, Ferrothorn, and Fez. There's things that really abuse those mons, and Slowbro less so because it does pivot, and I know Fez does too. Like specifically Pharaoh, I feel like is going to get abused, and maybe you're just going to trade rocks, and then are you running boots on Volk and on Thundy? I don't know. It's small things like that that I feel like add up to my rating, which I did rate the team actually a little bit higher than I had remembered. I think mostly because the offensive presence without giving up too much backline like bulk is actually it's a good ratio, where Lop pivoting, Thundy pivoting around to try and fish for opportunity for Volcarona, I think is very strong. I do think your own hazard setters are very strong as well. Like even if Chomp is just always bringing rocks and 3 attacks, I think that's completely fine. It's also a good win con. There is a lot going offensively for the team that I do like. So I actually gave this team an 8. I feel like when I was talking through it, I probably was expecting that I gave the team a 7.
I'm kind of surprised that you gave it an 8.
Now I do. The defensive core, like I said, is very strong. I think like just looking at the hazard game is a bit of a deterrent for me.
Yeah,
for
that's
keeping
probably
it at that 8.
Incriminating looking at it now. I will say though, I think in maybe in a slightly different way, I think it might be similar to Overmatt's in the sense that how much do hazards really affect this team at the end of the day when Volcarona is pretty much always wearing boots and like doesn't really get hurt by that. Like the mon is good with boots, we know that. Slowbro has regen, that's similar. Chomp's gonna resist the rocks, maybe he doesn't want to come out on spikes. Thundy doesn't get hurt by running boots a lot, like he will do that, or you Terra him and then maybe he's not weak to rocks anymore. And then the Lop is like, it's probably falling over to most things. Like how much does that chip really add up on Lop? Not to say that
what usually kills Lop though
is pivoting too much into hazards.
It's pivoting too much into hazards and Rocky Helmet. So it's not even really a fight to kill it.
But I think that that's kind of always an issue for it though. Like even having good removal, like it's still gonna have to be coming in on it. Again, I'm not disagreeing. I think that the hazard game is by far the greatest weakness of the team. I just think a lot of these mons do kind of ignore it in some cases, but not to the point of making it like super good. I would say 7.
Yeah, I think it's definitely like comparing Ferrothorn to Mega Aggron for it not caring about hazards, I think is maybe a little off, and same as like Mega Chomp to Terra Rhyperior.
Yeah, no, I think sure. Like Chomp being so passive is an issue for like opening
Chomp
up
to
the opportunity.
Is a like kind of close comparison bulk wise. Obviously Rhyperior is bulkier with solid rock, but I think that Terra, if anything, actually changes it more than the stats do.
Yeah, I don't know if Matt has a mon like Pharaoh that like is just so passive that it just opens up the ability to put so many hazards down.
Yeah, we can move on. I rated this an 8. Upon further inspection, probably would have put a 7. I think it falls somewhere in the middle. And I think you were kind of leaning towards a 7 as well.
Yeah, I said 7.
The community disagrees, and I think there was a little bit of trolling going on. There's a little bit of animosity, if you want to call it, between Alice and some other PR raters. Alice's team is rated with a 6.38.
Oh my god.
Which is the lowest we've seen thus far.
Wow. Alice got haters.
Below Afonso, below Jorstin. So we will take
Womp womp.
another look at the overall picture later on.
Yeah.
In the meantime, we can look at Zeb.
Moving on to Zeb, and I'm starting the timer.
Yep. We have. Well, let's look at our season 4 hustle doc once again. We see Zeb drafting.
And he has his mascot and his other mascot.
Well, he's got Sand, but this time at night because he's got Terra on his Excadrome.
Oh yeah, that's legal new, right?
Yep. So that's
kind of insane. Like I think that's an insane legal Terra.
It's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. It was Terra legal to begin with, but it was before it got Terra Blast. It got Terra Blast before season 4, and it was Terra banned. Yeah. And now it's been unrestricted again for season 5. We're gonna give it a shot. It is, I believe, the highest tiered Terra captain, other than I think Great Tusk.
Yeah, but
is
Tusk
Terra
is
legal as well.
Different.
Yeah, Great Tusk and Coco are 19. Yeah. Other than that, it's tied for the highest.
It's pretty strong.
Terra captain price.
I
mean, obviously it's very good. It's if you're gonna run Sand, you're running it so that you can draft Terra Drill. Pretty much is the point here.
Yeah, and I'm a fan of the Gigalith with Drill. It's a good combo. I think just looking at this, wondering where the special offense is coming from. I know Zapdos is strong. I know Clefable can be strong with setup. I know Slowking can hit hard on throwing out a future sight and Sceptile. But I don't see a single mon here that would run like specs, right? Like
well, if you're asking Zeb, he would tell you it's just Zebstrika.
Yeah. I mean, isn't Zeb more physical?
Yeah.
I guess he could do both.
But it does everything.
Yeah. True. But that's what I noticed with this. And like especially when like your actual special attacker is a mega, not being able to scarf or specs it, I think makes it a little too easy to prep like Fizz Def for this team and just like make sure your calcs are in check for some of the special attackers. That's one of the things that I notice here. That being said, two very, very good physical attackers. And some really good defensive mons, and like Clef could set up. Yeah, see, Zeb is physical. But that would be the first weakness that stands out, but I would hardly lean too far into weaknesses with this team. Just looking at it right now.
You're right. It is missing something that like is just a devoted special attacker.
Yeah,
I feel like maybe Weavile, like your Sand Core with Gigalith Drill is probably most of the physical attack you really need.
Yeah.
I do think the Weavile knocking items off of the other Fizz Def mons is going to be really strong for Drill.
Yeah.
So I don't think that it was necessarily a bad pick, and I think Zapdos, Clefable really support Sand's weaknesses really well. Mm-hmm. And Slowking to an extent as well. Yeah, so there are specially offensive options, but they're never going to be as strong as your physical options, which I don't think that's the worst thing. It's fine to have a team that just hits harder in one way than the other. If anything, it means that Zapdos will be freed up because everything's going to be Fizz Def for Weavile Drill, right?
That's true. Yeah. Zap can just be a special attacker in a lot of these of these matchups, I'm sure, when you have the Clef and the Slowking.
Yep.
And
as Sand usually does, it has a lot of rock setters, even more so because of the Clefable, which is not necessarily standard. I do think it's good on Sand.
Yeah, you can ignore
just as the main fairy that rocks. It'll just make it so that like Gigalith doesn't have to rock.
Yeah.
Like it usually does.
Which I mean, is it really the end of the world? I feel like Gigalith is one of those mons that like actually doesn't really mind just rocking every time.
Gigalith is fine rocking.
Like you're putting it into setup Sand anyway.
Yeah, it's usually just there as a support. It can just bop. You know, it can just click like Bandit Explosion or Stone Edge and like run a Choice Band on it. It's completely fine. Yeah. Think of it as Tyranitar, but just not Dark type. Yeah. And I think running Gigalith, if you planned on getting Weavile down the line anyways, is completely fine as well. Slowking, Zapdos, Clef are all really good pivots. So Drill just has a lot of options, or a lot of opportunity for fish for times for Drill to come in.
Yep.
Mega Sceptile, I am not sold on Mega Sep. I have seen it do fine. And it's, I think, nice to give speed control to teams that don't have good speed control to kind of cap off things. But I mean, you have Sand and you have Weavile. I don't think it was really necessary. Now, is the Mon cool? Yeah, it's cool as hell, and I wish it was better. But I feel like the ice weakness isn't actually like dealt with very nicely. So opposing ice shards, you just have to hope that Slowking beats every ice type, which it usually does beat ice types. And you have the one ice type that it doesn't beat, I guess, so actually that's kind of fine. I guess maybe it doesn't beat Kyurem, but it doesn't have Shard. Yeah, no, I don't really have many problems. I feel like I might just be getting a little desensitized to Zeb running Sand all the time. And I think it is maybe just not as good of an iteration that we've seen in the NBA before. So maybe I'm being a little bit too critical of Zeb.
Terra Excadrill with Terra Blast might be the best iteration we've seen.
It might be the best iteration of Excadrill we've seen, but because it got that, it also bumped up in tier. Bumping up in tier means the team has to be worse.
Oh, did it?
Right,
I thought it was pretty expensive before too.
It was expensive, but it went up again.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, either way.
So maybe I just have a hate boner. Maybe it's because I've come out of multiple seasons in a row of drafting Sand. So I actually kind of maybe you can call this a review bomb. I gave it a 6.
Oh my god.
Do I think it's actually that bad? I don't think it's actually that bad. I don't. I'm maybe just. I think the Sand is just a little overexposed for me right now. So that's my message statement. Is I'm gonna rate this low so that you never draft Sand again.
Wow. I'm gonna be a contrarian to that. I actually want to give it a 9. And I only gave one. Yeah, and mostly it's because I'm biased because I like Clef and I like Zap, but also and I like Excadrill. I think that we are going to see a career season for Excadrill with Terra.
Interesting.
I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be broken, dude. Like I don't think the rest of the team is gonna matter a whole lot if all you have to do is like open the door a little bit for Excadrill to just come in and win the game. Like,
so I don't think it's ever actually that easy. I do think it's very good as a late game cleaner, but the team does have to do things for it to clean.
But it has tools to
but
do
something
things.
something that I didn't really look at too much before today is how good the team is outside of Sand. And I actually think having 2 fast options with Weavile and Sceptile means that Drill can actually just run Mold Breaker and just run like Terra Ground Mold Breaker into teams that rely too much on Levitate.
Yeah.
And
he has Wheezing, to be fair.
Yeah, and the team looks just really strong outside of Sand as well. You know, like if your team is Mold Breaker Drill with Zapdos, Weavile, Clef, Slowking, and your pick between Wheezing, Miltank, and Sceptile as the last mon, I think that's like actually just very, very fine.
Yeah.
So I already disagree with my placement, but I'm not gonna change it because stop drafting Sand, it's boring. we make fun of Matt for drafting the same shit. Now you stop too.
All right, time.
Also, let me draft Sand. Sorry.
All right, go.
Okay, on to Goater. He was supposed to be here today, I think, but he slept in, or so he says.
I fell asleep.
Yeah,
that's what he said.
That's okay. It's okay. We finally get to see
really
Terra
quick.
Salamence. Yeah, really quick.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more, and All-Star. We have not started Hustle yet. Do we want to knock it down to like 5 or 6 minutes?
Yeah, let's try and cut it a little again.
Okay, let's try 6.
Yep.
I think 6 is what we did last time. All right, go.
I think so. Okay, so we see Terramence finally, and maybe we've seen it in like a lower division, but usually I feel like we've been seeing things more so like Gyarados.
Yeah. No, we've definitely seen it in lower divisions.
Yeah, like regardless, I don't think we've seen it in top divisions before.
Probably not.
And
The top divisions were all like
I think
the genies and whatever like broken.
Yeah, it was like Lando and Thundy and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, Zeb's community.
Oh,
rating.
I did forget Zeb's community rating. I'm sorry. So Zeb's rating is a 7.38. So it's closer to yours than mine, and I think people probably think the same of like, oh, boring Zeb Sand. But
that's what everyone was saying.
It is, at least I will have you know, in the top half of teams.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So back about Mence, I do think Terra Mence is the kind of the sleeper pick that I haven't touched it in tier, even though I've really started to think that it might be a little broken.
It is.
Because I started to see
Any
it used in
Moxie
other
Terra
places.
users.
We used it in PGP. MonkeBoi had it as his Terra captain in PGP, and it popped off.
Yeah.
It just felt always really strong to build with. And I'm kind of half excited, half a little worried to see Terra Mence in Goater's hands in the NBA now.
Yeah.
Because I hope it doesn't take things over and be like, oh, Nahyma, how dumb are you to keep this thing 16 points? I don't know, man. I just wanted people to use it, and finally people are using it. So Goater, it's on you. Either give me a reason to move it up, give me a reason to ban it, or give me a reason to say I told you so. Either way, I'm actually okay.
I think any Moxie user with Terra is just degenerate, to begin with.
And Terra Jolteon too in the back is actually very strong.
Yeah.
In games where Mence wants to like maybe not just run DD kill things, like running Terra Ice Jolteon is very nice. Just get Bolt Beam. It'll always keep its electric immunity despite Terra, which is really nice. And honestly, something that I think is underrated is some people underrate it and some people use it too often. Kind of like Flame Orb Milotic. I feel like some people overuse it and it ends up biting them in the ass. But Flame Orb Quick Feet Jolteon, I actually think is very strong as well. As like I actually can't think of anything faster than it right off the bat. I guess Barraskewda and Rain is faster than Quick Feet Jolteon. Night Zep, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, Scarfalecki, true. I don't even know if it is.
It also like can't click a move on Jolteon, by the way. Yeah.
So I really like the Terra Captains just as like the first immediate thing that pops out to me.
Yeah, I like that too.
But then I started looking at the rest of the team, and I kind of
pissed that he stole this from you.
I was pissed that he stole Infernape. I was gonna draft Infernape. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, but you also
just to get Toady Monkey points.
You got the monkey points though. You got him on Rilla.
Yeah, I had to trade in for Rilla though.
Yeah, I think it's a.
But then you see how actually fat the team is, and you have Mega Scizor, Ursa, Prim, Deoxys, Defense. Honestly, even like you can have fat Dhelmise with Assault Vest. Yeah, and just Salamence is underratedly bulky. It's 95, 80, 80 with Intimidate.
It's super annoying for like actually using Rilla as an example again. Like any like physical grass type attacker, like Intim on like a bulky Mence can be like really annoying.
Yeah, it's impossible. I mean, let alone the Mega Scizor that's there.
Yeah.
Having Terra on the Mence means that it's kind of a fake ice weakness. Yeah. If it wasn't Terra Mence, I would comment a little bit more about how ice weak the team is, considering Prim and Scizor are the resists. Now, Scizor is one of the better ice resists, honestly.
Infernape.
That doesn't count.
I mean, it counts when you also have Prim and Scizor, though.
Yeah, that's fair.
And you have Deoxys, who just
it's fine.
Doesn't need to resist.
Yeah, I mean, like it's Terra, so I don't even have to comment on that. Is more so where I was going.
Yeah.
But then, like, I don't know, just the Scizor, the Ursa, the Prim, the Deoxys, it's very bulky. Almost all of them pivot. It's what, sorry?
The Palpitoad.
The Palpitoad is there. It was drafted as the
water absorb.
As the water absorb for the Dracovish. I'm not convinced that it wins the 1v1, but we've yet to see.
I just think it's funny that there's always the trade caravan of Palpitoad.
Yeah. Well, the best part about Palpitoad is that it also resists the Meteor Beam that it could run to try and beat Palpitoad.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, pop off, King. Volbeat is a good low tier pickup, I think. And if you were
So
gonna
sad.
be left with an extra point at the end because you wanted Volbeat anyways, screw it. Pick up a Palpitoad. I'm not gonna flame you for it, dude. It's a Palpitoad. Drapion is one of my faves, and I don't think you necessarily needed the Fairy Resist. Like, you only have 1 week, and that's pre-Terra Mence, and you have 1 resist. I think it's fine. You're not particularly weak. You have a lot of good Spadef answers between Prim, Deoxys, AV, Dalmise, that most fairy types won't be damaging you too much anyways.
Yeah, this team just looks really loaded in general.
Yeah, I agree. I like this team a lot. Yeah, I like the team a lot, and I was surprised to see its rating, which we can get into in a minute.
Oh my god, an average of 1.2?
Yeah. I do think the main problem that I have about it, at least, is the hazards setting. And honestly, even just hazards in general, I feel like are just not really played with on this team very much. It has a T-Spiker, and it has a Deoxys that gets everything.
Yeah, and Infernape can rock.
Oh, that's true. Infernape can rock. I actually forgot. The biggest things are the spinners. There's a Dalmise, and Salamence is never running Defog. Let's be honest. Your removal is Dalmise, which is at the end of the world. Not really. Do you want to bring Dalmise every game? Also, not really.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's impossible for Mence to bring like if you're bringing a set that you're like say there's a matchup that's really good for Terra Jolteon and you're just like gonna commit to that, and you bring the bulky Mence, you could fit Defog.
Yeah.
If you're not trying. Yeah,
like you could. I don't know. I don't think the idea behind Mence was to draft it to run Defog 2 games out of 8. I think the point was to run offensive Moxie.
But sometimes
6 games.
When you're drafting a team though, like you also don't know who you're gonna be playing, right? Like you draft it, it's always a possibility, right? Yeah,
and that's why I think the fact that Dalmise is the only other option is a little tough. Oh wait, there's Scizor! I totally forgot about Scizor. I'm not a believer in Defog Scizor, but I think it's better than Defog Mence.
Yeah.
And having at least 2 defoggers that can but don't want to defog basically counts as 1 defogger. Yeah. I'm okay with it. I completely glanced past the Scizor. I think it's completely fine. And I also forgot about the Infernape. The hazards are completely fine. Now this tiering, the rating that I gave it makes a lot more sense because I gave it a 9.
I think I'm gonna agree with you. I'm gonna go 9.
I think it's really strong. It checks a lot of the boxes that I usually look for.
I mean, it checks the box that I look for. I mean, it's right.
It has a monkey.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good box to clay. It has possibly the best Terra duo in the division. If not the best, it's at least top 3.
They're the 2 things that I complain about on Terra. One is Moxie and one is type immunity. It's like he's got both. So, oh man, they're coming for me.
I do think the speed is a little lacking when you can't bring Jolteon. That would be my one gripe, is you don't have a 110 outside of your low tier captain.
Infernape does. I know from running him that like 108 looks good. There are a lot of mons are right there that are just a little too fast and can.
Yeah, I feel like 110 nowadays. 110 is just the benchmark. You need at least like 2 things that are 110 plus.
Yeah.
So that in a bad Jolteon matchup, you don't have to run like Scarf and Infernape all the time.
Right.
Now, you do have a few prio options, and Mence will be boosting often, but
that's kind of Scarf and Infernape isn't that bad right now either. Like I actually don't think it's the end of the world if you run Scarf and Infernape a lot. Then again, you're not running rocks, but
gets arrested live. True that the cops were there for me forgetting about Scizor.
Yeah. I'm right next to a busy road. I get the cops all the time.
Yeah.
All right.
So I gave it a 9. Sorry, you said I forget what you said.
I'm gonna say 9 as well.
9. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the community, this is a moment where I just disagree with the community. His rating is 7.3, which is below Fennec. I don't think he was review bombed, but it's below Fennec. It is slightly below average. It's in the bottom half. And I just disagree. I don't think this is a bottom half team. I think this is a top 5.
Maybe you look at like the Volbeat and the Palpitoad and the only not the only fairy resist, the only like poison type being low tier, but then like then you realize it's like, oh, this team isn't weak to fairy at all.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with consolidating the bottom tiers. I mean, Volbeat is a completely fine pick to actually go out of your way to draft.
Yeah.
The Palpitoad is like
one of the better.
It would have been the same if he just had 1 point left over and nobody would have flamed him for that.
Yeah.
Drapian's completely fine and just a good dark type. If anything, I think Drapion is there more so as a dark and ghost resist than it is as a
and I'm
like
not,
wanting to do poison thing.
I'm not saying that I think Drapion's bad at all here. I'm saying that maybe people like looking at the list, glancing at it, might see that and like just
maybe
if you're not thinking about it too much, be like, oh, there's the poison type all the way down there.
Yeah.
But let's move on.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, great team.
Impulse. I see some bonus points.
So this is another team that I actually think I'll just say it right out of the gates. I think this is one of the best teams, if not maybe even the best team in the division. I think this is really insane. It has win and cons galore. It has near perfect speed tier. Even like the gaps between speed tiers are just so good. Terra Tentacruel's whatever, but Terra Zarude is starting to prove to me to be really strong. Double Dark with Tinglu doesn't really matter. Zarude's not really going to be a dark type most of the time. Tinglu Golden Go is, I mean, it's just the tried and true, you know. He even was debating picking up Tinglu. Like, he picked up gold and was like, guys, should I do it? And everyone's like, okay, dude, just get the Tinglu. Like, we know. Shut up, man. And even there's not even like Valiant's not even the mono fairy too. There's a Togekiss in the back, which is strong.
There's a lot of actually duplicate types. Now that I look at it.
Yeah, well, the team is kind of ground weak, but then having 2 flying types and a grass type, half the time a grass type, means that suddenly you're just not. And I don't think doubling up on types is bad.
Tinglu doesn't really care about ground
and Tinglu just beats whatever you choose for it to beat.
Yeah.
Pick a couple things and it'll just beat them.
Yeah. The only thing that I was looking at is maybe like a little fairy week if you're not bringing one of these lower tier poisons, aside from the Goldango. But like if there's anything that Goldango can't handle, or if Goldango's kind of like stretched too thin, doing too many things, you might get into some rough situations against fairies. When you're like fire types, neutral, Tinglu's weak, Zarude's weak. Granted, Terra's Zarude. But
I feel like
on a Terra captain that likes to Terra Dark, that likes to get its double stab, you know, that's the thing that jumps out at me. Is that
I feel like if anything, and actually, I feel like Zarude likes to Terra defensively more than offensively. Like fire is kind of a mix.
It can do both. I just see it as one that's like, there's a lot of times where it is a good option to just do Terra Dark knockoff spam, and like you might be a little more.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think there's specifically a fairy problem. Like, yeah, there are 2 darks pre-Terra. But if there's a strong fairy on the other team...
And fighting up here.
Yeah, but like if there's a strong fairy or a strong fighting type, then Impulse is just going to bring Tentacruel or just going to bring Crobat or Togekiss. Yeah. Like, those are the times...
the good answer here.
Yeah, those are the times where like your top 5 most of the time are locked in.
Yeah.
And you get to just pick which types you want to lose to.
I was thinking that there were 6 before we got down to here, but yeah, there is always a spot for one of these bonds.
Yeah. I think Fortress even is like completely fine as a low tier.
Yeah. It's a decent spinner. Like there are matchups where he's like he gets the job done.
Yeah, it's mostly just having the high defense stat. I think is going to be nice for when Tinglu wants to be like Spadef. So I personally I'm just gonna reveal my rating. This is the only 10 that I gave in the All-Star division, and I think it's just the premier team in the division. I think it's just really good. Solid captains. Tentacruel maybe leaves a little bit to be desired, but I think it's fine.
Hold on. I just noticed something.
Insane win conditions, speed, bulk, type synergies, hazards. Like, it just has everything.
I know we're not like overly focusing on Fortress here. Let's say you bring Fortress as the extra mon instead of Tentacruel.
Yeah.
Is Zard your only like fire answer?
Terra Zarude. Honestly, you just pick a type and Zarude answers it.
That's fair.
It does get recovery.
Yeah. And I was just thinking,
even
like,
jungle
Tinglu, like
wouldn't
want to come in on a mon that might Wisp, even though like Zard would ignore that.
Yeah, and honestly, even
and,
Ting
like,
can just
Goldengo
be
can't
Spadef
ignore
for the
that.
fire type too, and
Yeah.
suddenly it does 30 and you're chilling.
Yeah. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Where it's like if we're talking about Ting Lu just being like a general blanket coverage, like if it is a mon that could click Wisp or click a fire attack, like Goldengo can't come in for the Wisp, and Ting Lu doesn't really want to get burned. Zord's kind of the only option there.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just be back in 2 seconds.
Okay. Oh, and actually, when you Togekiss gets defog, right? I think it does. I think these two. Wait, did these all get defog? And then spin. I guess you're always bringing something.
Yo.
That can... do these two get defog?
What two?
Crobat and Togekiss? I think they do, right?
Yep.
And then 2 spinners. And you're always bringing one of these 4. I was going to say, like, maybe hazards are the weakness here for a Zard that is going to be taking rocks.
Yeah, there's 4 removers. It's fine. Maybe, like, setters are weak, but, like, you have a Tinglu.
Nah,
it's not even weak. Yeah, it's just, like, in a game where Tentacruel and Fortress don't look good, then your only setter is Ting. But oh no, your setter is Tinglu.
Yeah, I don't think that's a problem. That's kind of like with Tusk, where it's like, oh no, your spinner's Tusk. It's like, okay, cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're pretty unanimously agreeing on this.
I like it overall. I don't know if I'm not gonna give it a 10. I'll say a 9 though.
A 9. The community definitely disagrees with us, and although unlike Goater, Impulse's team is in the top half, it's still only rated a 7.54.
I'm wondering. So the draft list. I'm looking at it now because I'm looking at the picture that you sent with the rankings on them.
Yeah.
Maybe if you're glancing at this on the full list, you don't even notice the Tinglu. Because it was drafted late. And I'm not saying like that's an excuse for people rating it low, but I'm saying that if I'm skimming through these and going through those PRs pretty quickly, I might see, oh, Valiant, cool. Terra's Root, cool. Megazord, cool. Okay, now we're jumping down to Crobat. Oh, there's a Goldengo. Okay, so you got a higher tier later. Okay, and then ignore the rest.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
well,
and you
since you didn't fill out the PR poll, I don't think you would know this, but I actually put pictures of the order on the draft sheet. Like, not on the rosters page?
Yeah, but you did it of the order, though.
No, that's what I'm saying, is on the PRs, you'll see Valiant, Goldengo, Megazard, Tinglu.
Oh, okay, you have it in the tier order, okay. I thought
on the PR, like, form that people filled out, that's how it was. There was a picture next to every team. So I don't think that's even an excuse either.
Yeah, it's probably not then. Yeah, I thought they were looking at this. Only issue with Impulse Comp is the presence of Shitacruel. Okay, so I think I know where our lower average came from.
No, that's the lower IQ average.
All right.
So just for posterity, we have out of the teams that we've seen rated so far, Impulse is behind MonkeBoi, myself, Riceman, and Overmatt. So he's at least 5th right now. And I kind of just disagree. I think it's better than most, or if not all, of the teams above that we've seen.
Your only 10? Maybe spoiler.
It is the only 10 that I've given you.
Okay. All right. Barara.
Okay.
Oh, here's the
So
fish.
I was excited to see what the SauceMaster came up with again this season. Yeah, we see Drakovic's son. I'm pretty sure we've seen that in the past. From Bobozab. And yes, it's interesting to say the least. I'm pretty sure he just dropped the Vish later on. It's hard to call this a sand team though. I wouldn't actually call it that. It's more of a I wouldn't call it a sun team. If anything, I would call it a sand team more so.
Sand Force Landorus with the band.
Sand Force Lando is actually kind of legit with Terra.
Yeah. Just like pretending he has sheer force.
And Drakovich does get Sand Rush.
Oh,
technically.
Yeah.
And there's a Sand Slash.
I forgot all the Galar fossils just to get like every sprint and weather ability.
Yeah, they go quick. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting. There is two dragons. I feel like it's just everything that looks either ugly as hell or cool as hell, all in the first few picks. Like Kyurem, depending on who you ask, is cool as hell or ugly as hell. Dracovish, depending on who you ask, is actually Dracovish is just ugly. Zard and T-Tar are cool. Lando is ugly.
Hey.
What? Lando is like the known ugly mon. Like, ask people to name an ugly mon.
It's Bruxish, dude.
It's gonna be Landorus.
No, it's Bruxish. 100% Bruxish. If you ask somebody who the ugliest mon is, they say Bruxish.
Mm-hmm.
If they knew who Bruxish is.
I don't think they would.
Yeah. I don't know. He's got a nice mustache. I think it's cool.
So we've seen teams like this though, where it's like sort of a weather team that splashes another weather in somewhere, so that when, like, for example, when Zard Y comes in, it can reset the sand so that T-Tar can come in before the end of the 5 to 7 turns, or the 5 to 8 turns rather, to reset the sand again. Makes it so that there's fewer awkward situations where T-Tar comes in with 2 turns of sand left.
Oh yeah, you're saying like with somebody else setting a different weather.
Yeah, exactly. So like with your own Zard resetting the weather, T-Tar is not going to be in those weird situations.
Yeah, and we've talked about this in the past. I think when we were looking at the Stormtide team.
Yeah.
Or maybe did Stormtide have the Chi-Yu as well, or was that a different team? I know Stormtide had like one.
I don't think he had it. No.
Oh, I think it was I think it was.
I think Zathanis had it with Zard Y.
And we were talking about how like Zard is like selfish with Sun, like he basically just uses it for himself. I think that actually pays off here, where it's like you kind of only want him to be using it, and then everyone else is in. So.
Yep. I agree.
And also the Klefki can set, I think, everything but snow. With Prankster.
Maybe. Does it have Sandstorm? I know it at least gets like
I ran it once.
Someday.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It does have Sandstorm. So it's like even if you didn't want to, like, you know, obviously you have the Tyranitar, but like if you want to just like do something funny and just like have a bunch of weather,
the manual weather,
you do get Prankster weather. So.
Yep. Very true.
I don't know if I can like seriously rank this though. Just like
it's really wacky. Yeah. So if we just look at speed tiers, there's 95, 75, 100, 61, 101. The fastest mon on the team is legitimately Landorus Incarnate.
Oh my god.
Outside of Sand at least, right? You have Dracovish is the fastest mon on your team in Sand. Awesome.
Wow.
So it's definitely maybe there's some
trick room. Something, or does he only get Sand Veil?
He gets Sand Rush, but I'm pretty sure Vish is faster.
Oh yeah, if you're compared to Vish.
Yeah, it is faster. Maybe there's a Trick Room angle here. I think Klefki gets Trick Room.
Probably.
But even then, like, the mons are still kind of too fast to run in Trick Room.
Yeah.
You know, like maybe Diplin.
Or Caracosta.
Or Slowbro. I'm not really sure. I'm just gonna say it. I don't think the team is good. I think it runs enough power to eke some wins out against people who are unprepared for Lando? Yeah. Like agility, Terra Lando is going to be very strong. It is Sheer Forest banned.
Quick draw Slowbro is the speed control. Agreed.
Oh, true. When luck is your speed control. Yeah, I don't know.
I forgot the timer on this one, by the way. So
that's okay. Not to mention that the secondary captain is Caracosta. There are literally
dude,
4 better options.
Terra Caracosta.
True.
Terracosta.
True.
Skyhops. I don't like the removal when Char Y is there. Yeah.
I was going to say pretty much the thing.
And
removal is Lando and Klefki and Sandslash. Lando doesn't want to do that. Klefki can. I think Klefki is just going to always be the defogger.
Yeah. Probably.
I'm not going to put it past him though to just run Sandslash all the time.
But if he did, then why wouldn't you just make him the Terra Cap?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Listen, I've learned my lesson trying to question DJ Barrera.
Yeah.
I'm going to let him cook with this one. Do I think it's good? Absolutely not. And my rating reflects it. I gave him I'm going to change that and say that I gave him a 4. I'm going to lower it a little from where I actually gave it to him.
What did you
I'm gonna
give?
go in and edit my results. It was a 5, but I actually think it's just I'm gonna give it a.
It's a 4.
No, you know what? I'm gonna give him a 5. I'll give him a.
The DJ Barrera.
You'll get an extra credit to pass my course if you prove to me that this team can do something. I mean, now I've seen him make playoffs. I've seen him make playoffs with worse teams than this.
Yeah.
Well, are they worse? I don't know. Hard to say. But it's got to be intentional at this point.
My ranking is DJ Barrera out of 10.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll stick at a 5. The community somewhat agrees. I don't think people gave out marks lower than 6 very often. So I do think that...
I think most people are gonna like give him the DJ Barrera benefit.
Yeah,
well. Or just like meme and give him a 10.
Yeah. So they gave him a 6.5, which is slightly above Alice and actually ties Jorstin.
Wow. Actually, can you see if anyone gave him a 10? I would actually be curious.
I can. DJ Barrera, he actually got 4 10s.
Yeah, so that's also probably pulling it up a little bit. Is like you're either giving him a 10 or you're rating it accurately. So I think that's I mean, there's 4 of them, so I guess they're not really outliers. But
yeah, I mean,
it would be interesting to see what it is without the.
There are 25 responses, but this is probably the most controversial rating. It looks like there's actually been a response since I collected the data. It now says that he's 6.6.
Oh,
so
it's going up.
Maybe,
wow.
Yeah, it went up somehow.
Yeah.
7 is the most common score, right behind, and then 6 right behind.
Yeah.
Actually, 6 and 10 are tied, and then everything else. There's at least votes in every single category, so it's pretty funny to see. Yeah, so he is higher than Alice, and he is also higher than one other player that we have yet to look at.
All right. Well, I moved on to what is it now? AZ? Is it AZ?
AZ?
I think it's funnier if it's AZ
sure.
because that's how I say it when it's just ANZ.
True, it's not AZ. I can't say AZE.
Nope.
All right, we're gonna need clarification. I know you're around. You're always around, lurking somewhere. Tell me how to pronounce it.
All right, off the bat, we got the Greninja, we got the Mega Venusaur. This is a 10 out of 10 team. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True. I do really like the mod. I don't know. It's hard to describe. Yeah. It's a lot of things that I like, and I'm not certain if they're good. But they're probably good. Terrapagos is just busted.
Yeah.
Greninja's a great win con.
You got 2 immunities, ground immunities for Heatran.
Yeah, Land of Speed just does everything. Yeah, Lando does everything. Honestly, Heatran is a pretty good Terra Captain. Always keeping his fire immunity means you don't have to worry about like going Terra Grass and making yourself grass weak or fire weak or something.
Yeah. I guess I would say the drawback here is actually Heatran might not want to Terra in every matchup. Like when your team's kind of ice weak here with the Lando and the Latias, like keeping that fire steel is actually pretty nice. Like and you might not want to be shedding that all the time. That being said, Terra Lucario actually probably really good for a 10-pointer. Terra normal.
Yeah, I've actually been really interested in seeing Terra Lucario. We haven't seen it in a top division ever, I don't believe.
Yeah, I don't recall ever seeing it.
And it's another one of those mons that like it looks just kind of broken on paper. Maybe not broken, but like it looks strong for a mid to low tier. I'd say a mid tier.
I mean, like SD, and then just Terra normal, like what? Like you're killing a lot in like a late game scenario, you know.
So I'm just not sure how strong it actually is.
Yeah.
And whether like normal Life Orb extreme speed is actually busted. I don't know. But
I guess what I'm saying though is that like I wouldn't be surprised if Lucario ended up tearing more than the Heatran, right? Like and it just works out that it's like, oh, he's the lesser point one, but he's actually probably the better Terra Captain.
Yeah, and if you just want to like Terra Fire Eruption with Heatran, I think that's completely fine as well.
Yeah. It'll be very matchup dependent.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot going for it. I'm looking at the speed. It caps out with Gren, which is 122.
That's
I
a good
believe that's really
speed,
strong.
yeah. And
If you have anything
Latios
over
in there
120, and then you have as well a 110 somewhere, I think you're already set. So yeah, Gren and Latios capping out the speed, I think is fine. You're not.
And you
gonna...
also have the Prankster in Lumos.
Yeah. The fact that that's the fastest you get means that you're not gonna outspeed anything that has like the blazing fast. Anything 130, like having a 130 is just a different like a different echelon almost.
Yeah. But Scarf Gren's also good. You know.
Yeah, Gren can scarf easily. Like even Lando can scarf. Latios can scarf.
E-speed is 2+2. So. Yep.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot offensively going for the team, and then defensively, Lando is just the Swiss Army knife. Terrapagos always guaranteed each one. Heatran and Mega Venusaur, albeit kind of stationary, they are just very strong defensive pieces that can still hit hard back. Really, and Magma Storm is just a different. Yeah, Magma Storm is just a different a tool that most defensive cores don't have access to. To actually like make it so that your offensive core just performs better by trapping something. Yeah. And Emrys T, it's the Mega Sceptile from Zeb for me. I've actually seen
it might be like a bandage, like for not having a fairy.
Yeah, it's the flying. Well, no, you have Lando, so you don't even need a flying. Yeah, it's just the fairy. It doesn't really do like fairy things. It
calm
maybe
minds.
can. Yeah, it can set up. I think that's kind of the only gimmick that it has going for. That's the only thing it really has going for it at all. Really,
it's
is
a little
setup.
Unfortunate it doesn't have like rocks or.
Yeah, you can like Specs Moonblast. Like Moonblast it does hit really hard. It does have a very high special attack stat.
Yeah, but really low speed.
Like 135. It actually is the highest special attack on his team.
Yeah, only behind.
So I don't want to count
5 points.
Yeah, I don't want to count it out yet. The Emrys, I actually do think it'll be strong, and I think it's been underrated for too long. So I'm excited to see as he use it.
Yeah.
Overall, there's honestly not even too much wrong with the team. I would say maybe it sucks that Terrapagos, Latios, and Lando are the removal because they're three really good mons. Yeah, but it's not like the same as what we were saying about Great Tusk, where it's fine to spin on Terrapagos. Like it doesn't quite have the same oomph
that's true.
Tusk
it does get rid of like the other options for just like setup with a bunch of coverage.
Yeah, no, it's really strong. And do I have a problem with it running Rapid Spin? No. Don't have a problem with Latios running Defog. Like, I found that actually Defog Flip Turn with, like, Dual Stab has actually just become a lot more popular with Latios lately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
maybe not those exact, but, like
Roost, we pointed out, though.
Whatever.
Like, you have really good special attack here. You have really good special attack here. Greninja can Battle Bond, get pretty good special offense. Like, I don't think it's really the end of the world if Latios isn't always an attacker.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, Luster Purge on its own just gives it free special attack investment anyways half the time. Yeah. I am a little bit worried about physical attack with Lucario and Lando. Like, I know you can have physical Gren and like DD Latios. They're kind of fake.
Yeah.
They're the only real like offensive presence.
I think the Lucario is going to be doing more heavy lifting than you're expecting, though.
Yeah, but what do you drop for Lucario, right? Like, you have to drop something for an Amorous.
Yeah.
It's just tough.
Maybe Mega Venusaur, depending on the matchup, but...
Yeah, you're right, it is just matchup dependent. Might even just be Latios or Gren or something.
Yeah.
In matchup.
I think looking at the Lucario as the low tier Terra Captain here is the trap that you would fall into in like team building like this. I think this mon is like interchangeable with like a Greninja, right? Like it's just that's how much Terra helps it.
That's fair. I do think also it's nice that in games that Heatran doesn't want to Terra, I've seen too many times cases where people run, for example, Lando with a Heatran or Lando with some other like 4 times weakness to ground, so that it's always the switch in for ground. But then you get owned by something like Mamoswine, where it just has like just really solid coverage against you from its stabs.
And that's the same.
And that would have also been possible here, but he went out and drafted a second flying type.
Yeah.
And Terrapagos that can always come into like something of anything, and Venusaur that like thick fat with with investment will just beat whatever you specifically need it to. So I think it's like the team is tailorable to beat those things that would try to take advantage of your 4x weaknesses.
Yeah, I will say that's a little unfortunate that, just like using Mamo as an example again, even your Levitate Mon is still weak to ice.
So, yeah, I mean, Mammoth Mine is just a different beast, man. That's why it's.
I mean, that's kind of what he does. Yeah, that's his whole thing. It's just like,
so
your swaps
we can cherry
for me
pick.
are also weak to me.
Yeah, we can cherry pick cases about Mammoth Mine, but that's just what makes it busted.
Yeah. Cool. So I think we done there.
So I rated. Yeah, I rated it an 8, and the community. Well,
I
wait to hear what you say.
This might actually be a 9 or a 10 for me.
Yeah, I think it's definitely 9able. I think 8 is actually kind of lowballing.
Yeah, I don't think I've given a 10, and I don't know if it's like the best one I've seen. So I'll just say 9. But I think this team, like, down the line, honestly, Ina might be the, I don't want to say like the least bringable because this exists, but also like for point value to Mon, I think everything here is good. Like for a 2-pointer, the Prankster Bug is good. Like it's that's exactly what you want out of a budget 2-pointer in that one matchup where it just destroys. The low tier Terra Captain is excellent, I think, and like is just as good as the higher tier one. I think you have great type synergy. Like you have your 4x weakness. Okay, you have your 4x resist on 2 very consistent mons that you're bringing to most games. You have a flexible defensive mon with Mega Venusaur with recovery, even though he's a Mega that doesn't have leftovers, but still, I think overall
it does support. They all support each other very nicely. Yeah.
Yeah. So
the community tends to agree. The community is rated at a 7.88, and nice. I think this is also maybe a similar case of people are sometimes hesitant to give out marks outside of like
7,
like higher than 8 or lower than 6. Yeah, not really sure, but I think it's one of the better teams. And if you're keeping tabs, it is, out of everybody we've seen so far, it's second only to Overmatt.
Yeah. I think it's funny that like whenever we're on stream like talking about, like, I feel like I'll still usually be honest or like lowball something on purpose, just to throw the number out there. But for an anonymous poll, well, it wasn't anonymous to us, but it was anonymous to like these players aren't going to see, oh, so and so said this about my team. I'm surprised that people were still leaning towards like the very like fair 6 to 8, like, oh, don't want to overrate this, but I also don't want to be mean, right? Like, usually in those kinds of polls, like, I'll be as brutally honest as I want to be, And I think that's it's just interesting that like even with like teams like this, where it's like I think most people should look at that and say it's pretty good. It's the second best overall so far. It's still only 7.
We have a couple left to get through, so let's try and smash them out, and then we've got to decide what we want to do after. So we have up next we have Sidereus. I've been really excited to see Sidereus back.
Yeah,
actually,
was it just last season
off? Yeah, it was. He took season 4 off, and we were sad to see him sit. I was worried that it was going to be the kind of thing where, I'm not feeling Pokemon anymore. I'll just sit out for this season and I'll think about it and then never hear back from him again. So I was worried about that, but yeah, no, I'm really excited to have him back. I think he's always been respected too as a pretty good player, especially people like the Stunfisk Draft League homies who know him as a champion there. Or I don't remember if he was actually a champion or if he was just a top contender. Who knows, but we're excited to have Sidereus back. And he came in hitting us with some
annoying ass
with a
mods.
Team. So you can't see it on his main page, but his first pick was actually Espathra. And it kind of took he is near the wheel, but it took the entire draft by surprise. He went Espathra and then wheeled Darkrai. And it looks pretty good, and it almost makes me wonder, like, are we missing something with this Bathra? Like, I've always been a big... Speed Boost is unbanned, but it's Terra banned.
Well, yeah, but it still gets Speed Boost.
Yeah, and that was I've been flip-flopping on that rule for Espathra for a while, where I think Opportunity is really cool. And I wanted to see somebody use it with Terra, but then it was just kind of not actually good.
Oh, so it was Terra legal, but
Speed Boost
banned. Okay,
exactly. We've flipped it back around again, and we've done that a couple times now. I think it is pretty good. I've never seen any like empirical data that says that non-Terra Espathra is actually good. Like looking at its defensive stats, and you're like, oh shit, like this thing actually kind of sucks, and it barely has a spit attack stat too. And it's not even that quick. It's a whole bunch of things that kind of point towards, oh, maybe this isn't actually as busted as we'd thought.
Yeah.
In draft.
I don't know. I mean, it's so hard to say because in draft you're gonna prep for it. But
yeah,
there's always something to be said
have covert cloak for the Lumina crash.
Speed boost, stab, stored power on him on that also has Claw Mind. On him on that also has fairy coverage for dark types. Like I think
for sure.
I think 10 points might actually be a little low for it. Maybe that's why he took it that early. I could maybe see like 11 or 12, but it's kind of impossible to say. Like you said, we had the opposite available and nobody did it. So
yeah,
give it a shot.
There we are. Regardless, the main surprising factor was that was the first pick, and it was then followed up later on in the draft with 2 more psychic types, with Mega Gardevoir and Metagross.
Wow.
So it the idea definitely wasn't to make it so that investing to beat Espathra type-wise would be like a bad idea.
Yeah.
Because there's legitimate reason to just run dark moves, right?
Yeah, 2 dark types, but your fairy doesn't resist dark.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's
dark resist.
I'm gonna let him cook, kind of similar to DJ Bunhara.
Yeah.
Although I don't think it's quite as cooking. I think DJ's like
it's weird. It's like
Weather Cores plus Curum have pretty interesting ceiling, like a high ceiling, because there's setup opportunities, and I'm expecting him to run like Dragon Dance and Belly Drum Zard Y and like all this crazy stuff.
Right.
I don't think you can't really do that with Guard. You can't really do that with Darkrai. You could maybe run SD Darkrai if you really wanted to, but that's kind of bad.
Yeah.
I do think Terra Metagross is strong.
It's good. We've seen it be good.
Yeah.
What I'm interested here though is that it's like clear Trick Room, right? Like we want the Trick Room with
we see the
these.
Conk,
but like the rest of the team is also so passive outside of
like Mandibuzz is fine because Foul Play doesn't care about its own stats and it has U-turn.
But I'm looking at like Claude and
Aloe.
Yeah, it's like there's so many mons that. I mean, Aloe at least can pivot, but it's still just
and same as Mandy. It definitely is. Claude does seem like the outlier here. I do think he was also maybe looking just for some Spidef.
Yeah.
It's
not like he has a psychic weakness. So.
And just for hazard setters.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm definitely not sold, and I also think this is the lowest rated team that I gave in the All-Star division.
Yeah.
I need to see it played out. Because like when I think about the 6 that he'll bring to a game, and it's like Darkrai, Aloe, Terra Metagross, Mandy, Conk, and Camerupt, and I'm like, I do think Camerupt is underrated. Or even if something is Espathra, like, maybe Espathra is actually busted, but nobody knows.
Yeah.
You know, it's a bunch of question marks, and I'm not sure where he'll end up. But like I said, it was the lowest rating that I gave any team, and I did give him a 4. Less than DJ's, because I think DJ needs to... I would be easier swayed that he's onto something.
Do something, yeah. Well, and also, you go into a matchup against DJ and, like, you don't, like, when you're facing him that you have no idea what to expect. So it's almost like there's almost like a mental aspect of it there where it's like it's not only like, oh, we know DJ's gonna do something weird. It's like we know that his opponent is going to be intimidated into building for something weird. Right? And like, so, and in this case it's like, I don't know, I feel like it has similar vibes, but also like the actual weaknesses of it and like the things that it needs to do to pop off seem like way too many boxes to check outside of just kind of like the generally annoying Alomomola, generally like, what's a Spathra gonna do of a Spathra that like we just can't answer that right now. I don't know. I agree with you though. I would say like 4, maybe even.
Yeah, I forgot that his name is Ethan, and anybody whose name is Ethan automatically gets an extra +1, so he's actually a 5.
Okay. All right, well then I'll say 4 just to keep the 4 in play.
All right, all good. Okay, and we only have 1 player left for the division.
Gold split. Let's go.
Hog.
Last one is Polito.
So we see Polito drafting 10 Pokemon. And that's it. So I'd rate it probably a 7.
Sneasler with a terrain. Probably not the terrain that you want for... Oh, wait, no, he's not Dark Claw. Fine. I was going to say Misty Terrain. It's like maybe the worst one you can put with Sneasler.
Yeah, okay. In all serious, so I saw people kind of heckling him in Discord saying like, you know, Feeny Zygarde isn't actually as good as it seems, saying... You know, your Misty Terrain is just stopping Sneasler from clicking or from using Poison Touch. It's stopping Zygarde from clicking Glare. It's stopping Mesprit from like T-waving and toxicking things. So there are legitimate concerns, I think, with the Misty Terrain, but I also think it's not like it's completely fine. Like Necrozma would even possibly want to run like Misty Seed, right? And just be immune to T-Wave or Toxic or something as it sets up. Same with Zygarde. I don't think it's a big problem. As well as, not to mention, resisting Dragon is nice for all those bulky setup mods. Is it necessary? No, I think if it was Primarina, it would be maybe just as good, maybe better, maybe worse. I'm not really sure.
You lose the terrain, but
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Is like if
I think Sneasler still wants
didn't
terrain,
have
though.
You think Sneasler wants the? Oh, I see. So if it was just a different terrain instead.
Yeah, like that. That's what I would look there rather than looking at.
Yeah, you're right. Now, to be fair, Sneasler can still poison like flying types that switch in on it.
Yeah.
With Poison Point.
Well, but also,
kind of
I think it's worth it for the trade-off. Like, just
if it was the only thing and or the best thing available at the time where you wanted terrain with Sneasler and you wanted Necrozma as a setup option, I think like the Misty Terrain's fine. And
but keep in mind, like you're running on Burden if you're doing the Sneasler with the terrain.
Well, you don't have to.
Like, well, I mean, like if you're running the strat that like requires the terrain, you're not even running the Poison Touch.
Yeah, I still don't think you have to. Like, just having terrain with Sneasler doesn't mean you have to run Unburden.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That, like, in a win condition where, like, Sneasler wants to come in on terrain,
then you don't
it doesn't
care
matter
about
that it doesn't matter, like, what terrain it is.
Yeah, for sure.
But, yeah, passively, like, in situations where he's not running an Unburden set, like, yeah, it could be a little inconvenient.
Yeah.
But what I'm really interested in here is there a vision with the Drifblim? Because I see a Terra Mesprit that is perfectly within the point limit that we're not using.
It was kind of the same thing with Afonso, where there was just a Yuxi there that you could very easily Terra. And I don't really know. I do think it's an Unburden user, sure.
Yeah. But also, like, good? Maybe probably the flare boost is a thing? I don't know. Like, because isn't it just like when you get hit by a fire type move? Or is it when you're... No, it's just when you're burned. So it's not even like... It's not even like switching to a fire resist and then just taking that.
Yeah, which you can't even proc if you're Flame Orb if you Terra in Misty Terrain.
If you Terra... Oh, wait, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah. I don't...
Well, not that you care about the Misty Terrain if you're Flare Boost, though, because you're not Unburdened. When Drifblim to match my mentee said...
to match it.
That's some solidarity there, man.
That is some
I can appreciate that.
Still fucking stupid though. No.
Okay, so looking at hazards,
Spend more on Terra up here then.
Sneasler, Necrozma, Ogerpon, Mesprit, Copperaja. I think that's fine. If anything, I think that's actually pretty good. I don't think Pawn or Necrozma will be running hazards very often. But, I mean, Yuxi is more than bringable. It might suck to try and force it into teams. Yeah, sorry, Mesprit, not Yuxi. Might try to force it into teams with Necrozma just so you can run rocks, if it's not Terra.
Having the 2 mono psychics and
I don't think kind of the Mesprit pick. I think it maybe...
It's also it's priced... I think it's priced for Terra, too, right? Like that's kind of like...
I think it's fine without it, but if you have a 15-point captain, it's almost like, why are you not?
It's like that's what I mean. Like it's kind of like a waste. It's like you have this 10-point like solid Terra captain that you're not using, and it overlaps with another type. Like it could be something else. I don't know.
Yeah, I do like Terra hands though. I think it gives the team just a lot of stats.
Oh wait a minute, that is the only ground immunity besides Drifloon.
What there's Zygarde?
Mesprit.
Oh, ground immunity. Sorry, I said electric. Yeah.
On a
That's
weak, weak before Terra, neutral.
Iron Hands could easily Terra flying.
Yeah.
But I actually like
your grass type is
Terra Iron Hands with Sneasler because I think they're going to share a lot of the same checks.
Yeah.
And Iron Hands is very fine to be played early. Just click the Terra button early since Sneasler can't.
Right.
Bring in the Steel type with a Choppleberry, or the defensive flying type, and just trade damage on it. More times than not, the thing that Hands traded with and died to, if it didn't 1v1 and kill the thing that it died to in the first place, which it usually does, then Sneasler is still going to clean up in the late game.
Where's the hazard?
Because now its check is gone, and even Pawn actually shares some play. I like the physical Mons sharing a bunch of checks. I do wish there were more special options. Mesprit doesn't super count. Feeny can run Calm Mind actually, but Necrozma is kind of the only the main special.
Which is definitely
what was the other team? What was the other team that was very skewed towards physical? Because I think this is even more so skewed. I don't remember exactly what it was.
I think it was Zeb.
Yeah, but regardless, this team is not lacking in win conditions. Maybe. Like Sneasler, Necrozma, Zygarde, Feeny out of the gates, as well as even Ogerpon. Those things can boost their speed, boost their defenses, boost their attacks, boost their pretty much everything. And Necrozma is just the poster boy for that too.
Is Drifloon the only removal on this team?
Feeny can remove, but it also doesn't want to. Yeah, I didn't even look about that. Yeah.
So it's defog
Feeny does suck. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Okay, this Mesprit needs to go for a defogger.
That's really bad.
Or a spinner.
Yeah.
But
a defogger won't work because you keep the ground immunity if that's what you're looking for.
I also don't like that the Copperaja is the only steel type. I think it's just worse than Tink at being a steel type. And I know Tink is gone, but I just already don't like Tink as a steel type.
Rest in peace, Tink.
Maybe you could combine them into a Bronzong. I'm pretty sure is open, but that doesn't defog.
No.
I don't know. You're not gonna find a steel type defogger though.
No. Maybe Lowland Sandslash. Give you a ice.
True. Okay.
Type, and then you can spin.
Don't do that.
Doesn't really help with the steel type. But...
No, don't do that.
Let's get spinning though.
Actually, Fennec nailed it. This does just look like a Goater draft.
Okay, so 1.
Anyways, so I rated.
I kind of wanna rate it a little. I like some of it, but I don't know. It's kind of this is another one. I just kind of have to see it in action, but I feel like I'm gonna lean low, 5 or 6.
Yeah. Oh wow, that's lower than I thought. Talking about
just the hazard.
Talking about the hazards did remind me why I had this low, because it was just looking like hey, this is just a solid team if you look past the the Misty Terrain anti-synergies, I guess, but
Yeah.
it's not even that bad. Like, Zygarde's not going to run Glare all the time.
Yeah.
And you still
I just think like
it.
it's a lot of compounding, like, well, if you look past blank, right? Like it's like, oh, it's not the
you're
optimal
right.
terrain. It's not very like it's not good hazard removal. You're kind of like maybe wasting some points here. That could be something else. Like there's just a lot of things that like this could be better in free agency, but like just on paper right now, like there's too many things that kind of add up to being like this could be good, but that I lean towards.
That's fair.
Saying.
Well, I gave it a 7. And I think I still want to stick by it because I think the ceiling for the team is actually really high.
Yeah, I could.
And even, like you said, if you look past certain things, despite all of the things that you have to look past,
it just depends how much those things.
The team can just win games, right? Like, just look at all of the Pokemon, and they're all threats.
Yeah.
Like, Feeny is maybe not really a threat, but it can run offensive sets.
Yeah. I mean, you said you get the terrain.
I think CM Feeny is underrated. Yeah. Anyways, so the community agrees more so with me than with you. And they gave him a 7.46, which is slightly over their rating for Zeb and slightly below their rating for Impulse. So Polito's going to be eating good today, knowing that the community likes his draft more than Zeb's. Okay, do we
want to show this one now and then go into Hustle, or do you want to like wait until after both to show the rankings?
Yeah, let's show the overall PR for for All Star.
Okay, All Star. I'm gonna do the tier lists as well. Just do this. Okay.
We can share this later on as well.
Well, I'm putting it up on the stream. Oh, you mean like the image? You want to just like share it?
Yeah, we can just share the image with the Discord later.
Do you want me to show the tier list, or do you want me to show the numbered one?
No, share the numbered one and then the tier list.
Okay. All right. So here is the numbered one, which isn't gonna fit perfectly, but you get the idea.
All good.
So has the numbers underneath with the averages.
Yeah, so we do see Sidereus down below. It's kind of, maybe it's just a little grainy for me on Discord, but yeah, the big number in the middle is the placement, and then the number at the bottom is your average rating. I then compiled that into a tier list, and this is our community tier list. So we've got Overmatt and
do we have ranges for these, or is it just kind of like vaguely saying like, this is based on what I think? It
was kind of based on ranges, but it was also like there's kind of just gaps, honestly, between them.
Yeah, because I guess there's so many in the 7 range that it could just be like 7 to 8, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like 7.75 plus is S or something, right?
Yeah,
is kind of what I was going for. So yeah, we can share these with the server later. Yeah.
All right. So,
awesome.
We're gonna go into Hustle now.
Yeah. So what are you thinking? Because that took us.
It took a while.
Just about 3 hours.
Yeah.
So that was a little longer than expected. Do you want to break this up into a couple more streams? Because I would feel bad for.
We did tell them that we were gonna do Hustle.
I know. I feel bad for Hustle players who stuck around. Yeah. Is there anybody from Hustle who was waiting around specifically for a review of theirs? Because if there's people, we can just do the Hustle today.
We can just
it would just be maybe a couple more hours.
Yeah. Yeah, Nahyma kept forgetting timer. That was you.
Yeah, what are you doing, man?
You forgot the timer, dude.
Skyhops will riot.
Yeah.
Wait, I kind of want to see Skyhops riot though.
Okay, we got some hustle.
Okay, there's people here for there's 4 hustlers just talking right now. Yeah, let's just get into Hustle.
We'll do Hustle. We're gonna set a 5-minute timer. And we're gonna stick to it.
Okay.
All right.
So yeah, up first we have actually Eager99. Oh, that's right. There were some people in the division who are new. There were no newcomers to All Stars, so I wanted to give a bit of feedback or a bit of like background on them. So maybe like another 30 seconds to each timer. Eager.
Wait, they already have a game?
Yeah, they've already played, and it wasn't great. I'm not gonna lie. So I met Eager playing in Impulses League, actually, in the ZZDL. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And not gonna lie, I swept the floor with them. Cough.
Oh my god.
In the Ubers division, but
no,
it was fun. It was a really fun game, and he seemed like a good sport. Sorry.
He's got torn T. That's your boy.
It is not my boy. But yeah, he seemed like a good sport. So he was on the short list of people that I'd met in the last little while who I wanted to invite. And yeah, here he is. We're excited to have him. And similar to me, unfortunately, he drafted a torn T team. Sorry to hear, man. There is a Terra Rock Pond rather. I'm really high on this mon. I think Terra Rock Pond is really, really strong, and I really want to use it someday. Unfortunately, this day is not today. I honestly start to get lost when I look past the like torn pawn rotom. Everything else seems like
a really good way to
hodgepodge.
describe it. Because I was thinking the same thing while I'm like looking there. I was like, oh, I know that mon. Okay. Right. I see the Quillfish in the middle.
That's a Pokemon from Generation 5.
The first game.
That's a Mega Pokemon. That's yeah. All right, okay, I think like Torn Mawile is good. And I think having a secondary Steel to Mawile is good, as I've mentioned before.
Even though Excadrill, like...
Drill is not tiered to be the secondary Steel to any Steel type.
Yeah.
It especially non-Terra and outside of Sand. I think you're paying
that was the other thing I noticed.
Premium.
Yeah. No Sand.
Paying out your nose for
just a really expensive spinner.
Yeah, for arguably worse than Iron Treads.
Yeah.
Depends on who you ask.
I would say in this team, I would say worse than Iron Treads.
Yeah. I do think Drill is fine if you run it like Spadef or whatever. Even like Assault Vest is strong.
It's good. Yeah, so is Iron Treads.
Is it points worth? Absolutely not.
No.
And honestly, we saw that in the first game. We won't go over that now. I did already submitted as a highlight submission, which we'll talk about highlight submissions.
I thought that was a meme. That's why I didn't even think a game.
No, it's actually it's the only game that's been played, but it's actually a highlight game.
Yeah. Well, I guess I gotta watch it now, or maybe we should save it for the first review.
Yeah. So Terra, there's also Terra Kingdra outside of Rain, and I've seen some of Eager's drafts, and it looks like he just likes Kingdra.
Terra Kingdra
and like
Rain.
Terra Stellar Critdra kind of thing. You know, it's like. Okay, I can see the vision. You know, it's interesting.
I actually didn't even think about that. That's actually great. I like that.
Pretty cool, right?
The Crit with the Terra Stellar drops.
Yeah. Is it good? Probably not.
No, but that's like I have always been a fan of Critdra, like over like the Rain sets. I just think Critdra's hilarious.
Yeah, I think it's cool. Then you see like Meloetta, Decidueye, Hisui, like Quillfish, Electros, and I'm kind of asking myself like, where did the points go? But then I remember that there's Excadrill and there's like Kingdra and there's Weathermons that are specifically over-tiered in this league, if I'm being honest. Well, I don't think a lot of the Rain abusers are, but the Rain setters are for sure. I do think Kingdra may be a little bit over-tiered, but maybe. Meloetta is kind of a weird middle ground pivot. Decidueye is it wishes that it had a little bit more stats, but it is pretty good.
I guess one of the things
I don't know.
With Kingdra's tiering, maybe this is a little off topic, which we should be doing. But he is mixed, right? Like he can do both. Yeah. So like maybe that's why he's higher than, like Barraskewda, who just, you either absorb it physically or you don't, right? But
oh wow, Eager is saying in chat, Terra Blast Stellar becomes physical after you drop your special attack with Draco.
What? Oh, it's because
insane because of the
based on your higher stat.
That's insane. I didn't even think about that, and that sucks so bad. Oh no.
So we're running Critdra with Dragon Pulse and completely defeating the purpose of it, right?
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I do think I get a little lost looking at the team, thinking about which 6 mons you're actually bringing to every game, thinking about win conditions from there. Like maybe SD, Rapid Spin, Drill is fine. Agility Critdra is I don't even want to call that fine. It's like it needs 2 turns of setup, dude. I don't know, that's pretty tough.
I can't really get past just. I mean, it's just a really, I think, just a poorly budgeted team.
That's a good way to put it.
It's like
It's poorly budgeted. There's like a bunch of good pieces that that are tiered to be part of different strategies.
Right. Like you can't say Excretal's bad because he's not.
No.
But
no,
like,
absolutely.
But yeah, it's like I don't know. It's like, and you get like even like the Torn T and Mega Monwild who are like really good mons, but it's like okay.
Yeah, it's a great start.
They like what goes with like they don't do it alone, right? They still have to like be enabled in some way. Or
yeah,
like,
that's kind of what
I guess in Tornadus' case is like he enables other mons, but like it's just like nobody really takes immediate advantage of it. But
yeah, so I will say this is not the lowest team that I rated in the Hustle division, but I did give it a 4 out of 10. I don't think it passes the eye test. There's a lot of just mismatched synergies and strategies in here that I can't really get behind. And I would be interested to be proven wrong.
Yeah.
I give it a 4.
I think it's a fair way to put it. I'll give a bonus point just because if the Kingdra is like a signature that he likes to use, right? Like you can kind of look past that. Maybe it's not the most optimal thing for it because you just want to run it. I just purely from the perspective of like not necessarily the mons, but just looking at how well was it drafted? Like did we have a plan here? Did we use our points the most wise way? Like I can't rate it that well just based on that alone. I'll say 4, but it would be a 3 if not for the Kingdra bonus point.
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
He did raise a pretty good point. What if I set Tailwind for Crit-Dra?
True. That's one more turn that you have to click.
And then it gets 2 turns of speed boost.
Because you have to click Tailwind, then you have to get to Kingdra, which is another turn. No. Then you have to focus energy. You
press Cuss, Stab, Berry, Tailwind, and then the Mon dies that turn. So then you get 3 turns of Tailwind.
Yeah,
there was no plan? Yeah, okay, that's very fair. Anyways, we've gone over our budget here.
That was a gold split, though. We saved one
gold split. Let's go.
1 second. Yeah, we're updating that PB.
Okay, we've got babydragonzard.
I see.
I think he was pretty high on his team. There is a Terra Zarude and there is a Great Tusk. Although for me personally, this was another another team that I feel like there are. I don't even want to call them budget issues. I feel like the 6 mons you bring aren't that like synergistic with each other. If that makes sense. I don't know. It's kind of hard to describe because I feel like Zarude just has to carry so much weight, so much more weight on this team than it did on Impulse's team.
Yeah.
Where you have like the Zardex and the Golden Go and the like. I don't think Aegislash is even comparable to Golden Go. You know, in like just offensive and defensive and just like core creating presence. Now I have been a known Aegislash. I have been a known Aegislash hater since like season 2 here. So maybe that's part of it.
I mean, I think one of the biggest differences obviously with Goldengo is just the status immunity where it's like, you know, you can come in on those psychic and fairy types that might click a move that you resist or they might click T-Wave that you immune, right? Like Aegislash not really being able to do that is a pretty big difference there. But also I see a lot of ground weaknesses here, and it's like, yeah, Tusk is going to be bulky and is going to be able to take it even though he doesn't resist in most cases, but no recovery. So like how many times can you really do that? Clefable, another one that's just like generally bulky, not going to resist, but like can usually spec into being able to tank a problematic ground type, but also then,
like the mons are fine.
Yeah. But I know what you mean though, where it's like they don't like they all kind of like do their own thing.
Yeah, I'd say maybe other than I like the Clef Cinderace, I think.
That's fine.
Like the Clef Cinderace is a rude. Is kind of what I like about the team. Yeah. You can tack on a Great Tusk wherever you want and it'll be fine. The only maybe an Iron Treads would have been like just better for point value here.
Then you're even more weak to ground. But I mean, granted, that's like
it's
an entirely different draft, right?
Yeah, it would be different draft.
But one thing that I say, and this is kind of a budget thing, is also like Cinderace is 16 points. Obviously, he's very good offensively, very strong pivot. But he's also kind of tiered for being kind of like a backup hazard control, and you have the best hazard control mon in the game that you already spent 19 points on, right? So like, yes, good mons, but also like maybe could have like rethought spending, I guess, what is it, like 20 or 35 points on 2 mons that are taken for hazard control. At least Sidereus.
Yeah, no, I don't want to come out as like a total hater, because I do think the team has a lot of potential.
I can't.
Not even just
Fable and Zarude. So
true. Not even just Terra Zarude. I think Terra Araquanid is really slept on. This mon is a beast, and the fact that it can keep water immunity or just double down and go Terra Water with Water Bubble, and either hit really hard or actually be a key defensive, running like double immunity, for example, with like Water and Dragon. I don't know what against Crit Draw. There you go. You run like Terra Fairy Water Absorb and you're crying.
Oh, I thought you were going to say like
Terra
Dragon. It's like, what do you immune as Terra Dragon?
No, you Terra Fairy.
Yeah.
Whatever. That was just an example. Like if you Terra Ground, right, then you immune Electric Water, which is actually really strong. Yeah. Webs are nice. I do think the team makes good use of webs. I think Tusk.
Yeah, until Sidereus puts them on your side.
Yeah. I mean, that is possible. I think a lot of the gripes that I have with the team come down to the Aegislash that I'm just not a believer in. Yeah. It is nice to have a ghost type. Yeah, it is nice to have a ghost. I'm just really not a believer in the mon.
Yeah.
And I'm definitely biased.
I just think he's cool. I've never actually really used him that much. So.
Yeah, that's fine.
My biggest problem, and it's not really like a major problem, because I think Sidereus is still a great mon, and like just having a fast, strong fire type, and well, even I mean, he's any type really if we're talking offensively.
He's fire.
But like with Libera, I mean, like he'll
it's fire type that gets extra damage on its other moves.
But my point is that like he's a good attacker, right? Like so I'm not gonna like completely say like this is a bad pick. I do think that like maybe a little bit of wasted point value there, like when you have the Tusk, but also I didn't even think about like with the webs too. It's like, okay, you better not be running court change on a match that you bring webs to. Like,
yeah, I wouldn't go and say that getting Sidereus that Sidereus is waste of points because you have a good rock setter. I don't think that's like
no, not because of good rock setter, because he's a better spinner. Like you have like the best hazard control.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you would rather.
I would have rather seen where it's like, and that's why I'm saying like it's not as bad as the previous team where it's like, okay, this is just wasting points. I just think like maybe we clean up a little bit of this by maybe not spending as much on this when like if all you need is a fire attacker, like I don't know what's available, but like even like a Darmanitan, right? Like could be cheaper, come in, click strong fire move to get out. Like
I like
not
the speed tier though.
That's true. Yeah, the speed helps. But you also, I mean, you have the silencer.
So is it you or is it someone else who describes certain teams as anemic?
Not me.
Okay, because I don't know why, but I kind of resonate with that word with this team.
You just
where it's
with
like
the word anemic.
Yeah, where like the main resistances for things like Tusk and Glamora and I don't know, the resistances to like your offensive core are like Aegislash or Araquanid, and Clef is there just to be a fairy type. Not that your team like doesn't want a fairy, it's fine. But like the Aegislash or Araquanid that make up most of the defensive backbone don't really seem super reliable to me.
Clef
as opposed to
really
like the Goldango.
But it's not,
as opposed to like a Goldango and a different water absorber, right?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not sure what the fix is for that, and I do think it's still totally fine. I'm kind of honestly, if anything, I think the team is just like pretty decent, and I'm almost kind of just like coping to find things that are bad with it at this point. I think it's completely fine, and I gave the team a 7. And yeah, sorry, Skyhops, we will get back to that. I gave the team a 7, and
I'll say
I was kind of hands off for that. Like, yeah, okay, go ahead.
I'll say 6 plus 1 for monkey bonus, so 7.
True.
But I think I agree overall though. It's a fine team. It's fine all around. Like it'll get wins. It has solid mons that are hard to go wrong with. I just kind of like we're still looking at hustle, right? Like even though we're on the second division, this is still hustle.
Yeah.
I would
exactly.
expect to see, I guess, a little more like of like intentional synergy, right? And less like kind of, oh, that kind of sucks that these happen to counteract each other, even if it's not crippling. It's just kind of, a little disappointing to see.
All right. Yeah, so we gave it 7s. The community decided that they didn't agree. They thought it was worse, and they gave him a 6.32. And the team is within the bottom few. I will
since
say...
we didn't say it for Eager, too.
Yes, we will say Eagers. We gave him a 4, and the community disagreed. But even though they disagreed, they still gave him the lowest rating in the division. With a 5.83.
They're afraid to rate under that 5.
Yeah. So yeah, Eagers is the lowest. Zard is about 0.5 higher, and he's not the second lowest. There are players between Eager and Zard.
Our hustle rank is more diverse than All Stars. Not really. I mean, I think the average is slightly lower, but it's a similar range.
Yeah, I think the bottom is very similar, and the top is very similar, but like slightly higher for both in hustle.
Yeah, but I think there's more on the lower side of that range though in hustle than
All right,
I mean,
let's get a move on.
Much, yeah. Next up is Max.
Okay, this is a team that I can get behind in most situations. I really, like I said, have been interested in Terra Celesteela, and seeing Max use it. Is somebody who like probably should have promoted. Right? Yeah, so it was just unbanned, but somebody who like maybe should have been promoted is now using Celesteela in a possibly lower division than his skill level would show. I don't want to say worrying, but I don't know. I think like just Beast Boost and Moxie boosting abilities are snowbally, and I can definitely see him getting away with snowballing a little bit more than maybe he would normally be able to in All Stars. Mega Gallade is just a great mon. I mean, it's hard to deny how good it is.
And I like to see 2 mons faster than it. Even though Electrode's kind of like a fake speed control, right?
Yeah, so Electrode is just something to keep like the 130, or not the 130s, the opposing 150s honest.
Yeah.
But it can also just outspeed a lot of Shell Smashers and things like that at +2, like slower Smashers.
Yeah.
Like with a Scarf, you're outspeeding everything. It's very nice.
Yep.
Same with Gren. Gren is usually going to be the cap of your speed, but having a faster option is great.
Yep.
This is another case where we see a fast water with bulky water. Before we saw Intelligent Manaphy in here.
Yeah.
I think I agree. I think Gren Feeny is slightly better.
Yeah.
I do think that Max would wish that maybe Feeny was a prim to get a flip turn off, but I actually think the team likes not being statused.
But
except for Petra.
Like the Misty.
Actually, now that I look at it, there's also like Dunsparce and Electrode that like to glare and T-Wave.
Yeah.
But okay, so specifically Gallade likes to be able to set up in front of bulky water types and not worry about Scald Burn.
That's true, yeah.
But yeah, actually, thinking about it, everything else kind of likes to be able to status things. Even Gren can like set T-spikes.
Yeah, I don't think that one does make or break though.
No. But yeah, specifically with Petron, it does feel a little bad.
Yeah.
But I don't think it'll be the end of the world. I do like Petron here as just a blanket Fizdef check. It lets Celesteela not have to worry about that. Same with Feeny being Spidef check in most cases.
Mm-hmm.
Let Steela really let it pick its own set and just be a lot more flexible.
Yeah, and also Finny, even when it is Spidef invested, will resist like the physical things that he's worried about, like dark knockoffs.
Yeah. I do think the team gets a lot worse after that drop off though. Like you see the Feeny Petron and you're like, a little sus, but like we can look past it. After that, I don't think it's that great. We see Flygon as the only rocker. Sorry, Flygon and the Dunsparce as the rockers, which I don't care too much for, and it's the only ground. Low kicks is fine. Maybe it could have been a captain, but you can't captain low kicks in Stila. So it's like just out of the price range.
I was gonna ask if
it
it was legal to Terra, because Terra low
Yeah.
kicks is pretty strong.
Yeah, but you can't with Stila.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a little bit of a. I don't want to call it a budget waste because low kicks is good, honestly.
Yeah, he's a solid one.
I can't say that I necessarily see it able to come that often.
I guess
it's just super frail.
The drawback. I mean, he has tinted lens, obviously, but like when your bug dark are your stabs, and I don't know, like Celesteela handles fairy types, Petra handles fairy types, but like fairy types are gonna want to just come in and be Fizdef, right? And just kind of deal with these mons. And
not necessarily. You have a Greninja. They need to answer it, especially.
I guess triggers a sludge wave. But I'm just thinking like how many teams are you gonna see where it's like, oh, Lokix eats this team up, where like one of these other mons might like isn't better, I guess. I don't know.
Lokix is a fine mon. I think there were things that the team should have tried to prioritize before picking Lokix, though. Was my main idea behind it.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I think like Lokix plus the Dunsparce could have turned into something that's more bringable more consistently.
Like another rocker.
I mean, like Flygon and the Dunsparce are fine as rockers.
Yeah.
What worries me is that they're like just fine.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly what else would be available.
We're talking about mons like 4 slot 6, right? Because this is like the I forget whose team it was, maybe Sid's. Where it's like, oh, you're looking at these mons like, oh, these are your only removal, right? Like these bottom 4 mons. But also, you only have 5 other mons, so one of them's always coming. So like, with this, where it's like, if that 6th slot is one of these two, I think it's fine. But that's what I'm saying. Where it's like low kicks, like how many times is he coming if he's not replacing Greninja or replacing something else, right?
Yeah, true. It does, you have a hard time replacing things, especially with Flygon as your only ground, too.
Right.
Although I do think that Stila is
we're not even
good
talking about
Electro,
Terra, right? Like Electro.
We talked about it a bit.
No, we talked about it, but I'm just saying, like, even in that range where we're like, oh, we have the 5 mons that come, and then, like, a rocker, right? Okay, you still have this Electro that has sometimes come. so yeah, I just think it's... I do not disagree that Lokix is a good mon. I think he's a good mon. I think this team in particular might not be able to fit him a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's just a lot of points to be spending on slots 6, 7, 8, 9.
Right.
But I could say the same honestly about my team. Like my team is 8 mons that are above 10 points and then a Cloth.
Well, Cloth comes to every game, so
yeah, true.
You gotta get those Cloth steps.
I don't know. I liked the start to the team, and then like I said, I think there's a heavy drop off.
Yeah.
To me, it didn't make me want to put the team higher than a 7. But I do think if I could, it would be like a 7.5.
Yeah, I think at first I would have been more like a 7 or an 8. But specifically this combo, like his whole thing is like poisoning and then confusing off of that. And maybe some wasted potential here. I might lean more towards the 6. I think it's definitely a serviceable team. I think he'll do fine with it. But just like objectively rating the team, I think there's some wasted potential, some anti-synergy that's kind of hard to just like ignore for me. So I'd say 6.
Yep. Okay, that's fair. The community agrees more so with me. Actually, kind of disagrees because they rated it actually almost an 8.
With both of us.
Yeah, Max is one of the top rated drafts of the division with a 7.68 overall.
Yeah. And that could also be, people might just know that it's Max, right? Like he could easily be an all-star.
Yeah, could be the player buff. Not sure. Yeah. Could just be a disagreement. Who knows?
Individually strong mons, where he says, I agree with that too.
Yeah. All right, let's get on to AgentFlane.
Flame. See,
Flame,
another Terra Iron Crown.
It's an N.
Oh, Flane.
Yes.
Wait,
Everybody's been saying Flame, and it's making me angry for them.
This is another Coco with Terra Iron Crown. Except this one
So,
has
okay.
the Jugulus is also Terra.
Just to talk a little bit about Agent before we get to the team, because they're also a new addition.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't talk about Zard. Zard begged me in SDL to join, so I said, okay, only if you behave, and then he's sort of been behaving, so it's been okay.
He's active in
Agent
the chat.
Flane, Agent Flane has been. I actually was introduced to them through Impulse. When we started watching Mob Psycho with like a small group of people, because they were just like whatever, just chatting about like starting up an anime thing. We had a conversation, and so on Saturdays we've been watching Mob Psycho, and I don't know, just kind of met through that, and it was like, hey, like we're starting up if you want. Oh no, I'm not gonna play draft, and then of course they got coerced into playing. So I'm excited. Like Agent's been really chill. Yeah, when they told me that they wanted to sign up, I was excited. So we're glad to have you, and I think your team is sick. So speaking of your team,
really quick, just to respond to Royce,
yeah,
one of the top was 7.6. The same like the number one in All Star was 7.9. Like I don't think that's that crazy. That one of the highest with this one is 7.6.
Yeah, I think people are a little, like we've mentioned before, a little bit
we have not
conservative with
8 average.
Yeah, getting out of like 8 and 6. I think going above and below, that's kind of tough.
Yeah.
So anyway, if you're pushing towards 8, I think that's really strong. Okay, so yeah, to talk about this team that I really like personally, I think this is a better iteration of Riceman's Coco team.
I agree with that.
Partly because I don't think it's as reliant on the terrain. No, I do think that having a team that's reliant on it means that they can snowball through when the opponent can't prepare for it. But I also think that All-Star Division is the division where people are going to be more able to prepare for it.
Yep.
I think this team, there's only 2 Quark drivers, which I don't think you should really go out of your way to draft 100. And they're the Terra captains. The captains are good. I think Quack and Yuxi could make a similarly strong duo. But Terra Crown in terrain is probably better than Terra Quack outside of terrain, like with no terrain buff, if that makes sense. I'm not really sure. I think it doesn't really matter what you chose. I think it's fine. The fact though that you have a Tentacruel in the back does let Quack Terra more consistently, like more freely rather. So you're not worried necessarily about losing your water type if you Terra Quack, because you're already set up with another Tentacruel on the side. So it's almost like you set yourself up with Terra Quack as the intent and then change your mind. I'm not sure. But I mean, Crown and Jugulus are both really strong.
Yeah, I think this is a case where it's like you have another solid option, but it's not at the expense of a bad option.
Yeah. Speed tiers are pretty strong. I do wish there was... Actually, no, I'm not even going to say that.
There's 108 and 123. There's not really any gaps.
Yeah, I think it's fine. The gap is between 108 and 123.
Which isn't even that bad.
It's...
I guess like we did say that we want a 110.
Yeah, I don't know. I said I at least want 2 things that are 110 plus. And you have that. So I think that's very strong.
What's a little weird, though, is that Tentacruel's not going to be running max speed. You look at the Jugulus, who might be... I don't know how his stats work out, how if he's one of the mons that has to like cut speed to boost special attack, or vice versa. But if you're boosting speed, then he's also not really that speed tier on the electric terrain because he's actually faster.
I think Jugulus you can boost speed if you just take out like
you have to cut
12 special attack EVs or something. And then if you're just max special attack, you can boost special attack. I don't remember the exact number, but it's pretty good. It's easy.
Yeah. But just that being said, though, is also like, if he's planning on being speed boosted, I don't know which one's more optimal for him, but then that's also like not really that speed tier then anymore because you're like jumping over it.
Yep, very true. And that's just kind of like, I like to treat electric terrain nowadays as more of a weather. And you have a mon that you can just run with electric rush, if you will. So there's good speed control there. It's going to be easier to like outspeed it than an actual speed slush rusher or whatever. But yeah, I think there's let's see, what, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 removal options.
Yeah, removal
There's
looks solid,
2,
and they're on good mons too.
4 setters. Yeah, the mons are all very bringable.
Like Gliscor might not want to use it, but also like, I mean, you have Coco, you have Quack, who are also coming.
Yeah, I mean, when you have 2 spinners, you don't want to run Defog, but you can against a team that has ghost types that will like spin block you, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think hazards are great. I think the speed tiers are awesome. I think you have great setup options. Like even Coco, you can run like CM Coco. Quack is just doing, setup mon. Sorry?
I'm kind of wondering what the Uxie's doing though.
I think it's fine. I think
it's fine. Yeah, I don't have like an issue with it. It's just kind of.
I mean, it's like a 9 points. A rocker that levitates. I think it's just very bringable.
Yeah.
You know, when Crown or Jegulus Terra, it's not like you're.
I don't know.
Overlaps with Gliscor? In what way?
In like a rocker that is immune to ground. I don't know.
Why are you using rocking and using immune to ground as a negative though? I don't.
No, it's not a negative. I'm saying like I'm wondering, like if that's what you're bringing, right? Like a rocker that's immune to ground. It's like I mean
if you want to run offensive, if you want to run offensive Gliscor, then you have a Uxie that can do.
Is that the only other rocker then? At least. Wait, actually,
the only other rocker. There's 2. There's Meow with spikes and Tenso with spikes.
Yeah, but just rock specifically. It's just these 2.
Yeah, those are the only rockers. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's fine. I really like. I didn't mean to say it as like a major negative or anything. I'm just kind of curious because it's like I see a lot of mons that are just really like you could bring these 6 to a lot of games, right?
Yeah,
and then,
I mean, like
they
do similar things if you want to say it that way, where they like immune ground, resist fighting, set rocks, and click U-turn. I don't think those are like things that you can get too much of as long as they don't overlap weaknesses.
Yeah, which
I think overlapping strengths is completely fine. If anything, it's just like Mew. Like Mew has a lot of strengths, right? But you want other things to overlap those strengths so that it doesn't have to use those strengths and can be freely set up.
Yeah.
Kind of like Gliscor, I think.
That's fair. I do want to cut that one off. Cut that one off.
Yeah.
Just we're going a little late on it.
Yep. Okay.
What is your rating?
I personally like this team a lot, and it's one of my favorites of the division. I'm not 100% sold on Electric Train, but I do think it's cool. Maybe could be improved with a change in Terra Captains, but that might be a side grade more than anything. Mm-hmm. So I have an 8 out of 10.
Okay. I'm actually going to give this one a 9. I think
nice.
I think it's just like it's more what I would have in mind when I think of like a NatDex team that uses the Coco to help out the future Paradox mons that isn't overly reliant on it. I think you got a lot of solid mons here with the Meow and the Quack and the Gliscor, just in general that can fit into most scenarios that you need them. I really like the flexibility with the hazard control. Nothing here is really like a bad option for what they want to do, right? Like nobody here is like a budget thing, and like you said, like a Terra Captain change is a side grade, right? Like this Terra combo can work really well, I think, and if it's not working really well, you got another great option. So,
yep, very true. The community has a lower rating than we did, but also does put them in the top few of the division. I won't say exact numbers. Mm-hmm. And they gave them a 7.63.
Top 16 in the division.
Yes, 7.63, which is only a little bit below max.
Yep. All right, next
who,
up.
As far as we've seen, is the top. Okay, next up. This is an interesting one. Have at it, brother.
Nope, looks pretty good. Move on.
Okay, there are 11 Pokemon here. Sorry, there's 10 Pokemon here.
This looks like a team that would have the maximum amount of mons.
Yeah. Okay, so this is Dolce. Definitely not Dolce. They are new to the NBA. I've known them for, I guess, a couple years. We used to play together in a league that I used to run a few years ago that I kind of stopped frequenting after a change of ownership. And yeah, actually, a lot of people here might know him as a mod for Goater's League, the PGA.
Yeah, that's where I met him.
Yeah. Yeah, chill guy, and we're glad to have him around for the first time. It was funny, the first thing he said when he came in, well, the first thing he said when he found, when the divisions were announced, rather, was that Jorstin was in a higher division than him. I think he usually has Jorstin's number. I'm not really sure. They might just have a rivalry, but yeah, I think he's really eager to prove himself, and I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that he makes it into All-Stars next season. We did just have a kind of hard cap this season on injecting players directly into All-Stars. We wanted to prioritize players who have been fighting for the spot over the last few seasons into All-Stars before just kind of giving it to some rando who we think is good. Yeah. So do I think Dolce could be an All-Star next season? I might have before I saw his team. This team is not good. Can it get some wins? Likely. I think especially if you're good at the game.
There are actually a couple things I do like about it, but
there's a couple I like as well. But my goodness, I am overall not a fan of this.
Yeah. The things that I like, I will start with, is I like the Glow King, Iron Hands, and Copper Roger. I think that can be a fun little splash.
Did you say Glow King, Iron Hands, and Copper Raja?
Yeah, Trick Room.
Oh, for Trick Room. Okay.
Yeah, I think that could be fun.
Yeah.
But usually, that's something I would say, like, that could be fun if the team is like otherwise also like good. So like this is like something that you splash on there. Looking at this, it's the only like discernible strategy I can find, or like synergy, like double fighting type.
So it's like double fighting, double electric, yeah, double water, double.
The hands really feels the most out of place here if we're disregarding the Trick Room, because it literally overlaps with the two mons above it. Like,
I'm fine with hands, and I'm fine with Thundy. Like on their 15. Own, I think the two of them, they both just really want to be Terra here.
Yeah.
And I think having double fighting, you need to have hands the Terra captain if you want to have that successful, so that it can just force trades for Lop to clean. Kind of similar to how we saw, I forget what the second fighting type was with the other Iron Hands. Let me double check.
There was a team that had a Terra Iron Hands on it.
Oh yeah, it was Polito with the Terra Hands and Sneasler. Yeah. Right, where like your win condition is Sneasler.
But you have
hands just comes in and trades with things that beat it. You could do a similar thing with hands and Lop, but I really feel like it needs the Terra for that. But then you have Terra Thundy, and like Terra Thundy with Lop and Glow King is just very strong. So it almost feels like hands is just a little too late to the party. I'm fine with Cleavor. It is another mon that I do think should be a captain if you are able to. I think Terra Cleavor is really strong.
I never really thought about it.
Yeah, and I don't think its types are really, like, its default types are good enough to let it do what it wants to do, and like come in and defog and U-turn and Stone Axe and stuff.
That's fair, yeah, because it's weak to rocks.
It only has one resistance and it's normal. So I think making it like Terra Grass or Terra Water or Fairy or something is actually really nice.
Yeah, I could see that, and it would be a nice like lower tier Terra.
No, I'm not going to discredit him for just drafting it and not making it a captain. I think it's fine, and I think Stone Axe is a really broken move, and I think it's funny when your rocks miss.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think
rocks weak mon.
My main problem starts to come after this, where
where we see one of 3 water types.
Yeah, well, the removal so far is Thundy, Cleavor, and then we see Silvally, which none of them really want to defog.
Oh yeah, optionally 4 water types down here.
Yeah. None of them want to defog. I guess it's just going to be Silvally. Or, no, Cleavor's fine to defog when it has to. Vaporeon, I don't feel like there's time on this team to click Wish.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's Vaporeon's main draw over a lot of the other water types.
I mean, it could be good with like Iron Hands, right? But I feel like if you're banking this much on Iron Hands, again, it's like, why is your Terra Captain Thundy T and not Iron Hands?
Yeah, like I do think that Terra Thundy is the right call. I just think Terra Hands would just be a different team.
when they're both on your team, right? Yeah, I can see that. But I'm saying, like, if you wanted to lean into, like, the synergy between Glow King, Vaporeon, Iron Hands, then, like, build around the Iron Hands. Like, make him the Terra Captain. Don't even have the Thundee, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, you could put this into a different mon that also supports Iron Hands or covers him better, maybe like a special attacker, to get like a different special attacker, right?
Yeah, it could have been like Terra Hands Chi or something.
Yeah,
I think would have been really nice. But regardless, it's not about what it could be; it's about what it is. I don't think the Vaporeon is great.
I guess the rating is.
I know.
Could be, yeah.
I know that him and Goater are buddies, and they maybe talk about their wish, their love for the move Wish. I think it's overrated, but I mean, people have really good success with it, and I do think
Wigglytuff gets it, so
strong.
It has to be a good move.
I do think wishing to hands is strong. My problem is just that hands is there, really.
Yeah. Let's look at the speed. We got our fastest mon as a Mega that can't hold anything, and then 101.
And an electric type that you're never going to scarf.
Yep.
Yeah, it's an absolute speed chasm. I have been talking about having 2 110 pluses. If it was based on
about 230 minuses?
No. Afterwards, it honestly just drops off a cliff. So I don't think the team is actually like as bad as I made it out to sound. And when I say that, I mean it's by far my lowest rated team. It definitely has like opportunity to do things. I don't think Trick Room is great. I think it's fine with hands. Caparaja is kind of fake.
It is, but that's why I was saying, like, I think it's like that would be something that'd be cool to splash on a team that like can use Trick Room, but not like the only synergy on your team is these 2 mons using Trick Room with him.
It's Rainless Ludicolo, which this is
a question
okay. Mark. It's just okay. Ludicolo is just a grass type that's not weak to fire.
Yeah.
Or ice. That's kind of it. It'll just be the ground switch.
I guess that's fair, yeah, because you have enough other water types that it doesn't really matter.
It's not even really a water type, I do think it's fine, and as a 6-pointer with synthesis, and I think there was something about it not having leech seed. I'm pretty sure it does. Hold on.
I think it has leech seed.
Yeah, it has like leech seed, synthesis. Those are all fine. It has encore. That's actually pretty decent.
Even though it's slow.
I'm not gonna give flack for the Ludicolo. I think Ludicolo is pretty decent.
Are you gonna give flack for this?
I'm gonna give flack for the Caparaja, the Vaporeon, and the Iron Hands.
That's fair.
I was probably a little too harsh on the team, but it also does feel like one of those teams that's like, where did your points go?
Yeah.
Seeing everything
and who
between
comes
like
to the match.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything from Cleavor to Caparaja, I feel like is could be consolidated into some other mon. Like Cleavor is fine. Maybe Vaporeon and Caparaja. I'm not gonna say you should have drafted Empoleon because it's tough to fit on, I think.
Yeah.
But something like that where you just have a little bit more consolidation in these like mid tiers would have gave more direction to your team.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I would say if I'm ranking this, I would say like probably a 6 on paper. I might be, rating it a little bit higher because, like I said, like there are some things that stood out to me immediately as like cool little synergy, but overall, it's like there are a lot of things that would need to be cleaned up here, maybe in free agency, to make it make sense, I think.
Yeah. So when I said it was by far the lowest, I did forget that I rated Eager a 4. But I also rated Dolce a 4. I kind of just don't like the team.
By far tied for the lowest.
By far tied for the lowest. The most tied you can possibly get for the lowest. And the community doesn't think that it's that bad, but does agree with me that it is one of the worst teams of the division by rating it a 6.16.
Yoink.
Only slightly above Eager and the second lowest in the division. And that now, I will reveal then that Zard's 6.32 is the third lowest.
So
starting to get a bit of a picture.
Yeah, so far in the first 5 that we've gone through, we have the 3 lowest.
The 3 bottom, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
right,
moving on.
Moving on. Glittering Atlas.
Yeah, Glittering Atlas
and
is...
this person, worth noting, totally not Satan.
Yes,
in
totally
case
not
anyone
Satan,
was
and is
suspicious.
also Overmatt's mentee. Can you tell by his team?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There it
I can
is.
tell by the team
That's
up until the Mega Aggron. After that, I feel like
this
Matt
is a
just
lot
said,
of just like points thrown at the screen.
yeah, I feel
Why
like
is
after
Sableye only 3
Aggron,
points? That seems kind of underpriced.
we've talked about this before. I feel like after Aggron, the Matt was like, okay, hands off. Like, you've got a good team. Pick whatever you want.
Yeah.
I don't think Okie Dokie is much of a Mattmon.
I think that's fair though. Like I think like this is just a solid team.
Yeah, the top 6 are really strong.
You throw in one of these.
It does still have the same thing that I think about Matt's team, where Enamorus and Keldeo are maybe a little bit redundant. I think maybe it wishes that Keldeo could have been like a Greninja or something really quick, but can't Terra it. I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
But it has, so because it has 2 things between 100 and 110, it does miss the double 110 benchmark that I like to have. So kind of minus a point for that. Yeah, when Moon is the only
between
thing above
100 and 1. I see.
Yeah. So Moon is the only thing above 110, and even 119 isn't actually that great to cap your speed off at. You would ideally like to have something 120, but there's also a lot of mons that are between like 120 and 123 that are like top tiers, like Meowscarada, Greninja, Torrentee, things like that. Like 121s in particular are important to at least have a tie for.
Yeah.
119
He
get
does
pretty
get
tough.
booster though. Now, right?
Yeah, but are you really running booster speed?
I guess not. On Moon.
Ideally, you're running booster attack.
Yeah, you can't take that much of a cut. I don't think.
Yeah. So okay. First things first. It just runs stats through people like Roaring Moon, Blood Moon, Enamorus, Slowking, Keldeo to an extent, but more so Aggron. They really just have the stats to bowl over people who don't have the stats to compete with them, and it weeds out matchups that you could have lost with a weaker like with less stats, if that makes sense. Like you're
like matchup wise that you could
by pulling up against an opposing team with just a higher base stat total than your opponent by like a lot, you just kind of win more matchups, and that's been the Overmatt strategy for a long time. Now he's a good player, obviously, but he's figured out the formula.
Pay to win. That's
not losing games, like not throwing games.
Yeah.
Right? Like the fewer games that are real contests, the fewer times you can throw.
Yeah. Well, and also even a bad matchup on paper, like type wise and mon matchup wise, is more manageable when you just have the stats.
Yeah.
Then like,
so
this matchup sucks. I can't win it. There's nothing I can do because I just lose, right?
Matt's team, for the most part, stayed very consistent all the way through. Now, it did have a little bit more points to work with because he didn't get the Blood Moon. He got the Rhyperior with Terra instead. So the Blood Moon is bonus points for Atlas here that Matt didn't get in the back. I don't think Atlas uses the secondary Terra Captain as well as Matt's Rhyperior.
Yeah.
And every Pokemon after that, from Brambleghast, Sableye, Mime Galar, and like Tentacool is a meme, whatever. But the Bramble, Sableye, Mime, look at the removal before Brambleghast. There's none.
Yeah.
And then the last 4 picks, he went, oh shit, I need to pick up as many spinners as I can possibly get my hands on.
I will say
Bramble is fine.
Yeah, I like him as a mon that you just
if it was like the second or third removal option, I think that would be good. Because it is a bringable mon. I do think it struggles to find a slot on this team that's so top heavy.
Yeah.
I actually think even Okidogi struggles to find a slot on the team. It is a ground of poison, but that's okay.
So
yeah, Bramble's never coming. Tentacool's a pocket pick of mine that it's unreleased tech, okay? You're not supposed to know about this.
I will say
Manglar is a fake spinner.
I didn't even know he had spin, to be honest. Okidogi, I will say, is a nice team builder mon. Like the Terra Okidogi. I know that even though it's it might be hard to fit him on a team, but when he's a Terra captain, you can't just bring that psychic. It'll be fine. Just bring a psychic.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
There is the threat that you have to respect it. Even though I agree, he's probably not coming to most games. He is important to prep for it, and I think that's really a good thing to have if you have a Terra captain that you don't really plan on using much or bringing much. So while it's not as good in functionally as Matt's 2, I don't hate it here. I think it works.
Yeah, but I think it should have been a poison type that beats fairies for Roaring Moon.
Yeah,
because right now it's a poison type that has to switch in to a not resist and then Terra into something in order to resist.
But you have the Mega Aggron too.
Yep, I know. But that's kind of why I'm saying I don't think it finds a slot on the team over Aggron a lot of the time.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because even Aggron, Slowking, and Ursa can all just blanket check physical or special fairy checks or fairy threats against Moon.
And
Moon is just, I don't know how it got here.
Oh, I forgot the time.
Well, what pick was Atlas? 6th pick? Yeah. I think it's definitely first pickable, and it got all the way here. It got even farther, I think, in some of the other divisions, which is crazy to me.
Yeah. Speaking of Trick Room, though, because we were talking about it last time, this is one that's I like you have the splash of Trick Room if you want it on a team that otherwise is perfectly fine without it. But you still
I think it's fine without it. It is a little bit slow.
It is a little bit slow, but I'm saying you can Mega Aggron can do Mega Aggron things without Trick Room, but then you could also just use Trick Room and make him a monster.
Okay, yes.
And same with Bursa, at least especially compared to regular Ursaluna, just having the recovery, the Calm Mind setup and stuff. Perfectly functional without Trick Room. Something you have to insanely respect even more than usual when you have a good Trick Room setter as well. That could very well click it when you have these other mons. So that's what I like about this one, where it's because I think teams that overly rely on Trick Room, obviously in singles, have historically not been as good. Especially in draft when you know it's coming. But it's a team like this where it's you can't just put all your eggs into the stopping the Trick Room basket, because you have to be ready for everything else that this team can do, which is a lot.
Yeah, you think Slowking's going to teleport out, and it sets Trick Room, and then teleports, and you're crying. Now, I would have liked to have seen a Slush Rusher, a low-tier Slush Rusher for Slowking. Yeah,
Chilly Reception.
I don't think it's the end of the world, and honestly, you just didn't have the points for it. Maybe Okidogi could have been that, but that's okay. We shouldn't talk too much longer about it. Yeah, true. No, not that.
I forgot to set the timer for this one, so let's assume it's been at least 5 minutes.
Yep. So I do like the team. I do think it's just a worse version of Overmatt's.
You think it's a worse version? I actually like it a little better than Overmatt's.
I think it's a worse version. I think the Ursaluna difference doesn't change too much, but it changes the bottom half of the draft a lot, and I think the bottom half is just much worse.
I agree the bottom half is much worse. I think that
so I gave it a 7.
I'm gonna say 8. I think that I agree that the bottom half is weaker. I think now we're still talking about hustle, but in All-Star having the flexibility I think is a little more important. Whereas here it's that top half of the team is just going to put in so much work. It doesn't really matter. if I don't know. I like that a lot. I think it's going to be strong. So I'll say an 8. Yep.
The community said a 6.92. So they agreed more so with me, more closer to the 7 than the 8. Yeah. But I mean, it's still fine. I think 7 is kind of a good standard. If you got a 7.x, I think the community likes your team. If it's 6 or lower, I think they think that you're a little bit weaker than the rest. The fact that this is barely 6 means that it's still a decent team, but probably on the weaker end.
It's not barely 6, it's almost 7.
Sorry, that's what I meant, almost 7. It's so barely not 7.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, let's move on to Bunhara. Yep. And I have the timer running this time.
Okay.
I see a Zapdos. I like it. I see a Zapdos.
We have a rain team.
That's cool. Yeah. Oh my gosh. This is.
I think I rated this similar to how I rated Zeb, because I just don't rate rain very highly, and I do rate sand, but I think I was just tired of Zeb drafting sand. I don't really rate rain. I think it's like even more boring than sand.
Yeah, I think it's easier to, like, not easier to prep for, but most of the time rain teams are easier to prep for because I think you have to put more resources into rain to make it like overall threatening. Whereas with sand, you can just kind of like have the Excadrill and it's like, all right, you have a sand team. Like, yeah.
I don't know. I think rain is much more matchup fishy.
Well, that's what I mean.
The fact that, okay, maybe I mistook what you said, but the fact that your weather not only gives you speed but also boosts your damage at the same time when you're just spamming your stabs, I feel like is just kind of boring and limits, like, makes it so that your good matchups are stupidly good and your bad matchups just suck.
Yeah.
And I just don't think that a draft environment is where I would want to be piloting that personally.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So I get sick of rain. Maybe that's why I'm a sand enjoyer, because it's like not quite as brainless, where you don't just always click the water move.
Yeah.
And plus the fact that then they made like Hurricane 100% accurate, that is, or in rain, that is the main check to like the grass types that want to come into your water moves. It's like, it feels like rain teams really just build themselves. And there's a little bit more defensive synergy you can do with a lot of other weathers. That in rain, it doesn't really matter. You just get the best rain users and a steel type, and you say go.
Well, that's why Archaludon pisses me off, just in general as a Mon. Because it's like, did we really need an even easier Mon to slot into these teams that just like answers every problem that they need while also getting a benefit from rain directly?
Yeah.
I agree with that overall. But what I was saying when I was saying like it's a little like easier to prep for overall is because your team is more dedicated to it. That's what I mean by like it does have matchups where it's like you're gonna own somebody who doesn't have the options to build for it, but the people who have options to build for it are just gonna kind of get to completely screw you over. Compared to sand, where it's like at the end of the day, a Sand Rush Excadrill alone isn't committing a whole lot of resources, but can still benefit somebody who built a sand team in any matchup.
Yeah, that's true. So not looking at the main, like the standard rain set or users like Zapdos, Pelipper, Archaludon, Pert, Barraskewda, Moltres, Galar to a degree, and Quillfish. Not looking at them, I'm looking at Jirachi here. Is interesting. I don't think I've seen Jirachi on a rain team before.
No, that's interesting.
I don't think it's that bad. I don't think there's too much that it's needed for, which maybe means that it will be free to run more calm mindsets and or even just be the rock setter for Pert and let Pert just always click flip turn and turn your brain off even more. Terra Barraskewda is super standard. You just probably like Terra either fighting or dark or grass or whatever to beat the one thing that beats your water types. Tink, I think is like Jirachi. I haven't seen Tink on a rain team before.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Like, this seems like a weird overlap, right?
With Tink and Rachi?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like fine to have all of them. I mean, steel types are just good, and when you have Zapdos, Pelipper,
we also have Archaludon.
Yeah, steel types are good in rain. You know, like when you have so many flying types, there's all of the like fighting and ground moves that are aimed at them are just resisted anyways. So it doesn't. The fact that you already have so many flyers means that you're not even stacking weaknesses because you were already stacked on resistances.
Yeah. But you can still bring 6 to a game.
Yeah. Well, I think the main 6 it's just going to be like Pelipper, Archaludon, Pert, Barraskewda, and then pick the 2 that look the best. Usually
not even Zapdos. Okay. This is the most expensive.
And then just pick the next one. Do you want another Swift Swimmer? Get Quillfish. Do you want another Steel type? Pick one. Yeah. So I didn't think it was particularly inspired. Do I think... Oh, true. Somebody mentioned, yes, Skyhops mentioned in chat, it's rare to see a rain team that's not weak to freeze dry. That's true.
I mean, it still doesn't love it 4 times.
Yeah, I mean, it has multiple steel types, though,
Weak,
and, like,
weak.
Moltres Galhar doesn't care when it's Terra.
Yeah, but this steel type is neutral.
Okay, there's 3 of them.
Well, only
2 of them
resist
resist
it.
ice. Yeah.
4 times weak, 4 times weak, 2 times weak, 2 times, well, Terra Captain, 2 times weak, 2 times weak. I don't know. I wouldn't say it's particularly, maybe compared to other rain teams, but I wouldn't say it's like,
It says rare rain team not super weak to freeze dry.
Yeah.
And usually you see like 6 freeze dry weaknesses
Yeah,
and
that's
1
true.
resist. So, I don't know. I agree with that. Do I think that changes my rating? Not really. I think it'll be a good team. I think it's really boring. I gave it a 6.
Yeah. I might just agree.
Do I think it'll
I might be
outperform the
boring and
6?
agree with you.
It will probably outperform the 6 that I gave it, but I do think it's just uninspired.
And there's a fair way
And
to
is
look at
that a good way to make a PR system? Probably not. Now that
No,
I think about it.
I think it's fair to say like if we're objectively rating it like on performance, like yeah, it's probably better than a 6, but
Like
also
a
like
7.5. It's like
Yeah.
I'd say rain teams are average because you have kind of coin flippy. Either
Yeah.
you auto win or auto lose a lot of the time.
it's just hard to
So
predict.
7.5 is pretty average.
I think if I were to like lean though, I would lean towards like I would rather rate it lower, you know, if
Yeah.
it's boring.
So the community does rate it a 7.44. So despite our 6s, is actually closer to 8 than it is
People
to our
like it.
rating. Yep. And I mean, it makes sense. It is a good team, and I do think it'll perform like a 7.5 to an 8.
Yeah. All right, moving on to hamburger.
Yeah.
Timer has started for hamburger.
So this team is
What?
interesting. I think this is the first Mega Altaria. We haven't
Yeah.
seen an Altaria yet.
Yep, this is the first one.
We also see Terra Chandelure, which I think is cool. And Snorlax.
But
Snorlax is a
Terra's
mon
not.
that I've been saying it for years that Snorlax is a mon that I really just want to force myself to use at some point.
Yeah,
It just seems so cool, dude. I don't know.
it is cool. I liked seeing what MonkeBoi did with the Terra Snorlax.
Yeah, it was Terra, right? Yeah, that was
Yeah.
interesting. Seeing like Terra
Um,
Fire Heat crash was pretty cool.
Yeah, and like being immune to the burns and whatnot.
Yep.
Then again, he just rests off burns.
So we see capping off the speed, we have Darkrai, but there's also Terra base
We got a
Ogre
110.
Pond.
We got a 110, and this one can run any item.
Yeah, so assuming that it is for the most part just clicking Terra as soon as it can, which it might not want to in some cases where it wants to proc Defiant, but for the most part you have a 110 that's always scarfed, like that's always +1, and Darkrai at 125 is just very strong.
Yep.
So yeah, good on the speed already.
And the Urshi and the Lando like fill in kind of the middle pretty well with the 90
Yeah,
to 100.
there's 3 mons that are all within
Oh yeah.
like between 90 and 100.
Wow. Do we do speed on Deoxys?
You can't tell me you don't do
Defense.
speed on Deoxys, but you do speed on Screamtail, dude.
Screamtail's faster,
So what?
so it's more.
I'm not getting into this with you, man. Deoxys defense almost always runs speed, but it's the same kind of thing where you don't want to have to run speed, and you don't have to run speed on Deoxys defense here because you have Urshi Rapid and you have Lando that have similar speed tiers. You don't have to
Yeah.
worry about other 90s outspeeding your DoD.
Yeah, it just seems less necessary anyway. He's
I don't think you've ever used Deoxys, if I'm
I
being
haven't.
honest, because speed
I've
on
never
it is
used
very strong.
I've never
That's
used
okay.
it.
That's okay. It is the same kind of conversation as Screamtail, just but I'm good to move past that.
Yeah.
We see
I've used Screamtail.
This is so there's double water with Urshi and Polion. Neither are Terra Cap. Well, you can't Terra Urshi actually.
Yeah. I think that
I don't have too much of a problem with that.
I was gonna say I like that this because you lose your fire resist, right? But you still have a fire resist here. You have
Yeah.
fire immunity here. Like I think that works around, and Polion's like main weakness as a water type, I guess, is not being a fire resist. You have good answers around it. Not that.
Yeah, and the fact that Urshi is actually. Yeah, but Urshi's actually physically bulky. And it lets Empoleon potentially focus more on its SpDef that it likes to do, because it is more SpDef inclined.
Yep.
Deoxys kind of lets you run whatever defense you want, and then make up for it with the rest of the mons. Right. Like if Deoxys is defense, everything else can be SpDef and you'll be fine. There's also Intimidate Lando. Like the defenses actually seem very solid on the team. Yeah. I do think, like I said before about Empoleon in particular, that Empoleon is easy to overwhelm because often when it's there, it's the only rocker, the only defogger. It needs to pivot, it needs to have roost, and it needs to resist ice and fairy and water and like just so many things.
Yeah.
Having type overlap with Empoleon can be tricky, but I think it's actually kind of cleverly done here with Urshi Rapid, where it's not like too in your face about, you know, the last mon isn't a Manaphy, for example, or the other water isn't a Manaphy that's like specifically there to just be a water.
Yeah.
Urshi's there to be a fighting type.
Yeah.
That can take on physical water types or physical fire types or etc. Right? Even like physical ice for the Lando and the Ogerpon that will struggle against it. That's my 2 cents there.
I agree with that. I'm just looking. So ice resist. Just because we're looking at the 4x weakness here, good to have the 4 times resist. You have some other pretty solid options for answering it. Only fairy type is a mon that has to mega first.
Yeah, that is something that worries me. No, there is Carbink. Whoa, there's a Carbink, brother. Don't forget about that. That is something that worries me, though, about Altaria, is it's often relied upon to be like the dragon check, and then dragons often just like have a dragon dance and can Iron Head through it when it comes in.
Yeah.
Or just click the Draco pre-mega.
Yeah, and you can't just swap into it.
Yeah. So I do think it's fine, though, because you have Lando to help beat physical dragons, and I do think Empoleon is pretty good for special dragons, too. Like, Latios can't touch Empoleon.
That's true, yeah, you have a pretty good resist for it.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if...
Deoxys and Snorlax can... Deoxys will be more flexible and can maybe help check them, but Snorlax is just a really strong special blanket as well.
Like thick fat?
So... Yeah, well, just having 110 SpDef, 160 HP is very strong. So any special dragons usually just aren't able to beat like AV Snorlax.
Yeah, that's fair. I think overall, like this has a lot of solid pieces and a lot of like good defensive protection. I think. I like that Empoleon has Roost now, right? Like that changes a lot here too. Maybe the only weakness I would say is the fairy issue, but also like we've seen teams that don't have real fairy types that are also fine, right? Even if it's a drawback, it's not the end of the world. And honestly, like even Altaria, like if you're worried about the fighting types for these two, like even pre mega evolution, like the being able to resist the fighting types before you mega as well, is pretty nice. It's like you can still bring it in on like those kinds of mons that it wants to come in on, and it doesn't really like change a whole lot there.
Yeah, that's true. And I think just Altaria in general got better since getting like Will-O-Wisp and everything. I think it's actually
like Gen 9.
Yeah, it just got that Gen 9. I think it's actually really interesting. I think did it get U-turn too, or no? It got something. It got Will-O-Wisp and something. I don't remember.
I'm using it in my low tier draft right now, but it's not mega. It's just regular. But yeah, it has Wisp, it has Cotton Guard.
Really strong.
It's always had Cotton Guard. Brave Bird might be new for it. No, I think it's always like Brave Bird.
Regardless, I think Mega Altaria. I used to super overprice Mega Altaria because it was really frustrating.
Well, you've used it and like done pretty well with it, right?
Not an NBA.
I think use it in seasons.
No, I used it like way in the past in like Gen 6 and 7. I haven't used it for a long time, but it's something that I feel is frustrating to play against.
Yeah.
Not even just for myself, but like just in general, it can be frustrating. Just because it does everything. And that's kind of why for a while I also overtiered things like Komo-O, where
Yeah.
things that can do whatever they want and still be unbreakable sometimes just feel like there's very little counterplay. I think I've eased up on that in the last little while, but I'm excited to see how it's used here.
Yeah.
Overall, I think the pivots are pretty strong. There's really good hazard setting. There's not too much removal. There's Lando and Empoleon for removal. You could use Altaria as well. I wouldn't rely on that though.
No, not if you
It's
get
like
a
it's
boost.
definitely serviceable hazard gameplay. Much better setting than removal.
Yeah.
And you have a competitive and a defiant Pokemon to help your opponent's
and a good
removal
ghost.
and a spin blocker. So I actually think that's really strong, and I'll give it a point for
A
that.
spin blocker that can burn if you don't.
Yeah.
If you don't spin.
Yeah, I like the team. I think I would probably give it between a 7 and 8. I'd say, yeah, I'll give it a. Wait, what did I give it? I forgot. I already marked these. I gave it a 7 before. I think maybe I'd go, if I could, I'd give it like a 7.8. Too much water.
I think I want to give it a 9 because even after all we just talked about and looked at, I haven't really even thought about the Darkrai, and that's just, I mean, it's so good. Like,
Darkrai's just there.
You're just adding that on to like everything else that we basically talked about like why this team is
100%.
solid. I think it's a 9. I'm gonna give it a 9.
That's very fair. I think it is one of the top half of teams, but the community rated a 7.20, which is lower than I would have thought, actually.
Yeah, maybe a little. All right, next up we got Royce, who has been in the chat. I don't know if he's still here, but we got another bundler. This is our next bundle team. Is this bundle Mega Chomp again? Was the other one the one that had the double Mega with the Mega Chomp, but then also had bundle? Is that correct?
No, it wasn't. I don't think it was ever a double Mega. No, it wasn't. The first thing that stands out to me though, other than the bundle, and I will talk about the bundle again in a second.
Oh, it was the regular Garchomp was what they are in bundle on the other team.
Oh yeah. These Terra Captains just seem insane. They bring just so much power. The fact that Staka can be Fizdef, like just gives latent Fizdef rather, as well as offense, as well as Hoopa giving latent Spidef and insane offense. They can just Terra stabs. They can Terra to make up for their poor defensive
fighting
typing.
Staka, just body boosting.
Yeah. I think usually it's even just like Terra Steel Gyro Ball is just super strong. Usually Hoopa will just be Terra Dark, Hyperspace Fury, but I mean you can like Terra Steel and resist the U-turns that are aimed at trying to kill you, right? Or I don't know, just dodge random weaknesses to resist the physical moves that usually snipe you with your low defense. So it's I think super strong. Staka really likes removing its bad defensive type. Even just going into ground for like
it just doesn't really matter what you're doing as long as you're getting rid of
it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I think Hoopa is a little bit more, you have to pick and choose a little bit more carefully, but Staka can just be whatever it wants to be.
Yeah. And the threat of both of them is just going to be a nightmare in team builder. Like,
and let's not forget too that if you see a Hoopa on the other side of the screen, do you switch into your Dark Resist or your Ghost Resist or your normal resist?
Well,
because there's a Zooey Zoroark right there too.
I was going to say that's
the fear that these Terra Captains instill when you don't know if it's a Zoroark or not is I think just the aura alone will get people to trip up and let Royce just claim free mons.
I really like the Geezing here too as the quad fighting resist, because even if you're not terroring the Staka, like you have, I guess he's ghost type, so he's not a normal type that's weak to fighting, but like weak to fighting, your psychic type is neutral, weak, and then and also the Moltres too, same thing. It's like just these are just two really good fighting types or deterrents for some mons that don't really want to deal with fighting types, or at least like might have a blind spot to it based on their original typing.
Yeah, I also think like even it doesn't even get that much worse as you go down the line too. Like you see Moltres. Yeah, you see Moltres is like, okay, Lilligant Hisui, okay, I haven't been proven yet on that one. Vikavolt, awesome mon. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I think, and this, we haven't even, just like the Darkrai, we haven't even talked about the bundle yet. If you see a bundle on the other side of the screen, do you switch into your Ice Resist, your Water Resist, or your Zoroark Hisui switch?
Yeah.
It's so, at least they like
Well, it
share...
doesn't matter because he's going to miss the Hydro Pump. So.
True. Well, at least both of those are special, but like a Hoopa Unbound is either going to hit your normal type for a bajillion damage with Terra Dark, Hyperspace Fury. Whereas like Bundle won't necessarily do that because they're switching into like their Assault Vest user or something like that.
Yeah.
And also there's just a Mega Garchomp, and not only can that end games, it's great hazards, physical and special breaker, decent speed. Haven't even talked about the speed. I do think it's kind of similar to the team that had Mega Lop and like a 108. Yeah. I think it was
the 110's
what was it,
better,
Lop
though.
Terrakion, or I don't remember exactly.
The 110's better though.
Yeah, the 110 at least hits that like baseline. I think a lot of the time it will just be 252 plus speed, and that's okay.
Yeah, but it also runs Scarf trick sets too, so it's like.
Yep.
I don't think the speed's a huge issue here. You have a Victory Dance with the 105 too, so like that's usually going to be pretty fast if you get your turn. You have your webs too, that can, make it kind of harder to just build speed, right? To like outspeed these things. Can't 100% rely on that all the time.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think the team is really missing too much. Like, there's maybe it could use like another defogger, but the defoggers there are like Weezing and Moltres are very reliable.
Good, yeah.
And like they're coming to, at least one of them are coming to most games. The speed tiers, it at least meets what I would expect out of a team. There's special breakers, physical breakers, mixed breakers. Chomp is a good win condition. Iron Bundle is a good lose condition when you miss.
Well, you know what I like though. What I like though is that, like, we joke about the lose condition with the miss. I think he is very well supported, right? Like, there's not a lot of scenarios where it's like you can actually, because of the horror arc, and you're not sure like who it is. There are going to be a lot of cases where you can spare the miss because it was on a swap, right? Because they were scouting.
That's true.
And I think that's actually really helpful here, that he's not in these situations where it's like, well, I know my calc, I know Hydro Pump kills here, and I have to guess whether or not they're going to know that, and if they're going to swap, or if they're going to try and tank it, or expect something else. There's always going to be more incentive to swap earlier on when you're scouting still.
Yeah.
Now they are both special, like you said, which isn't
I think it's not the end of the world,
but it's still fine. Like I still think that's like something that you really want to have as bundle, is have other things fall by. And then even if you do miss and you die, like these mons that are 7 and 8 points less than you can win games. Like, it doesn't matter really as much. It's just the icing on the cake. Like, that's really all it is.
I do think there was I do wish there was a bit more opportunity to boost your speed. But I mean, Lilligant Hisui does exist. There are sticky webs, and you can just set Trick Room. Staka can set its own Trick Room.
Yeah.
Like, I was just kind of thinking maybe if there would, like, not necessarily a Slowking, but like a Porygon 2, or just something. Yeah, no, like Scale Shot Chomp is the only thing outside of Lilligant that I'm not convinced on. But Lilligant is like the only one that I'm not convinced on.
Yeah, but I mean, even if
Chomp does?
No. Lily, even if you're not sold on Lilligant, like, that is still the thing it's gonna do, right? Like, so it's not like you know it's gonna be boosting speed. I guess.
Lilligant is also a defogger. I forgot.
But then also, Horror Arc has agility if it wants to, but it's not going to. But like I said, it's running Scarf with Switcheroo, so it's not like super committed to it either.
Let's move on from here. I think this team is awesome. The Terra Captains strike fear in the hearts of your enemies.
Yeah.
The Zoroark is icing on the cake. You have good hazards, decent speed tiers. I have this at a 9 out of 10, and it's probably my favorite of the division. Or at least one of my top like 3 of the division.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 9 as well. I like this one a lot.
You know what's crazy is the community really doesn't agree. The average rating is 7.20.
They don't trust that bundle's gonna hit the Hydro Pump.
Yeah, it is an exact tie with Hamburger, and barely makes the top half of the division for score.
I don't know if I would. Like, yes, technically barely makes it, but with the number that are ahead of them, I think that's still pretty good.
Okay, on to Dray. We've got Dray. Go. So we see another player getting baited by Rillatran. Sad.
Yeah, well, really
but it's with a twist. It's with Terra Halucha that was just recently lowered in tier by quite a bit, actually. I think it was like 16. Yeah. I got kind of clowned on because nobody ever drafted Halucha. But then people were like, oh, wait, it might actually be kind of busted. So yeah, we have a grassy terrain Terra Lucha
really
here.
Similar to Metro's team.
Yeah, well, it's Rillatran, but also Rilla Melmetal. Yeah, seeing and double steel. Yeah, seeing Melmetal and Heatran, and it's not Terra Heatran is interesting to me, but it makes sense when you see the Halucha.
Yeah.
But then you also see the Halucha plus Dragonite, and it's like, how much of this can you really do? And I don't think Dragonite gets high horsepower, right? It only has EQ. Let me double check that fact. Dragonite. Not dragon. No, it doesn't have high horsepower.
Yeah. Swampert gets it though, right? He gets high horsepower. Yeah,
Swampert is a horse.
Correct. Rillaboom also gets it, because he's also a horse.
Yep. So I also I really do like Terra Hatterene. I think it's something that's a little bit underexplored. I do like the fighting resist for the team, because there's 2 steel types, a dark fighting type, and Dragonite is the... I mean, Dragonite Halucha being the flying types means they don't actually want to switch in to fighting. So I'm interested to see it. I don't think we've ever seen Terra Hat. Maybe Zap drafted Terra Hat in like early Terra seasons. I'm not too certain.
Yeah, I'm wondering though if it might be a situation where it's like, yeah, maybe you just kind of want to keep those typings, right?
Yeah.
But that's fine.
I'm looking at the speed though, and it technically meets my criteria of 2 above 110. Now Halucha is gonna just outspeed whatever it wants after Unburden, except for specifically Sneasler. Weavile feels like, how do I put it? I don't feel like we needed the like physical revenge kill. Well, it's the only revenge killer actually.
Rilla.
I'm kind of torn on this because
Rilla can be a revenge killer.
Like, yeah, but Grass is such a bad offensive type that it's not actually consistent at that.
But in NatDex, he has a pretty good pool, though. Not amazing, but...
Like, revenge killing other offensive threats, like things that are faster than you. So, yeah, I do think Rilla can, like, threaten some things out. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But it's not going to hit as hard to whatever switches in. As
I agree that it's not the same as, like...
Yeah, it's not, like, the same tier. I have kind of a hard time rating this. There's let's see, there's 2 rockers, there's a magic bouncer. Oh, the removal is Dragonite Halucha.
Which are both
that's not a good look.
Their terrain.
Yeah, I mean clearing terrain is fine. You just have to do that if you want to remove hazards most of the time.
Yeah. And I guess Rilla just comes back in.
Yeah, Rilla comes back in to reset. There is, if you want to nitpick, you can Mold Breaker defog Halucha to defog against Goldengo. So Halucha does have a niche against Goldengo and isn't just completely hardwalled.
One thing I just noticed, just kind of looking through this, the top. Well, first of all, this is a very physical team.
Yeah, extremely physical.
One special attacker.
Heatran and like Dragonite,
maybe
I guess.
Yeah.
Hatterene.
And Hatterene.
Hatterene's good.
Yeah. But these top 3, and even 4 if you want to count Heatran, don't really hit fire types that have any sort of answer for a ground type or just bring a Shukaberry.
Don't hit fire types?
Like, Weavile doesn't have coverage for it. Melm has Earthquake, which you can't really use on G-Terrain. High Horsepower, which isn't super strong, and if you're not banded or not set up yet, like, there's a lot of fire types that can come
Metal is a horse.
True. But it doesn't have high horsepower.
Sad.
And, like, again, like, you have your Earth Power, right? But, like, I'm specifically talking about, like, mons that would come in, Shukaberry, and, like, get that mon out of there. Like, these,
yeah.
they don't,
I think Heatran's fine.
Heatran's probably fine. Yeah, I'm just looping it in because it's like, oh, it's also like a fire steel type, right? But
yeah,
like you have your knockoff, right, that you could hit a fire type with, but I've just noticed because I'm actually using Sneasel right now in the Lotre draft, and I've used Weavile before, but I had him as a Terra Captain. It's just a little, you know, these are some mons. I know Mel was banned, but these are some mons where it's like, you like, normally if you were this focused on like physical attack and like having this much overlap with being resisted by fire types, you might want one of these mons to be a Terra Captain. So just none of them being Terra Captains is kind of weird, even though Terra Hawlucha I think will be good, as we sort of already talked about. I'm just a little curious about this, and I'm wondering if we'll see like issues with stuff like, you know, Moltres, Talonflame, in particular, but also even just like fire types that can tank the random ground coverage or run the berry, like I said, and kind of eliminate one of these mons. It's a lot of overlap, and when you're already overlapping on physical attack, like I don't know, it might struggle into some specific matchups if you just roll the dice poorly on who you're fighting.
Yeah, I think overall there's a lot of firepower. I don't personally like the speed. Yeah. Because Hawlucha's the kind of mon that like is kind of, it's 118 is kind of fake. It's really just like fast enough, but only once. Right. So it doesn't go well for the longevity or like a long game. It's not going to be that fast, like revenge killer that Weavile is.
Yeah.
And I honestly think it's already kind of tough to bring. Maybe even like Dragonite is the thing that sits out most of the time, and that's one of your like faster mons.
Yeah.
Assuming it has DD or at least extreme speed. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty tough to fit in like a ground type or a fighting resist. Let alone all of these kind of mini synergies that you started to form. I do think you will always have 6 good mons to bring to every game, which is probably your saving grace, because you did just draft a whole bunch of good Pokemon. It's just hard to fit or hard to see it as like a cohesive team when I feel like it's lacking in a lot of criteria that I usually look for. The speed in particular, I don't think the special attackers are strong enough. And I don't think there's no grounded poison, which is like not a deal breaker. You can like Terra Poison Hat, I guess.
But I mean, you have the Terra Hawlucha to like do that, right? To be Terra, if you're relying on that as your grounded poison,
then it's kind of tough. Anyways, I do still like the team. I do think there are drawbacks. But there's also probably a couple quick fixes that you can make. Like, I don't think you need both Heatran and Melmetal. You can probably drop one. That frees up so many points to let you fix a lot of your problems.
Yeah.
So I think the team for me is a 7 out of 10. I'd give it a 7 just because I think it wouldn't be too hard to fix. I don't know exactly what's open and if it would fix those problems, but I think it's still good. You're probably likely to get some wins. Wouldn't be surprised to see you in playoffs. That's kind of what 7 out of 10 means for me, honestly.
Yeah, I think you worded it pretty well. It's a lot of good individual mons. I think like all these mons are solid. All these mons can win games. We're just looking at specific things. It's like, oh, maybe it could have this. Like maybe like this might be bad for some matchups.
Yeah.
All right. So I would say 6 + 1 for Rillaboom 7.
Yeah. So we both said 7, and the community almost exactly agrees and says 7.04.
All right.
So yeah, I saw in chat you were kind of beating yourself up about, you know, that we were gonna shit on your team. It's like there's definitely some pros and cons. I think the community just thinks your team is pretty decent as well, so I wouldn't be too hard on yourself.
Yeah. All right, moving on to Skyhops. And I already see something that I love, because I love Terra Sandy Shocks. Terra Captain Sandy Shocks. It's one of my favorites.
I do think Terra Shocks is really good. Terra Scarm is interesting.
Yeah. Oh, wait, this one's already played a game as well. Oh, this was the other game. Okay.
It's something that I would have liked to have seen, like, because we spoke about Scarm on Afonso's team right at the beginning, and I do think that letting Scarm change its type does sometimes make up for its lack of Spadef, because it can just go into like mono steel or like water or ground or something and like resist electric or ice or do something better specially that it couldn't do before while still keeping its stupid defense stat. So like it's cool. I do think there are maybe weak armor shenanigans you can do as well. Like Swords Dance, Terra Scarm is probably kind of cute. Even like Body Press, like Terra Fighting is probably kind of cute.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the best captain, but I also think it was the best captain that you could have had with Sandy Shocks. Because Manaphy and Superior are both banned.
They're both banned, yeah.
So I don't think there was too much thought behind Scarm. It was just it landed on Scarm to be the best of the 3 legal targets.
Only Fairy Resist on this team, by the way.
Is Scarm? Yeah, that's true.
Because this is neutral. And also,
you
wouldn't really
Terrapagos resist Fairy once.
Yeah.
Importantly, we do see another Sneasler terrain team. I do think Psy terrain in particular is good with Sneasler, because it'll get rid of a lot of the opponent's opportunity to like either prankster Sneasler or like even just like out prio it. Exactly, like out prioing the Sneasler is strong.
Yeah.
So you do restrict that, but at the same time, you also have a Baxcalibur that likes to use priority on its own. I don't think it's the end of the world. I don't think it's a major problem.
I think
like SD Bax is gonna have to play around the terrain, which isn't impossible, right? It's just it's a pain that you're gonna have to do that. Yeah.
I think it's fine because you already need like a turn or two to get him going. Unless you're literally going from Lele to Bax.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just envisioning like an end game where you have Lele Bax left. You're like Scarf Lele, somebody outscarves your Lele, and then you have to revenge with Bax, and you can't.
Right.
I don't know. I could just see unfortunate circumstances, but like I said, I think it's gonna be fine. If anything,
just don't
like I've seen worse. I've seen like Lele Mega Scizor, for example, and that it panned out fine, right? Just like I think this will pan out completely fine. Literally, they ran Iron Head rather, because it's so stronger than Metal Claw.
Oh yeah, because Metal Claw's like 55.
Yeah.
So, Terrapagos is not even 100% accurate.
Terrapagos is busted. I do think though that actually no, never mind. I was gonna say that your removal is kind of too reliant on Terrapagos, but I actually disagree. I think Serp and Scarm can come if you want to say Murkrow or Smeargle can remove. That's also true.
Hey, Stab, Rapid Spin.
But there's 3 like relevant removal options, so that Terrapagos, Serp, and Scarm don't have to always do it.
Yeah.
Shocks is a really good setter, so again, Terrapagos doesn't have to do it. Scarm is a really, really good setter. The hazard game is actually very strong. It's mostly just kept towards like 4 Pokemon on the team, so it's gonna probably pan out where you have to bring at least 2 of those per game. But I don't think you're gonna be upset if you have to bring Terrapagos, Sandy Shocks, and Scarm to a game.
Yeah, but I also think that when you're building against this team, you're not going to look at it and be like, oh, yeah, I'm just going to stack hazards because they can't deal with it. Even though, like, ideally, maybe you're not always bringing spin on Terrapagos. It's not the kind of mon where it's like you're just assuming that he's not going to bring it unless he desperately needs to. So, so I think that's fine. Like, when you have options, you have a good mon that's coming every time that could run spin. You don't fall into the same trap as someone who it's like, well, are they going to bring the Bramblin or are they going to, not have hazard removal? Okay, I'm just going to start putting rocks up early on. So, I will say
speed. Sorry, if you can get your point in.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, only Ice Resist being the Manaphy. When you
do have the same problems with Manaphy and Scarm that I did. On I think it was also on
I guess they both had
but the Terra Scarm is actually like kind of shores that up, I'm not gonna lie.
I just think
like I don't think Skarm is a
wants
good
to target
cap.
like 100% of the time though.
Yeah, it does want to, and I don't think Skarm is like a good cap per se, but
Yeah.
it does actually shore up some of the problems that I had in theory with the combo.
Yeah. What were you gonna say about
Regarding
speed?
their speed, there is
they hit the criteria.
2 things over 110, which is kind of my minimum criteria. But unlike what I was just saying about Halucha, about how it's kind of fake 118, Sneasler is a pretty real 120, and you don't have to run Unburden on it.
Right.
It's much less of a one-trick pony. It is much more linear, I think, like move-wise.
Yeah.
But like just running Choice Band or even set up with a manual Unburden, like if you run normal gem fake out.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Herb,
And if you
like,
get your normal gem fake out and like get a kill that you're going for, like it can just leave and come back, and even if it loses its Unburden, it's still gonna be like a strong.
Yeah, you don't have to worry too much. And Halucha's a lot more reliant on running Adamant Nature to get the damage off, whereas Sneasler just has 40 more attack than Lucha.
That's such a dumb mon.
Yeah, Sneasler is really dumb. So even if you lose the Unburden boost, you're still potentially at full speed. You'll still outspeed like the 110s and 115s that Halucha has to run Adamant almost like 9 times out of 10. So it won't be outspeeding those things.
Yeah.
Bax is really, really good. I mean, Terra Captains are... One is strong and one is experimental, but we'll see how it goes. Terrapagos is OP. I think the team is pretty good.
Yeah,
and he won his first game.
I like it overall. I would probably give this one. I might give it an 8.
Yeah, I think it's definitely fine. I think maybe just looking at Terrapagos makes me wanna bump it up a little. And yeah, I like 8. 8's a good spot for it.
I love Terra Sandy Shocks. He's so good.
Yeah.
Especially in draft.
The
just, like,
community agrees and has Skyhops at 7.96, which is actually above Overmatt's 7.92 and is currently the highest rated team that we've had so far.
Wild.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can beat it.
True.
All right, we got...
Onwards, we have Glumlee, which was actually a lot of people's other favorites. I do think the Terra Caps are maybe similarly strong. I do think that Terra Thundi is really good. Probably like it's a better mon than Sandy Shocks, but I do think that Terra Sandy Shocks is like I think Sandy Shocks gets a lot more out of Terra than I think Thundi does. But Terra Thundi is still really good.
We're spending 9 points on this, by the way.
9 points on what?
On these 3.
On Autono, Shuckle, and Glimmet, yeah. I think Autono is real, and I think Shuckle is fine.
Actually, Glimmet, remember we found out, has 105 special attack.
Yeah, true. I think the difference between picking Shuckle and Glimmet and picking a 5-point mon is kind of negligible.
Yeah.
Because like they're technically bringable. Yeah, I'm not really going to consider Glimmet a grounded poison because you're not actually bringing it. So I can see T-Spikes being a pain for you, especially because actually almost your whole team is grounded.
Yeah. Except for Thundi.
There is a magic bouncer.
Terra and then be grounded. So. And then again, you're going Terraflying.
The top like 6 picks are actually just insane.
Yeah.
There's a 19, 18, 17, 17, 16, 16, and then it drops off the face of the earth down to Terra Serena. That's actually really
but also,
funny.
Did you consider that you just missed spikes?
Missed spike? Oh, you could miss your spikes.
Yeah.
I do think that Samurai Golden Go is strong.
Yeah.
It's kind of timeless. It's a little bit more offensive than the Tinglu Golden Go combo. But I mean, he makes up for it with friggin' Garchomp, Victini, Mega Dynasty. I don't think I think the offense makes up for the lack of defense that Samurai would have given if it was Tinglu.
What do you think of this?
What, sorry?
What do you think of this?
The speed?
Yeah.
It's pretty abysmal. The fastest mon is 111. And if you're spending all those points on super high tiers, that's kind of the thing, is like the high tier speedsters go really quickly, unless your name is specifically Zeraora. Which I do think Thundi was just a better call still. You really do have to diversify into the mid to high tier pick, like the 13 to 9, I'd say, point tiers.
Wait,
for some better speed.
But
because
Glumlee doesn't have any.
Exactly. And if you didn't go out of your way to get one of the fast mons right out of the gates, you're going to be struggling with speed if you don't pick those up. And I think he's seeing that now. Like, there again, it does technically meet my criteria of two 110 pluses. But capping your speed at 111, I think is really bad. You should be at least capped. Like, I think 115 is a bad cap. If you can beat 115, that's fine. It's serviceable.
Yeah.
If you get over 120, that's like pretty decent.
Yeah.
The hazards are gonna go kind of crazy here, and I'm not even gonna like penalize him too much for only having a couple of removal options, because between Garchomp, Diancie, and Samurott, the opponent's gonna need to remove before you will.
Yeah. I was gonna say the other thing is one of your 110s can't use an item, so that's also a little like.
That's true. Yeah, you can't even scarf the Diancie or anything.
Yeah. So, like, who's your next best scarf after your Terra Captain? That might be wanting to do something else. Is Garchomp or Victini? I guess Victini is a fine scarfer. Garchomp has Scale Shot, but yeah, I don't know. It's just not a lot of flexibility with the speed there for like catching up to Mons. Yeah, and really not any like priority either.
Yeah, like, so it's definitely going to be like, that's why I think Shuckle is kind of like an okay bring sometimes, because webs actually do look insane on this team, and it's hard to take them down.
Right down.
Yeah, so I do think it's pretty good. I like Glum's team a lot despite the lack of speed, because like there are ways to circumvent it, right? And you can run Trick Room Victini against matchups that are actually just outspeeding you with everything. Like Trick Room V-Create is actually pretty potent, because then you're lowering your own speed. So I mean, I think it looks really good. It crosses most of my boxes. It looks pretty survivable with Golden with the core. I do wish Diancie can pivot with Baton Pass. There's enough pivots. I don't know. I like the team, and I want to give it an 8.
Nice. I'm gonna give it a 7. I think. I agree. There's a lot of really good stuff here. I'm usually not the one who's like, oh, the speed kills this team. I don't know. I just don't really love the mons that are responsible for the speed. I think that like I would like to see mons that are better at circumventing it. Like you said, they can circumvent it, but I don't know.
Yeah.
But I do really like kind of just like the built-in stuff like Goldingo, DNC, Samurott, and even the Shuckle, like you said with the Trick Room. But I just don't really like that kind of jumping points there, where it's like you might just be bringing these 6 too many times, or like if you have to make room for someone down here, it's like who are you getting rid of?
Yeah, well, the community does like Glum's team a lot and has him rated actually at the second highest at 7.76. A bit below Skyhops and only slightly above Max. So closer to 8. But like we've said before, we don't usually stray. Like if you're close to 8, then you have a really good team.
Yeah.
Let's scoot on to BrothaOptions. And I'm gonna ask you to take the reins for a minute while I pee. I've had to piss for like 3 hours, so
just remember to like bring the mic with you and just point it right down there. Well, I guess we're not getting that. Okay, so first thing I see here is an Annihilate that is in fact monkey bonus. It's gonna be +1 to whatever I put. I like the treads. You got the ice resist, that's not an ice resist. Ice resist, that's not an ice resist. Ice resist, that's not an ice resist. Ice resist. Quad ice resist. I'm just thinking about, I guess there's nothing really particularly weak to ice here. We got the Terra Metagross, which I like. Mega Gardevoir is good. Hazard control. Actually, I really like the hazard control here. Annihilate and Kyurem are both just kind of monsters. Kyurem can't really build for one set, and the Annihilate, you have to build for something very different. I like to see that you can bring something that just likes to run choice things, and then you have a really good setup offensive mon here. Like those two being on top is just really, really solid. Only overlap there being the fairy weakness, but treads really solid into fairy types. I like AV treads on maybe some of these matchups where Annihilate would be threatened by that. I think I had Annihilate and treads on the same team once, maybe not. But I just remember having treads on a team that he was great for coming in on mons that don't want to be hit by that special fairy type. Speed-wise, we have the Jolteon and the Ogerpon. Downside of Ogerpon being that, of course, it can't run any other item. And then Jolteon being an 8-point mon, that it's Terra, so it's good there. But maybe a little over speed cap there. So I don't know if there's something in between that can fit there and not really worry about the Ogerpon. That being said, don't underestimate the rapid spin on the Iron Treads. That's something that I think we talked about on Tusk, where it's he likes just bringing spin just because at worst it gets him a speed boost. Not something to forget about with Treads. And same with booster energy on him as a lead. Welcome back.
Yo.
All I mentioned so far was that I like the Treads as an answer for the fairy types that come in here. I think Treads is a really solid swap on fairy types. And at first I noticed that a lot of these ice resists aren't actually ice resists. We have an ice type, a steel type, and a water type that don't resist ice. But we do have the Metagross, and it's a Terra Metagross. And otherwise, it's not like the team is particularly weak to ice too, because this is, these are countering things that would otherwise be weak to ice and making them neutral. So it's not like it's a huge ice weakness. It's just something that I noticed right away is that we have these, a couple mods that should resist ice that don't, and then we don't have a fire type otherwise.
Yeah, that makes sense. It looked very Paldex brained, where Kyurem Annihilate treads Waterpon. It just feels like a Paldeadex core. Not that it's bad. I think it's good. There's.
I also mentioned
that
I like
hazard setters to take advantage of the Annihilate, spin blocking and Defiant procking.
Yeah, I like that the Kyurem is a massive threat to just be choiced, whereas Annihilate is always a massive threat for setup. So your answers for these kind of have to be different, and they're both really strong offensively. So that I like, and I like that I was looking at the speed tiers a little bit. Unfortunate that the Ogerpon can't really do anything with this because it can't hold the item. It can trailways, but and then the Jolteon's kind of over a lot of things, so it might not matter as much. But it's still good. It technically meets the criteria.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that means that Weavile can still run Adamant against you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's something in between those two.
It's some exact. I'll double check right now.
But also Iron Treads, though, I mentioned he's among Tusk, where it's the rapid spin can be kind of nice on him, just having that little speed boost.
No, actually having the 110 means that Weavile cannot run Adamant against you.
Okay, so is there anything that slots in between there then? I guess not.
Yeah, 108, 109.
It slots between the 110 and the 130?
Oh, what do you mean slots between?
Like that can run in nature that's not speed boosting.
Oh, well, anything that's faster than Weavile, really, because Weavile hits 349. And up to 110's hit 350.
Okay, so he's literally just under it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, not the end of the world, though.
Yeah, but it's to the point where if you had Kartana, for example, it as your highest speed, it can't outspeed Adamant Weavile.
Yeah. But the speed is outside the Ogerpon is a little lower tiered, but it's a Terra Captain and it's a Terra Jolteon, which I think we agreed is one of the better Terra Captains for a low tier.
I agree. I do think it is something that doesn't want to have to come all the time.
Yeah.
Kind of similar to Electrode Hisui, where if that's capping your speed, it's fine. If you have a couple other things that make it like not a complete chasm between that and your next highest. 130 to 110 isn't that big a deal. The problem is more so that it's Jolteon to Ogerpon than it is the 130 to 110.
Right. They got webs though.
Yeah, there are webs, and honestly, the team is fairly bulky. Kyurem, Annihilate, Treads, Pawn, Metagross.
Good answers for hazard control. I think you mentioned it when you came back with the Annihilate being good hazard answer. I mean hazard control answer.
Yeah. I'm still not really a Mega Gardevoir believer.
Oh wait, this. Oh, never mind.
I think it should be a more utility-focused fairy, or a more utility-focused fairy. I'm not sure exactly what.
Yeah, this Spadef isn't looking great. You might honestly be forced into running the AB treads a lot.
Yeah, that's the thing is honestly Pokemon in general just trend more towards defense than Spadef. I'm not sure why, but defense as an average stat of like fully evolved Pokemon is just much higher than Spadef. But you can always shore that up with Assault Vest, and you can't do that the other way around.
I think it's AV, and also like Calm Mind's way more distributed than Bulk Up.
Same is usually better just because special moves have higher base power.
Yeah.
Which is weird that they have higher base power than physical moves, but the Spadef is lower than physical moves or physical.
Well, it's because they can miss.
Yeah, that's true. They often can. But even like Flamethrower, for example, is better than the most widely distributed physical fire moves, which I actually don't know what it is. Maybe it's just Blitz and I'm wrong. I don't know.
No, Blitz is probably pretty well distributed. I feel like a lot of
regardless, it's definitely interesting. I can't say I can think of anything that is particularly good about it. I do think that
about the team,
the top five, the top five,
really?
I think are really strong.
Yeah.
Past that, I'm not. Well, actually, I'm not sure.
I think this is really solid overall. I think there's a couple weaknesses.
The tops are good. And like the webs are a good splash. Dugong is whatever. Don't care.
It's 1 point.
Yeah.
Hazard control's fine. I mean, they have a really good spinner, really good defogger.
Spin, defog, rocks, spikes, rocks. Yeah.
I think the only thing is really missing. I mean, your Gardevoir is just kind of like your special tank, which isn't ideal.
Yeah, and I do think that psychic fairies
pigeonholed into
psychic fairies can be kind of fake fairies too.
Yeah, not with the dark resist or anything.
Yeah, not resisting dark.
And then
that's true. There is also no fire resist. I think that's why Dugong is here.
Wait. But isn't Dugong neutral? Or does he have thick fat?
It's thick fat.
No fire.
But like it's fine.
Is weak to it.
It's gonna get wins. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with it.
I guess the drawback is that you have no fire resist, but also like a lot of your offense might not hit some of those fire types super well.
Yeah. I think it's like at least a 7.
Dragon and Ghost are gonna hit most things.
I think it's at least a 7. I think there is like I think it maybe lacks direction, but I do think that there's like the Pokemon are good.
Yeah. I think it's a good team for a team that I agree like maybe doesn't have like a specific idea in mind, but I think this is one of the better like individual mons that are good equals pretty good.
And I think I also underestimate Kyurem sometimes about how strong it actually is.
I wonder how much of a pain it is to prep for because you never know if it's gonna be
like between freeze dry or DD, it's just actually crazy.
Especially when you have a Mega Gardevoir too, and it's like you're not lacking in special attack, right? So it's like you don't need to run Specs Kyurem to be like your only special breaker. Like you never know. So
I'm fine to just give it a 7. I'm
gonna give it an 8.
Yeah, that's fine. I think it is completely fine at either, to be honest. The community tends to disagree with that and has it at a 6.56.
Damn, they hate doing
it's one of the lower. But it's kind of like Zard's team, where like it's kind of hard to explain what exactly brings my opinion of it down. It's like It's just the eye test. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just an experience thing. I'm not really certain. Just doesn't pass the vibe check.
I
Right,
like
we only
it.
have a couple more.
Yep. 3 more to go. We got
Gotta bang
Madayoshi,
these
who
out.
was here. Don't know if he's still
Madayoshi,
here.
yeah, he was here. Madayoshi is another player who... True, I guess I haven't really been introducing the last few players. Sorry about that, guys.
I think we mostly... Oh, BrothaOptions we don't.
Yeah, Brother, Dray,
Dray,
and Hamburger, we didn't really get into much. Madayoshi, though, is a returning player from... I think you last played Season 3, but had to be replaced. So technically the records will show that you were last seen Season 2,
Wow.
which was honestly a long-ass time ago, looking back.
Oh, he's
So,
here.
I mean, it's always good to have him back. Madayoshi
Wait,
is
don't look
just
at your
my...
speed tiers. Speed tiers, okay. 123 Neuver, and that drops to 100.
Sorry?
Oh. He said don't look at his speed tier, so I'm looking
Oh,
at his
okay.
speed tiers.
Yeah. Madayoshi is just like my absolute kryptonite, and I feel like there's a whole bunch of even top players who have just had absolute awful matchups into Madayoshi and just
That's
feel
why
like
you
he's
put him in a
unbeatable.
different division.
Yeah, exactly. But then, well, what's crazy is then he'll go on to spank me, and then he'll end the season like 3-5 and miss playoffs or something. Like, I don't know, man. So
Maybe it's
so
just
it has
me.
been a little while since Madayoshi's played. We did want to put him into Hustle instead of All Stars, partly because he hasn't played for a while, and partly because we just feel like other people have fought more recently, at least for their spot. We wanted to prioritize them. We played half of 3. Yeah, I
This
think
team
he only
has
played
so
like
much
a couple
hazard
weeks.
control.
Yeah, so this is a team though that passes the eye test. Maybe it's just the bright colors and the type colors that are in front of me. But I don't know, like looking at Mega Scizor, Rotom, like Volt Turn Core with Chi-Yu, and an insane Terra Captain combo looks really strong.
Oh wow,
I
Terraguard.
agree
I didn't even
with
know
what
that.
you were saying about the speed tiers. Like 123 to 100 is pretty awful.
Yeah.
And like Fez and Urshi are close behind, so they're like almost the hundreds. But it is pretty bad for speed. What do you think about the captains?
I like him. I mean, we talked about single strike, Urshi, Terra Captain. Like, that's going to be his niche over Rapid Strike now that he's the only one that can Terra. So it'd be good. Terraguard, I didn't even know was legal. He's kind of toxic, but I guess toxic is really the reason why he's legal here. I
don't think it's that
purifying salt. I
don't think it's that
you
good.
go
I've
Terra,
seen it, Terry.
you go Terra Ghost though, and he has one weakness and can salt cure everything and iron defense, and you can't toxic him.
Yeah, sounds pretty good.
That's what, like, I'm surprised.
I don't know. It's been Terra legal forever.
Yeah.
And it hasn't put up particularly good numbers.
Have
It's
people
cool.
used it with Terra? I'm
Yeah,
just
I'm pretty
curious
sure.
on that. Like,
Yeah, I don't think it's that.
I guess in draft with Covert Cloak, just to be like,
Yeah,
you can
it's kinda like
you can
taunt
build.
bait, right?
Yeah, you can build a guard counter pretty well in draft usually.
Yeah.
But still, I think it'll be good. I like this Terra combo. Like,
Yeah,
I like
I
this.
think it's
Captain.
fine.
Like, he'll beat teams that didn't prep for or lose
Yeah.
their answer to it.
Yeah, for sure. I do think that Garg is good. And like you said, it can just Terra into... I don't think it has to Terra Ghost.
No, that's just his best one. Because
That's just an
has the-
example because its ability
neutral.
resists Ghost, but it could be whatever. Like
Yeah, it's
Curse
in
and
Terra
Body
Fairy.
Press are really good.
Yeah.
Sorry, Curse and Iron Defense are really good, I mean. Yeah, people just kind of run the same setup, or sorry, the same answers for non-Terra that they do for Terra, though, you know?
Yeah.
Like, even as a rock type, it can still just set up in front of things.
Yeah.
You just throw special attackers at it, you throw, like, Roar Taunt at it, you Mold Break, etc.
Yeah. Yeah, NatDex has more options to handle it too.
Even just Encore, too. Like, everything in their Uncle gets Encore now, and it's really been catching on.
Yeah.
I think slow setup like that isn't as viable anymore. Urshi Single is interesting. I think it's going to be more like a Drain Tank with Terra, where it'll be like bulk up Drain Punch with a defensive Terra, be it Poison, be it steel, be it whatever. I think poison specifically looks really good because it'll like you're not prepping psychic moves against Urshi. You're prepping fairy moves.
Right. That makes sense. And then I guess like flying types, but really like the Rotom and Garg, and those are pretty good into flying types that would threaten them.
Yeah, Rotom is just a really nice partner with Mega Scizor. It's timeless, honestly.
Yeah.
Like the fact that Rotom has one weakness that's resisted by Scizor, and vice versa. Scizor has one weakness that Rotom. They both defog. They both Volt Turn. They both have setup.
There was another team that had, I think it was just base Scizor, but it was Scizor Chi-Yu, and we kind of talked about how Chi-Yu could actually like come in on this on fire coverage.
Moves. Yep.
Yeah. So that's another thing that's here.
Yep.
Now, the team overall is actually just really good into fire. Now that I'm looking at it.
I like it a lot. So the team that we were looking at before was it was Gallade, Scizor, Thundi T, Chi-Yu.
Yeah.
And we were kind of mixed on the Thundi.
Well, the idea was that they could take some of the weight off of Chi-Yu and like let it be a little more risky.
Yeah, exactly. But I think the Rotom Chi-Yu is a little bit more conservative.
Yeah.
Because you're not forcing your Terra Captain to be the Chi-Yu support. It's just a Rotom Wash that's already going to be support in most cases. Let me see the hazards. We don't see a hazard setter until Garg,
which is fine. I think Garg's are
There's 2 setters and a Spidops, if you want to count that. Unless, does Fez get 2 spikes? I don't remember.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I think that's fine.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, that's fine. It's not the end of the world.
It looks like most of the mons, because keep in mind, Garg is number 5 here, so it's not even like the normal, like, oh, we have a 6th slot to fill, who's it going to be? Like, if we're not bringing Garg every time, there's pretty much 2 open slots every time. I think usually you can fit either the Donphan or the Garg, or even the Spidops if you want to.
I actually think Noivern is going to be more of a mainstay for the team than Garg, because you got to bring some speed above 100, man.
Yeah.
You cannot get away with not bringing speed. Because of that, I really don't like how pigeonholed Noivern is to coming. It likes to pick and choose its battles. Unless it was a Terra Cap, but then like just drop Garg at that point.
Is it Terra legal? It is, right?
Yeah. Most things are.
Yeah. I just always have to double check if it's like a mon that would be a solid Terra Captain that isn't a Terra Captain.
Yeah. Well, that is kind of the method we do here, is like if it would increase the point value by like significantly, then we usually ban it. So it's not completely forced to do that, and we can make it cheaper. But yeah, I think like Noivern would be a decent captain. I don't think it over tiers it completely, but yeah. Let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
There's a lot of hazard removal. Yeah, I noticed.
That's crazy. Unless Fez doesn't have defog, right? So there's 5.
It's Scizor, Rotom, Delmise, Donphan,
and Noivern.
Noivern.
Yeah, so 5. Still pretty solid. I am not 100% convinced on Fez and Dippity, but I've seen it pull off some really good games. No, I feel like when it shows up, it really shows up, and when it's not there, people really forget about it. Maybe that's why I haven't seen it do particularly poorly, but I have seen it do kind of okay, and I'm starting to get convinced on it.
Yeah, I think it'll do better as it is in more generations. It gets more moves. I think that's one of the drawbacks is that it's a fairy type that doesn't have the early gen fairy type move pool.
So I do like this team a lot. I really can't get over the bad speed, kind of like what Madayoshi was saying himself. If it wasn't for the speed, I probably would give this a 9. I'm going to drop it to an 8. And I don't know, I still really like it. I think like it's very standard, like Gen 6-ish Volturn.
Yeah. Like
Scizor, Rotom, and then Breakers. And I think that's just really strong. Yeah, Chi-Yu and Urshi are going to be really strong.
I think I would agree with 8, but I think I might like it a little more than you do, even though it's the same rating. I'm actually kind of surprised you gave it an 8, but it's hard to ignore these ones. But I think you're probably right that it's not going to be as broken as we think, or as I think. But I like this. I like the Terra Captains, and then outside the Terra Captains, you have like Tried and True, and another one that slots into that really well. I think it's gonna be solid.
Yeah. Sorry, what was
I
this
said-
that
I
you
said
were,
8 as
were you
well.
pointing at? Oh, you said 8? Okay.
Yeah.
And you were pointing at something when you said this. Did you mean Terragarg?
I think I was just pointing at. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was talking about Terror.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, makes sense. The community doesn't like Madayoshi's team as much as we do.
Wow.
They rated him at a 6.88.
Oh, well, there's 2 8s. Those are both of our 8s.
True. We've done this. This is our fault.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 more. Home
2
stretch,
more.
man.
Daveowulf.
Dave. What are your first thoughts?
Terrazera doesn't have Terra Blast. Funny mon.
That's true. If it did, it would probably be banned.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, is he Zero Aura? What are we looking at for speed? We got Screamtail, which, I mean, it's kind of the same thing we were talking about before, but I think this gap is a little different. The 143.
Yeah, wow.
105, but like good priority, I guess, with Fake Out. Shell Smasher. I like Arbala. I think Arbala was a little slept on as a mon. This I didn't even really.
There's no Shell Smasher, right?
Oh wait, yeah, it's Mega Blastoise.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just had to clear that up.
No, I forgot. The grassy terrain. I don't think Tinglu gets high horsepower.
I also don't think so.
It gets Stomping Tantrum, but
Yeah, no high horsepower.
I kind of like it for like helping Gouging Fire a little bit, right? Like to make him not weak to ground.
Yeah,
well, not weak to Quake. And
yeah, but it also wants to use a Quake too, right?
Yeah, but maybe like after it's already set up. But this thing is like fatter than I thought when I first looked at it.
It is actually really thick, yeah. Looking at Gouging Fire, Tinglu, Core, Screamtail.
Yeah.
Honestly, even like Blastoise, Arboliva are kind of fat. Muck is surprisingly fat.
Yeah, this is like, where's your special breaker besides like Mega Blastoise who can't run specs?
I'm interested to see. Head over to the coach leaderboards and see where Dave is for like defenses.
Dave is middle of the pack
And even for BST. Okay,
top 3
he's second place for HP.
Top 3 for Spadef and like middle of the pack for defense.
Yeah, 6th for defense. Oh, sorry, that was attack. Damn.
8th for defense, and then 3rd for Spadef.
Pretty slow, but very high BST. Interesting.
Yeah.
It makes sense when you look at it.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not
60 defense versus 130 on just Spadef on the hoop also.
Yeah, I'm not surprised he's so slow too. With I mean, like Arboliva, Tinglu, yeah, like Muck, just a whole bunch of. It's just a lot of mons that are collectively slow. Nothing that's really stupidly slow.
Yeah, just all of his special attack is like down here.
Yeah,
which is a little.
Yeah, true. There's not too much special attack.
And the Mega Blastoise can't run specs, can't run Scarf. Our Boliva can't really run Scarf. It's not going to.
Yeah, that's okay.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you're looking for like a fast special attacker or like a, they're all slow, and they're all.
Yeah, the team is definitely a little too slow for me, and it's the same argument that we had before about like if Screamtail's a real 110 plus or not.
Yeah,
I think it like can be. You can consider that if you have other things that are like slightly above it.
I think the
Zero doesn't count.
The Zero is way too fast, so now it's like really kind of the only.
It's just really pronounced.
Yeah. I also noticed like, so these are some newer mons, right? That are defensive mons. None of them have toxic in NatDex. We have 3 fat mons that don't have toxic. And 2 of them are weak to toxic. Gouging Fire is weak to toxic. Corv, answers it, right? But how much can Corv do alone? Like if your
Screamtail
goal
has heal bell, right? Oh no, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. It's this whole team is like if your goal is like, okay, yeah, all of my speed or all my special attack is down here, and I have like a couple good physical attackers up here, but like at the end of the day, you're trying to win off of bulk, right? You're trying to win off the Tinglu, the Screamtail, the Corviknight, even like Gouging Fire getting set up off. If you're losing the Toxic War here, though, you're losing the status chip war. The only thing you're maybe winning is the Hazard War with the Tinglu and the Corviknight to clear, but then the Corviknight's clearing your hazards because your Blastoise is your only spinner. I think it's like on the surface it looks like it makes sense, but then you remember it's NatDex, and it kind of starts to show some holes. It's NatDex where you have a Terra Captain. You're basically your only Terra Captain. I mean, we'll count Hoopa, but like you have an 18-point Terra Captain that doesn't get the generational gimmick move of Terra Blast. You have 3 defensive mods that were added after Toxic got pruned. It's like it looks like a later gen team, aside from the fact that Zeraor's not in Gen 9, but like in terms of like the moves that are available, in terms of like the limited, like everything here is Gen 7 mythical and then Gen 8, Gen 9. And
you do miss out on, like you said, specifically Toxic. I don't think it's that big a deal. Grassy terrain should give you some like survivability.
Yeah, but you have to get grassy terrain up though. You have to get hit.
Yeah, I don't think that's a problem. Like you just switch into it and it usually gets hit, right? Yeah, I mean it's the same as switching in a Rillaboom and having it get hit.
Yeah, but I think the difference is that it's also more reliable for revenge. Yes, you can get it up, but it's also a 9-pointer that like, is it coming in to just get hit a bunch and get terrain up?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, very true.
It's so I think slow, so like it needs to be able to get a hit off if it wants to.
Yeah, I think like you were touching on, I do think it's lacking some firepower. I really think that Tinglu, Corv, Screamtail, even like okay, Glalie and Muck don't count too much, but I do wish they had like a little bit more offensive presence. Hoopa is offensive. I'm not a Hoopa, like a base Hoopa believer. I don't know what it is. I don't like that it has such low base power stabs. I hate that it's like kind of slow and just completely frail for for physically. It's nice that it can come in and eat special hits. But like most psychic types that you want to switch in on are you just packing Shadow Ball for you.
Right.
It's I don't know, it's not a mod that I like. I do think Terra on it does help it, and funny enough, wait, does it even get Terra Blast? I don't even know.
I think so. I think it's in. Oh wait, is it in Gen 9?
Yeah, it does. It does get Terra Blast. It's funny that Terra Blast will be its strongest move.
Yeah.
After it Terras. I mean, tied for. Or is Dark Pulse 85 rather? No, it's 80.
No, it's 80.
Oh, it's Dragon Pulse, I think, is 85. Weirdly.
No, it's 80. Unless it used to be 85.
Yeah, Dragon Pulse is 85.
It's 85. Is that the only base 85?
Yeah, it's the only pulse thing that does that for some reason, yeah.
But I can't even think of another move that's base 85.
There's not many. Maybe something like Submission, Mash? I think, is 85.
What's Meteor Mash?
Meteor Mash is 90.
Maybe it is.
That's okay. Let's not go too much time to stand.
So, I don't know. I mean, like,
it does lack the firepower, right?
It's a hard one to rate because I think that like there's a world where it just gets a lot of really good matchups that don't abuse kind of what it's missing here, and like Zeraora can pop off, Gouging Fire can pop off, and like things just can't break these three. Like sure, like that might happen. So maybe I'll give it like a 7, but maybe leaning towards 6. I don't know.
I think it's maybe, if I were to give it a 7, it would be leaning towards 8. I think it's, I don't know. I really like the team, and I think like setup Corv will be really interesting.
Yeah.
I don't like that the team relies on it though. I do think Mian Shao is very strong and is a good scarfer and kind of makes up for the lack of second like 110. It's really reliant though on Gouging Fire and Zera to pull a lot of heavyweight. And I do think that there are two mods that can do it. And I think you don't really care too much for Terra Zera. I think it's really strong, personally.
I'm
and
sure
I don't
it
think
is.
It needs Terra
I'm sure it is. But it's just something to think about where it's like,
yeah.
You know, other Terra captains do get that threat.
So I do think that Dave will be maybe struggling to close out games when Zera can't just like click Plasma Fist and Drain Punch or CC or whatever a bunch of times and just clean up, which I don't think is going to be often, or when Gouging Fire doesn't get set up.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I'll stick with giving it a 7.
Yeah. Another nice thing I didn't really think about though is if you did want to like Wish Pass to Tinglu or Gouging Fire, that's pretty nice.
It's very resilient, but I don't think that translates very well for like current draft meta.
Yeah.
For the most part, the community does agree, has it at 7.16.
Yep. By the way, Skyhops with the liquidation is
true. That's 85.
Another move.
Thank you. Okay, we're on our final team here. It's Mr. Leezeypzee himself. Couldn't be here with us today.
Stormtide asked what the best ranked team is so far. I think so far it's Skyhops. But
so far Skyhops, followed by Overmatt.
We'll show the image. Yeah. Overall, like across.
Yeah, overall, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel bad saying this, but I do not rate Lee's team very highly.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't feel like there's enough.
I'm giving him a timestamp.
I don't feel like there's enough defensive utility to warrant having such potent pivots like Raging Bolt and Darmg.
Yeah, I actually kind of agree with that.
Like, Darmg is really good, and I think Scolipede is really good, and like Iron Valiant is really good. They require things to like bring them in, and P2 is the only thing that can do that, unless you're gonna run like Fat AV Volt Switch.
Which Bolt can?
Raging Bolt.
He can, but
it can do that. Yeah. Oh, Lee's here too. Cool.
What I don't like is
yeah.
Well, I was gonna say I don't like the Garm with your only hazard control being Klefki or Talonflame.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Am I missing something?
That's the only removal, yeah.
Okay.
Which, like, I do think Talonflame and Klefki can do that. I think having Talonflame be your Terra captain is tricky. I am interested in seeing Terra Pori 2. I think it can be good.
Really I've seen that before. Maybe I've seen it in VGC, but like
maybe. I think that's really cool. Solid. And changing your type with like random trace bullshit and download shenanigans and stuff. I think there's actually a lot of cool stuff you can do with Terra P2.
Yeah.
It's not partnered up with like something else that can help facilitate anything.
Yeah.
So yeah, Lee kind of feels the same. It is, yeah, you're right. It is kind of just random bullshit go, which like, hey, you know what? Maybe you'll win games. I do think it has the same vibes as like Riceman's Electric Terrain team again that I'll bring up, where it's like, except it doesn't have like the weather or terrain to make something stronger.
It doesn't have like the thing that you can do like when all else fails if they didn't properly mitigate it. It doesn't have like the win button.
Yeah, exactly. So imagine you took Coco off of Riceman's team. This is that. Except with Talonflame. Change Coco to Talonflame, and that's what you have. Or Shakta going P2 for Terra, not the bug. I do think that Terra P2 makes sense. Terra Talonflame makes sense, but Terra Scolipede would be the best random bullshit go try to win games button.
Maybe swap the Talonflame for the Scolipede, because
maybe swap Talon for Scolipede, but then you start to be like, are you really gonna Terra Ground your Porygon? Like Terra Ground Talonflame is strong. You're gonna Terra Ground I guess you could Terra Ground Porygon. I don't know.
You could, well,
just because Palisand is kind of hard to bring sometimes.
Yeah, I'm thinking the thing with Talonflame, like Terra Talonflame, is cool, and I think it could. Yeah. I actually think it'd be better offensively than defensively, because if you're bringing it defensively, it's like you still have to bring boots because you're not gonna come in and then Terra, right? Like if there's rocks up, you still need to bring boots. So it's not really like taking away the main weakness of its defensive typing, which is that 4x rock weakness. so it doesn't alleviate that. And for a defensive mon that like doesn't really have the stats to be a defensive mon, like he kind of does it through having some key quad resists and flame body. It's just not really helping you there. But that being said, I also wouldn't be surprised if offensive Terra Talonflame could do some stuff. Like I mean,
Just kind of popped off, yeah.
Yeah, like sort like an SD
Instead of
set
flying
is
acrobatics.
super fast. Yeah, like it just gives you the damage from the Terra. It's fast, it's strong. I wouldn't be surprised, but the problem is like you're kind of like if this is your defensive core outside of the bolt, that doesn't always want to be doing that. I don't know. Like it might be kind of hard to facilitate. I think I will say that this is probably maybe of all the teams, this might be the this might be the most like not underwhelming Terra Captain combo, but just kind of like the most like you like I would like to see Terra Captains that lifted the team up more. You know what I mean? But not that that's really possible because most of these are banned, right?
Yeah, most of them are Terra banned. Like
is.
Everything except Scolopy down.
Yeah, so it's like you're kind of stuck.
I think it's mostly gonna just devolve into just Klefki clicking a bunch of screens and spikes and then dying and something setting up and then something setting up and then something setting up, which is fine. But again, kind of like how Dave's like very fat, only a couple win con team, I don't think it translates super well into the current meta. I also don't think like screens HO is very effective either. Yeah. Now, that's yet to be seen. We haven't actually seen a team try to do that for a little while, and maybe we'll see some Zen mode Darm. Maybe we'll see some like some weird Necrozma setup sets.
Yeah, screens with Necrozma is always pretty good. Like being able to set up behind screens. And even screens on Valiant, just letting it survive something. I think, and I will be fair that I think I'm kind of like ignoring just this top part right here. These are two really solid mods that can just win games, right? Like,
sorry, I wasn't looking at yours.
Necrozma and Valiant, like, because I'm looking at like I know Bull, I know Garm, like I've used them, so I'm kind of like thinking like, oh, how do they fit in with like all these lower tiers? You do still have a Necrozma and a Valiant, like.
Yeah, I feel like though Valiant is gonna be either like it wishes that it could be booster speed here, so that you can just click buttons until it dies. Well, I think it's going to be. Why can't it?
Yeah.
Because things are going to outspeed it. It gets revenge.
Wait. But if you're running booster speed, though.
You can't run booster speed on Valiant. It's banned.
Oh, we banned. Okay. I thought we unbanned that.
No.
Okay.
It wishes it could here, specifically.
Yeah. I thought you were saying like it wishes it could, but it can't because it has to do something else. Like
no, but it can't. But so because of that, though, I think it's going to be running Scarf and just clicking Moonblast most times. Moonblast or like CC is what it's going to kind of evolve into. It's not going to really be able to set up.
Yeah.
So I think it should be best. I think it would be best left as like just a cleaner for endgame shenanigans. Yeah. Try and deal as much damage as you can so that maybe Scarf Valiant cleans up in the end. Not too sure.
Then again. Prankster Klefki with the T-Wave too can help let it not have to be running Scarf as much.
Yeah, I think Klefki has to be played early.
Yeah.
For the most part. It's like there's Klefki P2, that's like the defensive core. Palisand, Necrozma.
Kind of Talonflame.
Yeah. So I personally don't like the team, and I think Lee is on the same page as me, kind of. I think I want to give it a 4 or 5 here. I think, hold on, what did I did input a 5. I might have it down on a 4 at this point, now that we've talked it through.
Yeah. I don't know.
It has, like, decent mons that look good as win cons on other teams that need win cons.
Yeah. I think, like, the funny thing is this has a lot of mons that I like a lot. Like, I like Garm, Monkey. I like Bolt. I like Talonflame. I like Palisand. I've used him a couple times. It's just weird to, like, see it working. I guess Stormtide said like Bolt and Garm pivoting into each other is nice. It is nice, but also like assuming that they're not just like putting rocks up right? And then Carm can do that 3 times. I don't know. Maybe I'll say 5 and then +1 because I like the months and also months.
That's fair.
So
the draft got away from me somewhere and I couldn't figure out a saving grace. That's fairly.
Yeah.
It happens.
It kind of you can kind of see that. It looks like a lot of kind of like, oh shit, I need this blank, you know.
So the community actually likes Lee's team more than 4 other teams.
Wow.
More than Eager, more than Dolce, more than Zard, and more than BrothaOptions. And they have Lee at 6.60, just below Madayoshi.
I'm getting the images up here because that was the last one.
Cool. So we do have a final tier list. Yeah, here's the overall community as of time of the time of getting the data from the form. The form is still open, so if you do want to rate the teams still for the next stream, you can do that. I'll keep it open until maybe an hour before next stream. And yeah, here's a tier list to kind of show the difference, just kind of make it easier to read. Easier to digest, I guess is a good way to put it.
Yeah.
So Skyhops is kind of just undisputed, the top team in the division. 0.2
pretty close
over Glum. Yeah, but look at how close the next few teams are. You know,
that much, yeah.
So
and I think we also like kind of disagreed with the community rating for Glum.
Yeah. Considering that like the gap is 0.2 and then the next couple gaps are like 0.5, 0.8.
Yeah.
Or sorry, 0.05 and 0.08.
This is this is kind of mean, but like looking at the point rankings, like I'm surprised that there's not a tier below. That might be the only like 5 point anything. For
actually, Sidereus' team was lower at 5.75.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's just like it's a pretty big jump. But
yeah, so we will be after we go through the Swarm and Truant rosters next stream, we will be just doing an entire NBA like server tier list. Maybe we'll have to add another tier in here, but yeah, so you'll get to see how your team pairs up against teams even outside of your division. I think that'll be pretty cool. Any closing remarks?
Yeah.
Funny jokes?
My closing remark is that I'm tired.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. That was a pretty long haul.
Yeah, we did it though, and I'm glad we did hustle for the hustle boys that showed up.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll be back Wednesday at some point.
Yep. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We will get more of a concrete time for Wednesday. I mean, I'm still aiming for 6 because I mean we went pretty late tonight, but maybe we'll see about breaking it up. We'll see. No promises. We will be streaming something on Wednesday at some point in the evening Eastern.
Yep.
Yeah, it was great to see everybody come out. For everybody who's here for the first time, thank you for checking us out. Thank you for joining the server as well. Yeah, subscribe to the channel, and if you want notifications when we go live, you can give yourself the role on the Discord server in the channels and roles section at the top under our banner, and you'll get notified when we go live. And yeah, it'll be cash money.
Yeah, and I'll check right now just to see if anyone who reacted to that post didn't already have the...
I think last I looked it was like 5 or 6 and I gave it to everybody.
Yeah, okay. It's 7 right now, but...
Okay, so somebody
I
might
see
have
a
had
bunch of people that already have it, so...
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good night, everybody. Thanks again for tuning in. If you were here from the start, you are an absolute trooper, and you stuck with us for over 5 hours of stream, and you're insane.
Yeah, 5 hours, 17 minutes.
I think that might be the longest. I know we've gone for like 4, maybe 4.5 in the past.
Yeah, but that was with like 3 divisions and 4 people talking.
That was a lot of divisions with a lot of people talking.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll catch everybody later. Thanks again.